Madam Clerk, are we all set?
All set, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to convene this public hearing of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. And our first folks to testify today are the people I'm frankly the most excited about. Representative Devlin, thank you for joining us. And she is joined by Amelia Neubauer and Jacqueline Glick. Amelia and Jacqueline, welcome. We're very excited to see you this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I begin?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, and good morning, distinguished colleagues of the GAE committee. One of the hallmarks of this committee is your encouragement of engagement in our democratic process. And this morning, you will see that in action with perhaps your youngest testifiers. Last session, the Fairfield delegation of Senator Wong, GAE's own Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, and Representative Jennifer Leeper and I were contacted by Mrs. Joan Robb's third grade class from Timothy Dwight Elementary School in Fairfield, Connecticut, with a very special request. Mrs. Robb is one of those special teachers that inspires and encourages students to learn and grow and get involved. So they undertook a project to better understand how state government works, including the legislative process. And two of those students are here today. So with that, I'm going to leave it to the students to speak for themselves, Amelia Neubauer and Jacqueline Glick.
Good morning, and thank you for your time. I am testifying in support of lollipops becoming the state candy of Connecticut. I think lollipops should be our state candy because lollipops were invented in Connecticut. We are one of the only states without an official state food, and everyone likes a lollipop. In 1908, George Smith created the lollipop in New Haven, Connecticut. He named it after a racehorse named Lollipop. Thanks to Mr. Smith, lollipops are now one of the most popular candies in our country. Currently, Connecticut has no state foods. Official state foods help celebrate the history and culture of the state. We should celebrate lollipops because they are a part of Connecticut heritage. Lollipops are a popular candy. Even if you have food allergies, you usually can still enjoy a lollipop. When most people think of candy, they think of delicious lollipops. In conclusion, I think that lollipops should be the state candy of Connecticut. Please support Bill HB 5498 so that everyone in Connecticut can fill their days with laughter, love, and lollipops.
I can feel Amelia. Nice and loud, honey.
My name is Amelia Neubauer, and I am in 4th grade. I am submitting this testimony in support of House Bill 5498. When I think of Connecticut, I think of democracy, freedom, and the inspiration for the Constitution. I think so many wonderful things, but there is one thing missing: candy. All that could change by taking our idea to the next level and voting for House Bill 5498 to make the lollipop our official state candy. Like many kids, I have allergies. I can't eat Snickers, M&Ms, Butterfingers, or any candy with nuts. But lollipops have always been a safe, sweet treat for me. I was surprised and excited when I learned that they were invented right here in Connecticut. For the past 2 years, kids have struggled with COVID. Recently, the governor lifted the mask mandate. Making the lollipop the state candy would make a fun way to celebrate a return to normal. Last year, we were first hybrid, then half day, sometimes remote, and always masked and distanced from our friends and teachers. Even with that, we were excited learners, and this bill brought light and joy to a challenging time. Some of us worked on our own time to research lollipops, so we could write to our representatives and senator. This year had its challenges too, but every morning I wake up to a sticky note that I posted above my bed last year. It says, "Make the bill." I'm hoping today will move us towards that goal. Thank you so much for supporting the lollipop bill. Sincerely, Amelia Neubauer.
Thank you. Thank you both, Jacqueline and Amelia, for your testimony this morning. Wonderful work, and really excited that you're here today and you gave really strong, compelling testimony. It looks like we've got some questions from members of our committee. So Amelia and Jacqueline, if you don't mind, I'm going to call on some of my colleagues here. And I'm going to call first to give deference to one of your state representatives, Representative Kristen McCarthy-Vahey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues who are waiting to speak, especially our ranking member. I appreciate you both giving me the opportunity to say hello and thank you to both Jacqueline and Amelia, and to Mrs. Robb, who is, as Rep. Devlin said, such a special teacher. The two of you, along with your classmates, have done amazing work. And when we were visiting with you in your schools and hearing about the work that you did to prepare for this, it was amazing to see the kind of background and research and the questions that you asked. It was awesome. Here's one of the questions that I have to ask you, and I know you know the answer because we talked about this before, and Rep. Devlin's talked about this. Some of our friends here in the legislature represent different districts, and they think that Pez should be the state candy. And I know that you two and your classmates have a good answer as to why that's not the right choice and the lollipop is. Can you tell us why?
Yes. We decided to pick lollipops, not Pez, because Pez is a brand and the state can't technically favor a brand. Also, I'm allergic to nuts and lollipops have always been a safe, sweet treat for me.
That's absolutely wonderful. Well, thank you for reminding us about why we should pick lollipops instead of Pez, and I'll be sure that Rep. Wiehlander hears that directly. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to just congratulate these amazing students and their incredible teacher. We're so proud to have you here and grateful that we have the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Master Francesco. Oh, sorry, I'm chuckling because I just noticed the representative had a lollipop consumption. But Representative Master Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jacqueline and Amelia, thank you for coming today. I'm so excited to have both of you here today. It's such an exciting time for you to learn about how our government works. I'm just curious, what made you pick a lollipop? There's so many different candies out there. What was your passion with lollipops?
You could just talk.
So lollipops were invented in Connecticut in 1908 by George Smith. And so that's why I think like Connecticut should have the state candy be a lollipop because they were invented here.
That's a great analogy. That's awesome. Yes, they were invented here, thankfully. I'm just curious, what is your favorite lollipop?
Tell them about your business.
So I have a lollipop business where I make lollipops and then sell them. And so we recently just made a flavor called strawberry lemonade, and that one's my favorite.
Wow, that's very interesting. So you're a young entrepreneur. You are on your way to being successful already. That is so awesome. I love, my favorite, honestly, are the Tootsie Pops, but the ones I love the best out of those are the lemon flavored ones, and you can't really find them anymore. I try to go online to buy them. I used to buy a big bag and just keep them in my office, but I can't find them anymore. So that's awesome.
We make lemon ones. We make lemon ones.
You do? Oh, lemon is my favorite. That's wonderful. So it's just great that you're here. I'm glad we share a flavor of lollipops, lemon. We definitely have something in common. And what is such a wonderful experience for your teachers and for you to just go through the whole experience of what the government is all about. How do you like the process so far?
It's really cool.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So cool to see us in fourth grade testifying.
Well, not only are you on your way to be entrepreneurs, you may be future leaders in the state of Connecticut. Hopefully someday we will see that. Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your story with us. Who knows, at some point, maybe lollipops will be a state candy. We will soon to find out. The story continues. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haddad.
I'm sorry. I think Representative Thomas had her hand up first, and if you'd like to. Well, let me get. Well, I'll just go.
It's all yours.
I'm gonna be very brief. I don't often try to telegraph my support or opposition to a bill during a public hearing, and I certainly wouldn't dare do that today. I wanted to thank you for your testimony. And I think, well, sometimes, bills like this are criticized as being, trivial. I think that your testimony, your presence here today, and the engagement of young people in our political process is actually very, very important. And so I wanted to thank you for testifying today. I did have the opportunity to check with my own advisor on these kinds of issues at home. I have an 8-year-old who goes to 3rd grade at the Southeast Elementary School, and she endorsed the idea of adopting the lollipop as a state candy. I'm going to withhold, an official endorsement of this plan until sometime later. Wouldn't want to, again, I wouldn't want to give away too much. I'll listen to the testimony today, but I think you'll find that I'll be sympathetic at the end. And thank you very much for your support.
Thank you so much for having us here today. Amazing.
Thank you, Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amelia and Jacqueline, for being here today. I love seeing young business owners and young leaders. So I wasn't sure if I would support this bill. So I have some questions, or at least one question for you. Are you ready? I really want to know, because I'm considering a law that would be enacted across the entire state. Have you ever met anyone who doesn't like a lollipop? I really wanted that data, because that will help me make a decision, because I don't think I've ever met anyone who doesn't like a lollipop. So thank you for that important feedback. I'm so glad to see you engaging. I bet have you taught your parents something about how to get involved?
Yeah, a lot.
Good, keep it up. Keep telling all your friends too. We love to see people come and testify. Have a great day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Chairman Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Amelia and Jacqueline, and to the federal delegation. I want to thank you all for your support of the bill bringing to our attention. Amelia and Jacqueline, I have a quick question for you. Oftentimes here at the legislature, when we put bills in place, we look at what other states might be doing. Are there other states that have state candies that you're aware of?
No, we would be the first to have a state candy, but other states have state treats and desserts, such as Maine's whoopie pie, Massachusetts Boston cream donut, and Missouri's ice cream cone.
Very interesting. Would you, how do you feel about lollipops that have gum inside? Are you supportive of that as well, or do you just straight lollipops?
I like lollipops, but I also love it with the gum inside.
Oh, very nice. Do you each have a favorite flavor?
Yes, I like the lemon ones.
Strawberry lemonade for you, or?
Strawberry lemonade and lime.
Very interesting. Very nice. Oh, good. I want to thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony, and I want to thank your teacher as well and your classmates for being involved in the process. We greatly enjoyed having you here today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other comments or questions from members of the committee, I do just want to thank you both so much for not just being here this morning, but all the time that you've all put into researching this, and you clearly knew all of your facts and have made a very compelling case. And I'm just really thrilled that we were able to start our day by listening to your advocacy, and frankly, come back anytime, because I think we might be better off if we listen to your opinions on everything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, tough act to follow. But now I'd like to welcome John Garagosian and Clark Chapin, our auditors of public accounts. Welcome to both of you. I'm sure you'll be able to follow Amelia and Jacqueline quite well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're just glad that they didn't testify in opposition to our bill. It's nice to see everybody. And I'd like to take the opportunity to, for the record, state my name, Clark Chapin, and I'm joined by John Garagosian, my fellow state auditor. And we'd both like to express our appreciation to the committee for raising Senate Bill 438 an act implementing the recommendations of the auditors of public accounts. You have a written testimony, so I'll briefly summarize our recommendations. Section 1 seeks to clarify that a whistleblower complaint is considered part of the record of a whistleblower investigation and therefore exempt from disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. Not only would this clarification be consistent with our current and past practice, but we feel it's in keeping with the original intent of the legislation. The legislature understood that the confidentiality of records of a whistleblower investigation helped to protect the identity of the whistleblower. In many cases, the complaint itself, even with a redaction of the complainant's name, would contain enough information that anyone reading the complaint would be able to accurately guess the identity of the whistleblower. Our written testimony includes a suggested wording change offered to us by the Attorney General's office, and as I'm sure you are aware, we work closely with the Attorney General's office on all whistleblower matters. Section 2 reflects a finding from our performance audits on DMV background checks. We're recommending that the Department of Motor Vehicles be legislatively authorized to conduct periodic federal background checks for school bus drivers. During our review, we discovered that DMV is only authorized to perform these federal background checks during the initial application process. Section 3 deals with municipal and regional school district audits in which it's been determined that there's evidence of unsound or irregular financial practice, management letter comments, or a lack of internal controls when compared to commonly accepted standards in municipal finance. Currently, the law requires that the chief executive officer of the municipality or the superintendent of schools for the regional school district attest to and explain the findings and submit a plan for corrective action in writing to OPM. We recommend that prior to the submission of the corrective action plan, the legislative body of the municipality or local board of education hold a public meeting to discuss the unsound or irregular financial practices, management letter comments, or lack of internal controls related to commonly accepted municipal finance standards. This would ensure that local officials and the public are aware of these issues and can monitor efforts to address them. Sections 4 through 8 are technical changes to conform with recent governmental accounting.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Government Standards Board changes. GASB recently updated the financial report standards to change the name to the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, change the name from the to change the name of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report to the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. These sections propose changing all related statutory references accordingly. We would also like to recommend one other technical change. Section 4-61 DD-B1 includes reasons our office may reject a complaint under the Whistleblower Act. One of those reasons is that the complaint is better suited for investigation or enforcement by another state agency. We sometimes receive complaints that are better suited for investigation or enforcement by a federal, local, or other agency. Accordingly, we respectfully request that the legislation be changed to read the complaint is better suited for investigation or enforcement by another federal, state, local, or other appropriate agency. Thank you again for raising our bill. With your permission, I'll turn it over to John for any additional comments. And of course, we'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Welcome, John. The floor is yours.
I don't have anything really to add other than regarding the freedom of information issue on whistleblower. You can click through to our annual report, and page 8 of that annual report has a kind of shows how we describe what the complaints were we got during the previous year and the kind of nature of them. And that was always the legislative intent. It wasn't the intent to have the complaint be public. The only statute that mentions it is 4-61 DDG, and it requires us to submit an annual report to the legislature with a brief description and not going into detail. But we'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you both very much for your time and your testimony this morning. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I just had a quick question just for clarification. In your testimony, you were talking about the Department of Motor Vehicles doing random checks for bus drivers. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more for me?
Well, as it stands now, the Department of Motor Vehicles does an initial background check, but they're not permitted to do one after the fact. They do it when somebody gets their initial license or certification. This would simply permit them to be able to do that. They may have some hurdles to jump over with the federal government and other entities, but it just permits them. They just stated they don't have the authority to do it.
So right now, if somebody goes to get their license to be a bus driver, they do a background check on each individual. Is that correct? And then you're saying that randomly they would do a follow-up. What would cause them to do a follow-up background check?
You know, they may come across additional information in the interim. You know, I'm not sure they have to do it in all cases, but there may be cases where it's warranted. We're just simply saying that, you know, give them the judgment and the authority. We think it might be a good idea.
And then to that point, do you know if the bus companies, I'm assuming that most of the bus companies do a background check on their bus drivers prior to hiring. Do you know if that is the case or not?
I don't know specifically. I believe that this is done on behalf by the state initially. They may do their own checks of you know, based on employment, but you know, I'm not sure to the extent that they do this federal background check.
Okay. Well, thanks for clarifying that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, Auditor Chapin and Durgos, and thank you for being here today. Just a quick question. Well, I mean, not quick, but just when I review this session's bill, I think, in my opinion, the most significant portion of the bill is Section 3, that will require the municipalities to potentially have a public hearing and issue a letter or a report of sorts to the Secretary of OPM concerning what we refer to as unsound or irregular financial practices, things of that nature. Can you please expand a little on that section of the bill for me?
Well, I mean, this is directly related to the situation in West Haven from our perspective. You know, having seen what allegedly occurred there, their audit released in December of 2020 specifically stated that they were susceptible to somebody creating a false vendor and paying that vendor. And that is like a red flag with sirens and whistles. And we thought that making the municipal authority to have a meeting about such deficiencies and discussing the nature of the deficiencies and potential solutions might have avoided some of the issues that occurred there.
And Representative Fox, I would add that I spent some time on our legislative body in my hometown as a town council member, and I knew the requirement existed for municipal audits. I think, like others, I would have relied on the chief elected official to bring to our attention any irregularities in that audit. And when John and I discussed what we had discovered had gone on in this particular instance, we both felt that no one should have the opportunity, and we're not accusing anybody of doing this, but no one should have the opportunity to, you know, try to take such a serious issue and correct it on their own. It is something worthy of airing, at least at a public meeting, if not a public hearing.
And the process would be that there'd be as proposed, the process would be that the legislative body would have a public hearing of sorts and then submit a report. And then from there on, was there a third step in that process?
Well, I think the intent of this is transparency for the people in the respective communities. To, you know, I served 4 years on the city council in New Britain. I never really delved into the audits at that time, but at least it sheds light on the nature of the deficiencies, the seriousness of the deficiencies and the potential action. So maybe it would have avoided the situation that occurred in West Haven, but certainly just to give the taxpayers and the citizens of a given community the ability to know that something, the auditors found something that is either of a serious nature and that maybe it drives some impetus to do something about it in real time. Now, OPM has their authority over the deficient audit recommendations, and we'll be looking at this specifically at the coronavirus relief funds and other monitoring by OPM municipalities. We have we're written into statute to kind of have some say in the scope of municipal audits, and we'll be looking at all of that going forward, and we've talked to them about that too.
Okay. Thank you for your time and testimony. I appreciate being here. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Master-Francesco.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but Representative Fox, as he was talking, I was had a question. So when it comes to the towns and municipalities for their audits, they're required to do an audit anyway, correct? The towns on their budgets and their town finances. And I believe most of those towns, at least I know in my town in Wolcott, they always have a presentation by the auditors. They come before the council, they give their presentation on the audit, and then that document obviously is open to the public for public information. Is that standard across the state? Do you know that requirement?
I don't believe so. It's been 100 years since I was on the city council, but I don't remember that occurring in the city of New Britain. It may occur now. But yes, every municipality is required to get a financial audit every year. That may include, as in the case of West Haven and other findings and recommendations related to the internal controls and other things aside of their financial condition. And those are all available to all of you on OPM's website. Has all of the audits of all the municipalities as well as many of the nonprofits across the state.
So if I'm understanding correctly, so the municipality does their audit and they just file it with the state, but the concern is that they're not getting that out to the public. It's not transparent enough, I guess is my question. Was that a right assumption? Maybe. I know like our town has a meeting and they come before and everybody can see it. I guess maybe that is not the standard in every town. I guess every town does it differently, I guess is which was my concern. Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay.
I don't believe it's a requirement. We think only in the case where you have these deficiencies in the audit do we think it's necessary. I mean, I'm sure most municipalities post their audits to their website, but this would shed a little bit more light on the situation.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me a second opportunity. I apologize.
Okay, no need to apologize. Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you both very much for your testimony this morning, and we look forward to working with you moving forward.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Representative Vincent Candelora, who will be followed by Representative Mary Mushinsky, who will be followed by Colleen Murphy. Welcome, Leader Candelora. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Flexer and Fox and Ranking Members Sampson and Master Francesco. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bills 5492 and 5495. You have my testimony, and I'll just summarize my thoughts. I appreciate you all taking up the issue of reforming our civil preparedness and emergency and public health declaration emergency statutes. Last year, as you all know, we did a bipartisan bill to create a commission to make recommendations. I just want to point out the commission never met, but the chair has made recommendations to you all, and this is the language of that recommendation. So I wanted to provide two areas that I would appreciate the committee looking at. Is one, trying to incorporate some level of a public hearing process, similar to what we did when we codified some of the executive orders just this past fall. I think it's important to hear from stakeholders, and not just the administration when executive orders are being issued on long-term, issues such as a pandemic. And that was the one criticism I would have throughout our entire process. We didn't necessarily hear from parents or teachers or healthcare workers to really understand what was going on and how they were impacted by these orders. And I think it's an important component for us to try to incorporate. The other piece is the nullification process. Having been one of the leaders that had the ability to veto any of these orders, it is an uncomfortable position to be in, I think, for two reasons. One, I represent my caucus. I don't represent the state of Connecticut, in the sense that if there is an order that's declared, there could be split decisions on how my caucus feels on a particular order. So it's hard to put all that responsibility in our leaders. I would consider having it be a full vote of the assembly for a nullification, and incorporating, again, some level of public hearing process. Because the second piece is, we don't have the expertise necessarily. We don't have access to the commissioner of public health in this situation to be able to make those determinations. And so I think looking at trying to make that a little bit more robust might be helpful if we ever are faced with a situation where we sincerely want to look at nullifying an order. And then the last bill I appreciate you raising is reviving program review and investigation. It was a committee that I served on in that building, and we unfortunately got rid of it through the budgetary process. I'm not sure we really saw any of the savings, but I will say we lost a lot by eliminating that commission, and I'll point to two things. When I served on it, we had a comprehensive study of whether or not to close Brainerd Airport. We also had a very,
are now over.
And I'll finish in 2 seconds. We had a comprehensive study on nursing shortages in Connecticut and how to address it. Those are two areas, ironically, that are hitting us today. That committee really did a lot of proactive work, and I would love us to take a look at resurrecting it. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Carpino.
Thank you, ma'am. I often don't get to ask my leader many questions, so I'll take the opportunity this Friday morning. Vin, it's nice to see you. As you know, I'm very partial to the PRI committee, having served on there for a number of years myself. It was always my favorite committee because we studied first and then made legislative recommendations and passed bills after, which is the way I think things should be done in this building. Is it your vision or your intent to revert back to the bipartisan nature of PRI? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, I think it was a statutory committee, so it wasn't created by our rules, and that statute had it to be a bipartisan commission set up similar to the way that Regs Review is set up. And I just think it created a lot of good work. Most of the bills that came out of there were bipartisan bills and did great stuff. It allows us to do a deeper dive on issues that are really important to us. And I think the legislature has lost out with not having that committee any longer. For instance, when we're looking at the MOU process that's coming up in appropriations and how we're consolidating, IT and human resources, those are issues that both sides of the aisle are concerned about. PRI would be able to do a deep dive into those benefits, and rather than it being politicized, I think it just becomes a better product.
Thank you. I agree. The nonpartisan staff, the nonpartisan recommendations. When I served, we were able to help improve services for veterans. We were able to I really look into our state police staffing and do a number of positive things. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for spending some time with us this morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Vin. Always nice to see you. Thanks for coming in, sharing your testimony with us. I wasn't here when the, excuse me, when you had the PRI, so I was a little anxious to learn a little bit more about it. So when that commission was formed, you were talking a little bit, for example, about nursing homes. The findings that you did out of that commission, what happened with those findings going forward? Or are there any cases that you can cite where, yes, it was bipartisan, the legislature, you guys put something together, it went to the legislature and something was enacted? Can you cite any of those?
Yeah, I mean, Representative Mashinsky is probably testifying next, and I think it's a great question for her since she was a longstanding chair of that commission. And I remember there was work that was done on workforce development for our youth. And I think there was legislation that we implemented as a result. So the way PRI works is we sort of commission a study, and in the past, and so we would do a deep dive on something, you know, going back to the Brainerd Airport issue. We would look at the airport. What are the pros? What are the cons? What does it do? What's its functions? What's the economic development in the region? And then we get all that information and say, okay, what legislation do we want to see come out of this? Sometimes we wouldn't propose any legislation, but other times we would. And I think, you know, Representative Mashinsky could probably speak to that, but oftentimes legislation would come out of that to improve a certain area, whether it be workforce development or addressing our nursing shortage in Connecticut by, you know, offering incentives or having universities work with recruitment through our hospitals, you know, internship programs, things like that.
Thank you for that answer. So we have a lot of studies in the state of Connecticut. We seem to every session, there's more studies going on. Would that more or less be, that commission be the umbrella for all of those studies, or would those individual studies still continue?
The individual studies could still continue, but I have to say that we've seen a proliferation of studies. And frankly, it's probably because PRI no longer exists, because
right.
A lot of times what we would do is we would give them 6 topics. So rather than pass a bill creating a study group, we would give it to PRI and say, can you look at this? And all legislators have access to PRI to ask them to take up those issues. And I think they did a great job of it. Now what we're seeing is all these working groups being created that, frankly, like in the situation of the emergency powers, none of us had any time. I mean, it never pulled together and no one ever met. So now we're trying to deal with it through legislation, whereas that might have been a good subject to punt over to PRI to address.
Got it. Thank you. It sounds something, sounds like it would be very beneficial to the state of Connecticut and all the citizens of the state. Thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments or questions from the committee, Representative Candelora, as the senator, I don't get a lot of opportunity to interact with you, so I'm really grateful that you have been here several times this year. And I do just want to engage you on these 2 topics, because I actually think they're tied together. And we're considering a lot of different topics in our hearing today, and one of them is the concept of a full-time legislature. And I'm not necessarily a believer in that. I think there's real value in our supposed part-time structure, because I think that connection back to the community is important, and the conversation you were having with us with regard to, you know, how do you know what's really happening on the ground, the part-time part of that helps us keep that connection. And so I guess the question I have for you is, I sort of see all of this as connected. Like the legislature, you know, its part-time nature has limitations to it for us being a equal branch of government. And so having a resource like PRI helps, frankly, beef us up, you know, gives us a little bit more expertise and ability to make our own independent decisions and act more fully as that independent and equal branch of government. Do you agree with that? Do you understand the connection I'm trying to make?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. And that's when I refer to sort of the deeper dive, because we all struggle, you know, with our other jobs and our other businesses. And so there is a disconnect. You know, when we get out of session, there's sort of a lull that occurs. And frankly, you know, the administrative side is there year round. And so, you know, I refer to the MOU issue in IT and human resources and some of those changes. They're making decisions year round, that to me are policy decisions. So to be able to have a full-time nonpartisan staff working on issues that's important to the legislature. I remember when PRI existed, the chairs of each caucus and rankings of each caucus would send emails out to us saying, what do you want us to look at? And so they would compile all that input from their members, and then we would put bills forward. And that created a continuity so we could look at some of these issues long-term while we're recessed and home working our other jobs.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time today and for working with us, and hopefully we can all work together moving forward to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Representative Mary Mushinski, who will be followed by Mary Schwind. Representative Mushinski, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator and Representative Fox, members of the committee. Happy to be here to support the bill, and thank you for raising it, to reinstate the Program Review and Investigations Committee, which was unique to Connecticut, and I served on it many years. It is a year-round committee, unlike the rest of the legislative committees. They had the time, the expert staff, and the experience. Many of the members were long-term members of the legislature, the experienced members, and the bipartisan nature to do an excellent job of review of state programs and recommend how they could run better. And it was a grave mistake for the legislature to eliminate it, I believe in 2015, somewhere in there. The recent problems of school construction contracts at OPM are just another reminder that if PRI existed still, this would be a perfect project for them to determine how the contracting was done and how it was not done in a way that would inspire confidence in state expenditures. This would have been a perfect job for them to do, but they don't exist anymore. PRI used to take a long 6-month examination of whatever projects the legislature assigned to us. We had subpoena powers. We could force agencies to testify, contractors to testify if we needed to do that. Usually people cooperated, but if they didn't, we were able to go in and demand information and data in order to complete the projects. And unlike the state auditors, which we do have and which is bipartisan, they really look at the end of the year fiscal management of particular accounts. And what PRI did was look at program effectiveness and whether it was doing its job, whether it was measuring correctly, whether reforms were needed. And because it was bipartisan, and because the committee itself was bipartisan, not only the chairs, but the committee was evenly split and bipartisan, then all the reports were fact-based and nonpartisan reports. And that was really the power of the PRI committee, was high-quality researchers worked there. They've since been scattered to other agencies and branches of state legislature, but we had some of the sharpest people, researchers in the state working on the committee. And so the studies became bills, which became law. Some of the things we worked on in the last year of the existence of the committee.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
All right, you'll have to ask me what were some of the things we worked on if you wish to know.
Tell us some of the studies, Representative Mushinski.
All right, we did workforce studies which showed the mismatch between supply and demand of jobs in Connecticut. That was a major eye-opening study, which forced changes in Department of Labor and the higher education, tech schools, and so on to better align with the jobs. We did a study on the problems of older workers getting employment. We looked at the higher ed career certificates, the Rocky Hill Veterans Home, and the services they offered, the transitional services for people on the autism spectrum, so they could prepare for employment. We looked at standards for paraprofessionals that are used by public schools. We stabilized the state park system, which was falling apart. And we even looked at DOT state contracts. The recent events have shown that this fact-based, bipartisan, in-depth review is really what you need to fix problems in state government. And that was lost. And I deeply regret that the legislature and squawked about it at the time to no avail. But I deeply regret that we gave up that ability to really scrutinize the state programs and recommend changes. Just to give you one example, when we looked at the employment possibilities in the state and the mismatch, we found one little program in Bridgeport that had a 94% placement rate. The researchers found it and reported back to us. And I was so overjoyed to find a job program that had 94% placement rate that we called the boss of that program, Platform to Employment, and asked, can you make that a statewide program if we give you the money? Because no one else comes close to rehiring, for training people for rehiring as you do. And the director said he could. We shifted money to his program. It is now statewide, and they graduate people in 8 weeks, and the average wage is about $54,000 after an 8-week program. It's remarkable. No one comes close to that level of success, and we wouldn't have found it except for the PRI study. So I'm with Vin Candelora on this. We need the program back. I'm so happy you raised the bill. And feel free to ask me or Vin or anyone else who served on the committee. Christy Carpino served on the committee. She's very familiar with it. Ask any of us about the work, and it's a good investment. It won national awards at the National Conference of State Legislatures for some of its reports, and we need it bad. So I hope you will reinstate the program. I hope we can get some of our sharp researchers back on the job. And thanks for raising the bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Mushinski. There are questions and comments from members of the committee. So first, I'm going to call on Representative Carpino.
Thank you again, ma'am. Representative Mushinski, I want to publicly thank you. You were the chair when I joined PRI, and you made it very clear from the outset that this committee had one and only one goal, and that was to get good factual information to help the people of the state of Connecticut, that it was truly a nonpartisan committee in both our requests as well as our recommendations. And I wish more committees operated like that in this building. I won't name them, but you were wonderful at that. And I'm glad that you listed all of the studies. I'm here in the yellow bag. So I jumped out of my chair and I went to my bookcase to see what I still had left. And we looked at drones. We looked at health information privacy in some of our state programs. We really did good work. I just want to ask you one question, really for the committee and some of the newer members benefit. Yes, we met year round. Yes, we made administrative recommendations that were often met with very fair responses, but I believe the committee could also raise bills if we needed to. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did raise bills at the end of our projects and sent them over, and they usually were successful. The drones were not, because we ran into a buzzsaw of civil liberties versus police action in the Senate, and that one didn't make it after all the work we did. But generally they were accepted because everything we did was based on factual information, data gathering. Need more coffee, and so you could look in the report and you could see the documentation that led to the recommendations. So everything was laid out there for any legislator to see. All the work had been done. So it was very easy to see why the legislative recommendations were being proposed as bills.
Thank you. And the fact that there's a unrelated committee meeting next week where one of the studies that we conducted a few years ago is still being cited because of the depth and the accuracy and the diligence taken during a study, I think says a lot about the committee. Thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge and supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Palm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo Rep. Carpino's comments about you, Rep. Mushinski, and I was not on that commission, as you both know, but I respect deeply the work that you did on it. And I also just wanted to say for the record, what an astonishing, in the corporate world, we would call it a corporate memory, but a legislative memory you have, and how valuable that is for us, because so often I defer to you in ways, because I know that you've been there and you've fought for so many of the important things that this legislature should fight for. So thank you for that. My quick question is, and I missed the beginning, Mary, of your testimony because I was on judiciary, so I apologize if you answered this. Why was it eliminated in the first place? Was it simply a budgetary maneuver?
It was claimed it was a budgetary savings, but that isn't really the case. The staff were reassigned to other positions. So they're all, with the exception of the executive director who retired, the staff are still here. They're just not working on this. Mm-hmm. So I think the real reason is the Senate did not like the committee to exist. And hopefully they've changed their view. One thing is that the Senate is stretched thin. There are more committees than there are senators to fill the slots. And so some of them have to be multiple chairman of multiple committees, which is very stressful on them. That's one reason. The alleged budget savings is another reason, but as I've just said to you, there really wasn't a budget savings. It was more of an image than a real savings. We still have these staff working for us.
Well, that's interesting to me, because having lived through the consolidation of a legislative commission, the Permanent Commission on the Status of Women, which did wonderful, wonderful work for, decades, actually. And then there was a bloodbath legislatively, and it got consolidated and sliced and diced 10 ways to Sunday. And we still have the remnants of it in the form of the current commission, which is doing wonderful work. But I think that there's a waxing and waning in our attitude about research commissions and committees and neutral bodies and the importance of data. And here's a good example of one, because I think so often, yes, there are commissions and committees that don't do much and perhaps are expendable. And then there are those that do really good work, which isn't perhaps noticed until they're gone. You don't know what you got till it's gone. And this seems to be one of those. And I think, again, I value more than ever neutral, accurate data and studies that are worthwhile. And yes, they can be wonky and they can make people's eyes glaze over. But I think good public policy has to emanate from facts. And so I appreciate your advocating for this.
I want to give you one response here. We also noticed, the members of the committee and myself, we also noticed that not everybody would read the whole reports. So one thing we instituted at PRI was a two-sided one-page sheet that summarized the report, the guts of the report, on two sides of paper. And most people did read that. Then if they wanted to, they could get into the report. So that was a useful thing. The other thing is that a single one of our recommendations, and there was one year we were tapped to do budget recommendations when we had a huge hole in the budget after it was probably 2008 recession. And so our staff was tapped to help with budget, and they were very good at it. They came up with this enormous list of ways we could reform the budget. Only one of which saved $13 million. And that was to form an interstate prescription drug purchasing pool. And that one change, there were pages of changes, but that one change saved us $13 million. So the committee brought in many, many, many times its worth as staff by the recommendations they suggested that added up to millions of dollars.
Mhm. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mary, for coming in. Appreciate your testimony. When I was talking to Representative Candelora, I was curious on the work that you've done on that committee. It sounds like it's a really good committee. What I like about it is it's nonpartisan.
Yep.
And often we have task force here that they pass, and they are partisan. You know, there's a majority of one party and then another. So I like the fact that it truly is nonpartisan, and I believe that the people that are on that committee are really putting their heart and soul into it to do the right thing. So I appreciate that very much. I had asked Representative Candelora, just was wondering any laws that were passed, legislation. I guess you had the power to recommend bills and legislation for it. Can you recall a couple things that actually passed that came out and put into statute that because of the work of that committee? Would you know?
Sure. Well, the PRI program that we made statewide, program Platform to Employment, that was the program for retraining people for new careers. That went from a tiny little pilot to a statewide, very successful program. It's the major retraining program that we now have for especially for older workers. The Rocky Hill Veterans Home, we had found there was an enormous waiting list for services. The rehabilitative services were not there. There were discipline problems, and a small number of veterans were served there rather than serving a large number of returning veterans who perhaps had mental health issues or returning to the community issues. And we completely redid that home so that it was a transitional facility. So people would, except for the nursing home part, which was not transitional, but for folks coming back who had mental health issues or other problems coming back to their community, they would now stay at Rocky Hill Veterans Home on a temporary living arrangement and be served with their mental health needs and their educational needs and training. And then after a while, they could return to their community. So we completely redid the Veterans Home so that we could serve more veterans, do a better job of it, and then eventually return them to the community that they came from so they could become a productive and peaceful member of the community after they had the training and the mental health help they needed. So that was a complete change from what it had been doing. The paraprofessionals, we standardized what they do. What they did, how they behaved in school was different for every single school district. It was a really, there was not a uniform code for what they did to help the teachers in classrooms. And we looked at all their tasks and standardized language for what they do to help the teachers and the kids with learning disabilities, and made the profession a more professional operation that was recognized as such by the school districts. So that's just a couple of examples. The state parks were falling apart on their 100th anniversary. We stabilized the park funding and allowed them to recover so they wouldn't have to sell off the parks. We allowed them to stabilize and recover.
It sounds like they certainly have done some good work. And I think somebody was asking you about why the program was cut. And I think you had mentioned because of budgetary concerns. Any idea of what the cost was to run that program when it was in effect?
I'd have to look that up. We had a number of research staff. Really, they were the cream of the crop of the researchers up here.
Yeah.
They're people who had a long experience with investigating agencies. They were very, very good at what they did. And they were very good at interviewing. They would spend months interviewing the different players to figure out how the whole thing worked or didn't work.
Yeah.
And they were very good at that. And then at the end, they would assemble all their information. But I think that the savings was fictitious. We actually did end up keeping the staff We just reassigned them. So I think that
Okay.
was a cover story to get rid of the PRI.
Yeah.
And the House always liked it, and the Senate was not so much. But I'm not sure. I think if I were to guess, it might be the Senate is spread thin.
Yeah.
That might be the reason, but the Senate was happy to see it go, and the House was sad to see it go.
Well, thank you, Mary. I appreciate your testimony and for your insight and for sharing all that good information with me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I would just respectfully point out that the Senate as a whole perhaps didn't. We should not speak about the chambers as if everyone in a particular chamber wanted something or did not want something. Representative Santiago.
Oh, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, yes,
oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question to Mary. Thank you, Representative Machinsky, for coming in to testify about the PRI. Were there any reports that had to do with health disparities that the group looked at, or equity across state departments, or set aside minority contracts, the numbers of what the state had as far as vendors that minority vendors and minority/women-owned vendors that had contracts with the state, and anything that might have to do with school data and the disparities there. So that's just a quick question that I had, because I would really like to look some of that up, especially, I mean, it's back from, in the early 2000s, and the last time you guys met was in 2015, maybe. That's when they, but anything back then might be helpful to work with issues, today.
Okay, I will look for you, because I think I saved all of them. So I will look back, and even before I was on the committee, I'll look back and see what we have for you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Carpino.
Thank you, ma'am, for the second time, and that's not usually me, but Representative Santiago and for the other members, I do believe that some of the reports, if not all, I don't want to misspeak, are online with the auditors. I know that there was a recent one that I pulled up, so why Representative Mashinsky is looking for you, but some of them are still housed electronically under the auditors, if that's helpful. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your time and your testimony this morning.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. And you're right, it's not the whole Senate, but it's, you're right. It's not everybody in the Senate.
To have this hearing today, just pointing out.
No, you're right. You're right. Thank you, Senator Flexer. And you're having the hearing, and so you're a hero to me.
No need for that. No need for that. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next, I believe we're looking for Paula Perlman. Paula, are you next? And you're going to be testifying on behalf of Colleen and Mary as well, correct,
Yes,
Paula?
correct.
Okay, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Haskell, Representative Thomas, Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and honorable members of this committee. My name is Paula Perlman. I am Commission Counsel for the Freedom of Information Commission, and I'm here to address 4 bills on your agenda today. The Commission has submitted written testimony on all 4. First, the Commission supports Senate Bill 433, which requires that certain bills or resolutions proposed during a special session must have a public hearing. This is a pro-transparency bill which protects public participation in the legislative process. Second, the Commission supports Senate Bill 467, which extends the current sunset provision of April 30th, 2022 for permitting remote meetings under the FOI Act. As we are still in the midst of the pandemic, the Commission agrees that it is wise to extend the provision past April 30th. Indeed, we know that there is a similar bill, House Bill 5269, in the Planning and Development Committee, which also proposes to extend the provisions, but without a sunset date. We think the removal of the sunset date will lead to less confusion among public agencies, at least while the pandemic is still with us. Third, the Commission takes no position on Senate Bill 438, which seeks to include whistleblower complaints made pursuant to Section 4-61DD of the General Statutes. However, we wanted to apprise the committee that the issue of whether a complaint under Section 4-61DD falls within the current exempting language for whistleblower investigation records in the FOI Act is currently pending in a case before the Commission. Additionally, we note that at the federal level, the substance of whistleblower complaints are routinely made public and even posted on the federal website of the Office of Special Counsel. Finally, the Commission opposes House Bill 5494, which seeks to make confidential any list of contact information created or modified by members of the General Assembly. Currently, any records related to constituent work of members of the General Assembly not related to lawmaking, including contact information, are not subject to mandatory disclosure. But the language in the bill before you is broad and goes far beyond that. It seems to cover any contact information, including contacts regarding legislative matters, for example, from lobbyists or others who might have a heightened personal or even financial interest in the outcome of a particular bill. The public has a legitimate interest in such information. We asked, what is the public policy behind the confidentiality provision in the bill? Additionally, the bill includes an exception to the proposed exemption, which allows disclosure to a public agency of the state for a governmental purpose. This provision, too, raises questions. Why only state agencies included? What is the governmental purpose? How does it define? Who determines the criteria? Finally, the bill restricts use of such records if they are disclosed. It's unclear how such a restriction could be monitored, and there's no language in the bill as to penalties if the provision is violated. The Commission believes that the bill as drafted is vague and subject to misconstruction. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Attorney Perlman. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
Just very briefly, a few questions on 5494, if I may. Yes. The intent of that bill, I think, has to do with primarily attempting to prohibit disclosure of individuals' personal email addresses. And I think the line 11 of that bill specifically states what the contact information means. I think your description of my understanding of your description of makes it appear much more broad, much more significant than I think the goal is just to prohibit individuals' personal email addresses from being disclosed in an FOI request. Individuals who make the request can still get my understanding can still get the names, the phone numbers, the mailing address. It's simply an attempt to limit Joe Public's personal email address from being disclosed pursuant to an FOI request. Is that your understanding as well? Or does that sound as though?
Well, our understanding, it's not just any list, it's also, it says any portion of a list. So I would think that if the emails are included within a broader list, then it's not just going to include the email contact information.
Okay, does the commission take a position on the email address? If it was limited strictly to the email address, the commission have a position on that?
The commission position right now on the email address is it depends on what it's related. If it's just the commission's position currently, if it's related to constituent information, then that would not be a public record and not subject to disclosure. But if it could be determined that it pertained to lawmaking or to legislation, then the commission has found that it would be a public record subject to disclosure.
And how do you make that distinction?
You would have to, it would be on a case-by-case basis, looking at the lists and getting testimony to see whether or not, to determine whether or not this information is being created, for what purpose is being created.
So if I have a constituent in my district who signs up for my mailing list, my understanding, most representatives or senators have mailing lists. They send out emails on a regular basis to their constituents. If I sign up, if I sign up for, let's say, Representative Thomas' email, I see my personal email address solely for the purpose of obtaining her weekly emails. Was that disclosable person to my email address?
Well, I guess what would the purpose be to why that list was created in the first place? was it for constituent purposes or was it used in relation to legislation or lawmaking?
I think that might be where some of the gray area is, because if I'm simply sending out a weekly email saying, oh, this week at the Capitol we're doing this bill, that bill, the other bill. There's a public hearing on Monday, Tuesday, Friday that you might be interested in. Where does that fall in constituent? Does that fall in lawmaking? Where would that email fall in? Is there a way to determine that?
I believe, in my opinion, it would fall into the lawmaking category because you're dealing with legislation.
And therefore be disclosable.
And therefore would be disclosable.
Okay, so because it seems like in my mind that maybe part of the issue is that I mean, what doesn't fall within lawmaking?
I believe it would be matters of a more personal nature. Like it's not pertaining to, it's more like it's pertaining to legislation and discussion of legislation.
So if I send an individual email to Representative Thomas, if I live in Representative Thomas's district and I send her an email to her requesting to be included on her constituent email list to get her weekly emails. But then if I send a following email to her requesting help in a specific district related issue, the first request would be disclosed, the second request would not be?
The second if you could repeat the question.
If I send Representative Thomas two emails, one of which I request to be included on her constituent-wide email list, so I got to get her weekly email list. Second email is the questions pertaining to her, my issue with something. Let's say I live in her district. My issue pertaining to something specific to her district, and I'm seeking her personal help on, as my state representative. The second email would not be my email address for purpose of the second email would not be disclosable, but email for the first one would be.
If I'm interpreting your question correctly, I believe both of those would be relating more towards lawmaking and legislation, like concern with what the job the legislator does. It's I almost think that both of them may be covered.
Okay.
Because that purpose of the list, again, I go back to what was the purpose of the list? Like, why was it created? I think that's where it would rest.
Okay, understood. I just my concern is if I'm a member of the public and if I want to get my representative's weekly emails simply for no other reason than just to stay involved and interested in the community, I give them my Gmail address, my personal Gmail address. And I get those emails on a weekly basis. And then suddenly, if my representative gets an FY request by another representative, an opponent of mine, or some big private company, suddenly my email address is disclosable to the world. Although for the only reason I wanted it to be, my intention was never for that to be. So suddenly my email address could be disclosable to a private company, out-of-state company who could suddenly solicit me my email address and become a part of a much larger database. My intent was simply just to get my representative's weekly emails. And I think that my understanding that's the goal of this legislation, trying to prevent my constituents' personal email address from being solicited or obtained through an FY request. They can still get my phone number, they can still get my mailing address, they can still get my full name, but just simply the personal email address, which I had no intention of having disclosed, simply submitted to my representative for purpose of getting their weekly emails, and no intention for ever to become public knowledge and accessible to the entire world. So that's my understanding of the intent of this legislation. So I thank you for your time, and I see other representatives have questions, so I'll yield them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I now feel like I was an example. So I actually had a different question, but this conversation raised a question for me on HB 5494. So to Chairman Fox's example, if someone writes, I'll give you a real world example. Someone wrote to me about an issue with a family member, and it just so happened that I was putting together a forum on that very topic. And I said, we're putting it together. We don't know the date yet, but I think this would benefit this situation with you and your child. do you mind if I add you to my e-blast list? This way, in case I forget to come back and notify you, you'll receive notification because I always list my upcoming events. Now, this was someone who wrote to me about a personal issue. It was about an event. So would something like that be considered legislating? Like, how do you define legislating?
No, I don't believe there's an actual definition of legislating, but the email itself that contained the personal information, if someone made a request for that, I don't think the commission would have released that information or order release of that information, but the email itself, the email address itself is not revealing any personal information. And also, you have created that email blast to keep the constituents or other members of the public apprised of if there is a forum that could lead to legislation or that there's something that you're proposing during the session. So I think that's the distinction. Like the personal information would not be made, or the content of that email wouldn't be disclosed, would be considered more constituent information and not lawmaking and legislative.
I think to Chairman Fox's point, I think that constituent was just looking for information that would help his child and never thought that that name could be sold, that email could be sold to a company who requests, disclosure or something broader. But it does strike me that perhaps we need to define what legislating means, because I personally would not consider, especially it wasn't a topic that I was doing a bill on or anything like that. So I think there is a gray area. But my original question was about SB 467. I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. Were you saying your position is to have a sunset date or is not to have a sunset date? You were referring to the P&D bill? Yeah.
I think it would be preferable not to have a sunset date.
Okay.
I think it needs to be extended either way, but I think the commission believes to avoid confusion, because we have a lot of agencies reaching out to us, a lot of questions, what are we supposed to do come April 30th? How are we supposed to proceed? A lot of them are already drafting or posting notices and doing or scheduling their special meetings, and they're not quite sure how to operate. So either extending the sunset date or just eliminating it until the legislature, the General Assembly, has an opportunity to work on it further. But between the two, I believe that it would cause less confusion to just eliminate it completely.
No, thank you. I agree, which is why I just wanted to clarify, because I too have been getting these calls where people are just really confused and they need a long time horizon in which to plan. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paula, for coming in. Appreciate your testimony today. I wanted to touch a little bit on House Bill 5494 and to Representative Fox's question. So how would you determine, let's just say I, as a legislator, I'm a candidate, and I wanted to obtain the email address list of, let's say, Representative Fox. I send a request to the department that I'm doing a FOIA request to send that information. So based on if I understand what you're saying, when that list comes back to me, email addresses would not be included. Is that correct?
Again, it goes back to the purpose for which it was created.
So this is where I'm confused. How do you determine what the purpose is? I'm just requesting an email list. Are you recommending that there is something put on that request form that determines what your purpose of that list is?
what the commission has, I can only speak to what the commission has decided to date. And we've had cases dealing specifically with the availability of the email lists. And really what we're looking at is, what was the purpose of the creation of that list? So it's all going to be on a case-by-case basis. And I can only speak to the cases that the commission has
Right. And
decided to date.
no, I get that. And I guess that's what my question is or concern is, how do you determine on a case-by-case basis who gets an email and who doesn't? I mean, there would have to be some form of a standard. Either somebody is requesting a list and the email comes with it, or it doesn't. Now, I know for lawmaking purposes, you should be able to get that information, but how do you know if it's for lawmaking purposes? Unless there is something on that request form that says, I'm requesting this list for lawmaking purposes. Because somebody would send out an email blast. Let's say you have a list of 1,000 people. You send an email blast every week saying, this is what's going on at the state capitol. This is the legislation that they're going to be debated or voted on. And that's fine. But how would you know that, whether or not that list should be released based on that?
Well, again, coming before the commission, we would depend on, the testimony of why that email list was created. In terms of how to inform the public of what the email list is going to be used for, we can't control that part of it. But if we would have the agency or the public official come before the commission and give us testimony as to why that list was created, like what is the purpose of the list.
So is your recommendation, and I could be far off on this, so correct me if I'm wrong, just based on what you were saying, that should someone request a constituent list, prior to that list being requested, they would come before the Freedom of Information Commission and explain why they wanted that list?
No, it would be that individual wouldn't, if the individual had made a request for the list and was denied the list, then both and filed a complaint with the commission, that individual, the requester, and the agency would come in before the commission, and then we would have the parties testify. We actually would turn to the respondents and ask them about the creation of the list of the emails.
So based on your vision for this legislation, how would you deny someone the list, I guess? What would be the reason?
Well, we don't think there's a reason. I mean, the only reason that I could see an agency claiming is that it's, constituent information, but they'd have to make their case. I don't believe there's an exemption that they could rely on.
Yeah, it's confusing. I understand what you're trying to get at. I just don't understand how you determine what is a lawmaking list and what is not, and what is just for regular, just random emails, maybe promoting a product or whatever. And I understand that, a lot of times people sign up in there with their email address in there, and those lists could be sold to third-party vendors to use, and everybody's email boxes are inundated these days with hundreds of emails. So I just don't understand how we can determine anyway, whether it's for legislative intent or if it's just for just doing an email blast on other issues or other topics without drilling it down to the individual. And I guess that's what my concern was. But thank you for your testimony today, Paul. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'm on my way back to try and be in front of my computer so I can participate better, but I was listening to the conversation, and I had to pull over and ask a question because I thought this was so interesting. I guess just listening, what I'm gathering is that the distinction is about why the original email list was produced, why those emails are in existence and in the possession of that lawmaker or the legislature. And I think there could be a lot of reasons for that, but I just want to clear something up if I can, and that is that my understanding has always been that everything that we do is foiable. Even a personal conversation with a constituent. And that's simply based on the idea that that constituent is interacting with a public official. And if some other person wants to make an issue of the fact that me or any other elected official is having a communication with another person, or our behavior in that conversation, or the content of that conversation, that it can be obtained. And I just want to make sure that that's true, because I don't think there should be an expectation among elected officials that their conversations with their constituents are privileged in any way. And I know for a fact I have seen many email conversations with legislators and their constituents made public by various individuals. So, and I know that I have, in fact, had FOIA requests asking anytime I've mentioned a specific word. So if you just elaborate on what I'm talking about, and if I have the right idea, or if there is a way to privilege certain things. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Well, you start with the premise that all these records are public records, and then you have to determine whether or not there's either an exception or some exemption that would apply. The commission has carved out this distinction that if the information pertains, it's just constituent information, again, more on a personal level, it would not be disclosable. That it's not an exemption so much as just a carve out that the commission has come up with. It doesn't mean that every communication with a constituent would be exempt from disclosure. It's just that if it falls within that, either an exemption, either under the FOI Act or another general statute, or if it's this more personal constituent information, then that wouldn't be disclosed. But again, just because the legislator is, or legislator staff member is communicating with a constituent, that doesn't make it that it's not a public record and that it shouldn't be disclosed.
I appreciate that answer very much. I think that corresponds with my expectation, and I think it would be very hard to find a case where an interaction between a lawmaker or a state employee who's acting on their behalf is speaking with a constituent, unless you're referring to just the constituents' correspondence coming from them. Might be privileged, but I think the moment that state or lawmaker engages in a conversation, I think that ends up being a public record immediately, because that's the reaction of the state to that constituent's request or concern. And anyway, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think it's important to have some background so we really understand what the current environment is before contemplating how we might modify or improve this bill that's before us. So I won't take any more of the committee's time, but I really appreciate the conversation and the information. And thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Fox.
And again, I apologize to the committee for taking as much time as we have. Just very quickly, Attorney Perlman, I want to thank Senator Sampson for his comment and his question. I think it was a very good question. Kind of gets to the heart of the matter in many respects. Just briefly, Attorney Perlman, it's currently the FOI Commission's stated directive that if a request is made of me as an elected official for my constituent contact list, that all each individual name, address, phone number, and email address, so long if I have it, must be disclosed. That's correct.
Yes. If it's
so there's no and this so I'm sorry, what was that?
The email addresses. Yes.
Yes. And then that's the current policy of the FOI Commission and set a law to the extent that the commission ruled on that this past summer, I believe.
It's based on current recent decisions.
Okay. And so I think to Senator Sampson's very good point is that And what my understanding of this piece of legislation is not trying to prohibit the actual body of the email or the correspondence between the elected official and the member of the public from being disclosed. It's simply trying to protect the member of the public's specific email address. So that I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you for your time, Attorney Perlman. Appreciate being here.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your time and your testimony with us today.
Thank
We
you very much.
appreciate it. Up next, we will hear from Kimberly Kennison, who will be followed by Michael Winkler, who will be followed by Antonia Moran. Kimberly, are you with us? I see that Kimberly is here.
I am.
Okay,
There we
welcome,
go.
Kimberly, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Government Administration and Election Committee. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide testimony in support of Senate Bill 469. This bill includes several modifications to the state statute that clarify agency roles regarding procurement, make annual contract reporting more robust, and broaden the definition of competitive procurement to reflect health and human service procurements. Section 1 of the bill proposes broadening the definition of competitive procurement beyond just that of a request for proposal. Any solicitation where all responsible entities have an equal opportunity to be selected for a state contract. This will allow agencies an additional flexibility to explore competitive procurement processes beyond standard RFPs, such as requests for qualifications or federal grant competition. This change is consistent with the national best practices on competitive procurement, which encourages a variety of mechanisms to best suit the needs of state agencies, their providers, and their clients. Any new competitive procurement processes developed by agencies will remain subject to all existing procurement standards. And Section 2 of this bill raises the threshold for review of competitive procurement from greater than 20,000 to greater than 50,000. This will align OPM's waiver threshold with that of the Department of Administrative Services procurement policies to establish a uniform contracting threshold for the entire state and to eliminate confusion across procurement authorities. This will also encourage greater competition on higher value contracts and will give greater impact on cost savings. Section 3 of this bill clarifies executive branch agencies' responsibility for notifying the auditors of public accounts when seeking to procure with an outside audit service rather than OPM. In Section 4 of this bill, removes the ability for agencies to execute purchase of services, POS, or purchase personal service agreement contracts without OPM's approval if OPM is responsible, they have not received our response within 15 days. This change would update the statute to reflect current practices where agencies rely on OPM's budget and financial approval prior to executing a contract, as well as the Attorney General's requirements. OPM works directly with agencies to expedite all reviews, especially for emergency procurement needs. And Section 6 of this bill adds additional reporting requirements for
Your 3 minutes are now over.
PSA and POS annual reports related to total payments and designed to reduce confusion on contract expenditures. Thank you for the opportunity today to address these changes to strengthen our systems and oversight.
Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Michael Winkler, who will be followed by Antonio Moran, who will be followed by Jane Garibay. Representative Winkler, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, ranking members and vice chairs. I'm State Representative Mike Winkler of Vernon, and I'm speaking in favor of Senate Bill 468, an act establishing a task force to study making the General Assembly a full-time legislature. I thank the committee for raising the bill. If we start this study now, I believe we could have a full-time legislature by the 2031 session. We are not going to get a full-time legislature by saying we deserve the money. We're going to get it by showing that if we're full-time, we can be more attentive to our constituents, better informed, and better at this job. Even before Zoom meetings, there were only a few legislators in many public hearings after the first couple of hours. Those testifying told me they were disappointed. They didn't feel as if they were reaching most of the committee. Hybrid public hearings with Zoom are probably going to be an ongoing fact of life. But currently, we're double Zooming or triple Zooming, and the public can see we're not on the screen. If we were full-time, we could stop scheduling multiple meetings simultaneously, and we could be expected to show up at public hearings and listen. We could show our respect for our citizens' views. It is very difficult to get a comprehensive education in what committees do. Currently, there is no such program. In the full-time legislature, new legislators or legislators with new committee assignments could be expected to meet in groups with the agencies that their committees oversee and with advocates and lobbyists in those committees' issue areas. They'd rapidly develop expertise concerning the committee's business. The starting salary for a legislator is $28,800 a year. This leads to a legislature being composed primarily of retirees, the self-employed, those who can schedule their own work, and the well-to-do. We're a colorful group, but we are not a representative cross-section of the state of Connecticut. We lack many perspectives. The rate of change is increasing. Things are becoming more complex. The public wants more participation and for us to pay attention. We need to be full-time. This bill only asks that we establish a task force to examine what constitutional, statutory, and budgetary changes would be needed to make our legislature the 5th full-time legislature. It's a study bill, and the issue deserves study. Thank you for your time. And if I could add one other note, you'll be discussing Raise Bill 5491 today. I know the Property Review Board, great for property for buildings, but keep them out of Deep's way in terms of property for open space and conservation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning, Representative. And before I ask for comments or questions from members of the committee, I do just want to just say in response, Representative Winkler, I generally appreciate all of your points this morning, but I do want to say for the record that just because a legislator's camera isn't on doesn't mean they aren't actually attentively listening to the testimony in a public hearing. I can only speak for myself, but that's my perspective. Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And Representative Winkler, it's great to see you back in the GAE committee. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question on the issue of that you raised, I think, so eloquently, that our representative democracy isn't really representative. So can you talk a little bit more about what the legislature might look like if it were to pay a more reasonable wage? Again, I don't think anyone running for this job is looking to get rich, but it surely shouldn't be something, as you point out, that's only available to those who are independently wealthy, retired, or in flexible professions. And if I could tack on to that question, one other point, do you think that the issues taken up by the legislature, the bills that we passed, that there would be some policy differences as well? In a more representative legislature, perhaps the priorities would look a little bit different. I pose that to you.
All right. Well, the definition of an amateur is somebody who does an activity but not for the money. And nobody runs to be a legislator for the money. And you could argue that the legislature is a $20 billion a year operation run by amateurs who work 5 months a year. And what I'm envisioning, for instance, the bill specifies the median wage. The average wage was too high because of some really high wages. So we went with the median wage, and it's the household median wage. We would, single parents would be able to afford to run to be in the legislature. And sometimes I think the childcare issue would do much better if we had more single parents in the legislature. People who work 9 to 5 for a living, we saw a representative on opening day say that he couldn't run again because he has a 9 to 5 job. And he brought a unique perspective to this legislature. I think everybody would agree that he was unique. And we're going to lose him. And we're going to lose almost anybody who has to work a job where they have to be there because they're just going to miss votes and they just can't keep their lives together. I think maybe some things around working people's lives would be, the legislation would do better if we had more middle class, hourly or working class people in the legislature. They can't afford to get there now. So I think in labor and childcare and some other issues, we would actually be better informed and do better if we had people here representing those people.
Couldn't agree more, Representative. I think the promise of representative democracy is that every perspective gets a seat at the table, whether it's a virtual table or a physical one, as public policies are created. And as much as I so love this job, I think that we fail to live up to that promise of representative democracy right now. So thank you so much for the thought that you put into this legislation, to this issue, and to your testimony. And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Plum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Rep. Winkler. The Washington Post did an examination last September of relative salaries across the country, and Connecticut is, not the worst, but we're far from the best. We're in the bottom third. Interestingly, the poll that was taken, and you probably are aware of this because I'm sure you did your research, most people, when asked how much their legislature makes, estimate 100,000 because they mix us up with Congress, if only. And when they are made aware of how much the legislator actually makes, whether it's $100 in New Hampshire or 125,000 in California, most people are astonished at how low it is. There is a small minority who think we're not worth beans and that this should be free. But most people, reasonable people, are stunned because they know how hard we work. But, and here's my question, the hurdle that this has to overcome is that it's political suicide, quote unquote, according to the Washington Post. It's political suicide for us to advocate for this bill when there is so much need in the world. How do you respond to that criticism when people, even when they know how low our salary is, and even when you measure it against admittedly an excellent medical benefits, which I believe all people deserve, what do we say to people who say there's other priorities and you're still not worth it? And if you do advocate for it, I'm not going to reelect you.
Well, people tell me that about particular issues all the time. We already get paid $28,800, and it goes up into the 30s as we progress. We have benefits. We have a benefit package that is probably worth about 40% of a full-time. So actually, the amount of money needed to take us from $28,800 to 75, we'll say. The median income is somewhere between 70 and 80. Is not a lot of money. You multiply that amount of money by 151 legislators, 36 senators. I think you're talking, $250,000. And for that, they would have our attention full time. I know that we say, just because I'm not on camera, we're not listening, we're still listening, but the public can't see that. The public doesn't know if we're off making lunch or making a pit stop or anything. So they would have us full time We would be expected to be at all committee meetings. We'd be expected to listen to them. I mean, if you would look up the literature, and I have done some research, the primary reason for a full-time legislature is so that they're available to the public.
Right.
And they are expected to be. Right now, a lot of people miss a lot of time. And I'll go one step further into political suicide. We need more staff. Each legislator, each House member shares a staff person with 2 or 3 other legislators. And when people tell me to have my staff do it, I almost break out laughing, because we spend so much time on constituent service that also takes away from the time we have for legislation. So we need to make a small investment in making legislators full-time and constantly available. And we need to make maybe a more significant contribution to ensuring that the legislators have enough staff to do the constituent service work we're expected to do.
Thank you for that. And I think that so few people understand why, at least in Connecticut, it is part-time, and it hews back to our agrarian roots. And the original legislators were, of course, all male and farmers. And so in the fallow times of the year, they met, and that's why they don't meet in the we don't convene in the summer or the fall. And so much of it is antiquated. It certainly is, as you point out, it eliminates or makes life very hard for people with young children. There's a reason I didn't run for office until I was in my 60s, because I was taking care of my elderly mother and mother-in-law. So it doesn't, you're right, the way we do business is not ideal. I appreciate your advocacy. I think it should be wildly bipartisan, and with all the respect in the world to everybody who does this job, whether we agree on policy or not. Your point is well taken. Nobody goes into this to make money, and I think it's something that we all need to be more honest about, because the toll on our families, is enormous. Dipping into your savings so that you can run for office to help other people is financial suicide. I've committed it. And there are days when I wonder why. It's because I love what I do and I believe in what I do, but people should not have to make that choice. So thank you for your political suicide. I'm right there with you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Rep. Winkler. Hopefully it's not political suicide. I think if the public understood how much better we would be able to serve them, they should be leading the rally for this. But I appreciate your point about representation. And my question has to do with the composition of the task force. It seemed to me when reading it, yes, we need people with budget expertise, constitutional law, but it seemed to be missing the voice of the end user, which is who we're talking about. And I was just curious if you had any thoughts or, pro or con about whether or not others should, and I don't even know who that other type of person would be, but I do think the public somehow needs to be part of this equation, because it would also, lend credibility, I think, to why this is needed. So if you could speak on that, I'd appreciate it.
I really appreciate the committee taking, the full-time aspects of my proposed bill and the median wage aspect. My bill was silent, unfortunately, on how the commission should be set up, or the task force. I personally believe in conflict. Some people would say chaos. I would invite all sorts of people to the table. I would invite, the kind of people that are just really upset with us all the time. I would invite people who, who are among the unrepresented, maybe a single parent. They're not totally unrepresented, I know, but I think that we should really broaden the base into the end users, into the people who are upset with us. I mean, it's just, it's an insiders committee. And I do think it should be broadened with people from the public who have an interest in politics.
Thank you for that. You know, I'm inclined to agree. We were talking earlier about the PRI Commission, and one of the studies came up about, I believe, the IDD community and transition services. And, you know, when I think about who this part-time legislature hurts, it's like individuals who have a problem, are trying to bring about some sort of system change because we don't always have the time to take up those issues. And having that voice reflected on this committee, I think, again, is really important and would actually lend a lot of credibility versus, you know, legislative appointees who, you know, you might say have, you know, some skin in the game. But anyway, I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments or questions from members of the committee, thank you for your time and your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Mayor Antonia Moran, who will be followed by Jane Garibay, who will be followed by Thomas DeVivo. Welcome, Mayor Moran. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to address the committee on House Bill 5495. I will be speaking today to urge you to pass Section 13 regarding the University of Connecticut and the process by which it acquires land. I am Tony Moran. I have served on the Mansfield Town Council since 2009, and I've been mayor since 2019. I also serve on the Mansfield Downtown Partnership Board, a collaborative effort with the town of Mansfield, the university, and our business community. First, I would like to thank Senator Flexer and Representative Haddad for introducing this bill in response to events this past year. Mansfield's plan of conservation and development has focused particularly on the development of multifamily housing with an emphasis on creating more affordable housing. This housing is needed by many, including staff and students at the university. For the last several years, multiple developers have proposed building projects that include our required percentage of affordable housing, mostly in the federal economic opportunity zone that borders the university. Until this summer, the university's response has been to oppose these developments using every possible legal tool available to them. In June, the university purchased a parcel of land on which a large multifamily development had been proposed by a private company and at a price that was many multiples of its assessed value, and a project that would have included affordable housing. This came as a total surprise to the town. The purchase also removed that property from our tax rolls. The town fought back, and thankfully the Board of Trustees responded. Since July, we have had productive, ongoing discussions with both Presidents Aguinobi and Radenka Marek and their top staff about furthering our common interests, particularly in relation to economic development. Importantly, the university has withdrawn all legal actions and public objections against other developers and is concentrating on improving student housing on the campus itself. They have prioritized the relationship between the town and the university. We would like to thank the Board of Trustees and the university's administration for their cooperation and collaboration. Nonetheless, we believe this bill is good public policy and will serve to protect the public interest in the long run. While our relationship has been collaborative of late, there is much pending development in town, and without this bill, it would remain possible that the university could negotiate the purchase of other developable parcels. Nothing in this bill would expressly preclude that purchase.
Your
However,
3 minutes are now over.
Removing the university's exemption would force them to meet the same standards as any state agency. will always exist together, and both parties have dedicated decades to maintaining a positive relationship of mutual interest and respect. We urge the committee to pass Section 13 as the proper oversight will exist on future real estate transactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Representative Haddad.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you very much for your testimony, Madam Mayor. It's good to see you again. We spent a part of our day together yesterday, and we'll do again some today, virtually, I guess. You know, the events, I actually think that you understated some of the events that led, precipitated the need for this legislation. But first, I just want to be clear that what the legislation does is it reinstates some oversight that is currently applicable to virtually every other state agency in their land purchases. And that is reviewed by the State Property Review Board, by the Attorney General's Office, and by the Office of Policy Management. But in this particular case, with the purchase of property that I think, you know, sort of irked so many people in Mansfield, I just want to be clear. I mean, that purchase of property was, they purchased a property that was currently involved in a regulatory process in Mansfield, right? That not yet, the Planning and Zoning Commission had not yet ruled on whether or not that development would proceed. Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
In fact, before I respond to your question, I do want to say, Mr. Haddad, that the university has been very forthcoming and very helpful over the past months. And my sense, however, is that it is an institution that functions sometimes independently of individuals. And the people who we have been dealing with right now have been extraordinarily collaborative and cooperative. But this is a major state institution, and they have a long history and a long future. So while I don't want to in any way sound like I am disparaging the present people we're dealing with and the university's present stance, I do want to say, yes, that the university used a tactic that persuaded developers that it was better for them in the long run to sell out than to face a decade of legal tactics that would have delayed the project indefinitely. And we have been very concerned about the possibility, about developers' unwillingness to come to Mansfield because of the potential for such a threat in the future.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I want to be careful. Like, I'm not going to endorse or not endorse any particular development or developers' activities in Mansfield. To me, right. This legislation, and I think your testimony points this out, is not about individual projects. It is about whether or not a state agency that exists in our community has what tools do they have that would allow them to intervene in what would otherwise be local decisions. And so leading up to the property purchase, I just wanted to make sure that was clear that the university engaged in legal action that was delaying and drawing out local approvals and that local process for approval for some time. And that's what really led to a condition where they could offer then to purchase the property, and the developer, in this instance, took the opportunity to sort of get out of Dodge with their wallet intact. I would say to the detriment of taxpayers in Connecticut. I mean, the property was purchased well over its assessed value, and that this, I don't think that the university has any intended use for the property. And so the kinds of things that the State Property Review Board looks at, which is, is the purchase price fair? Is there an adequate plan in place for use of the property? I think is exactly the kind of issues that an oversight that was necessary in this particular instance, and I think potentially is the reason why we conclude that it's good policy in the future. I wanted to get your reaction to that comment, and then we can move forward.
Well, it was clear that the university's policy at that time was to fight any development. They were poised to fight a development of affordable housing that was across the street from some university property, of small development that we had specifically, that was a housing authority project. And we had to talk with the president directly to get them to withdraw that opposition. So, I mean, this was a policy that was geared at any multifamily housing adjacent or within the vicinity of the university. And please be clear, they have withdrawn all of those objections. They canceled legal challenges to several projects, and they have not interfered since that time. However, as I said, this is an institution with a long future, in some significant with some significant financial issues, and there's a long history of the university operating without the consultation or approval of the town. So I often feel like we are the tail wagging the dog, or trying to wag the dog, and at this point we need some kind of protection.
So thank you for your testimony. Again, I think that the reason why, this bill's before us is because we had an incident where it really laid bare the lack of oversight over the university's purchase of property. And I appreciate your testimony today. I know that there's at least one or two other people who will be testifying later today and have additional questions. Because it seems to me that the university has a lot of tools in its toolbox to meddle in what would otherwise be local decisions about land development and economic development in our community. They are, for example, also the public utility in our town. They own and operate the sewer.
Representative,
Yes.
does the university control the internet service in your area as well?
No, the issue that Mr. Haddad is referring to is a sewer issue, which I have not addressed in my testimony.
Am I not coming through well, Senator Flexer?
Making a joke. Go ahead. I apologize.
I'm in the building too. I'm in the LB, so they don't control my internet service today. But thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. I'll have further questions for other testifiers, and I hope that the committee will listen carefully to those of us who have concerns about the actions of this agency over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, Mayor Moran, for your time and your testimony this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Representative Jane Garibay, who will be followed by Thomas DeVivo, who will be followed by Christopher Davis. Representative Garibay, welcome. The floor is yours. Oh, Representative Garibay, we cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm on my phone today testifying as I'm not. Anyways, thank you very much, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, ranking members, and members of the GAE committee. I am Representative Jane Garibay of the 60th District. I am here today to testify in support of HB 5498, naming shelter pet as the state pet. We share our homes with other animals like the dog, cat, bunnies, to name a few. In exchange for food, shelter, protection, love, and care, they give us a cuteness, a memorable part of our childhood and our family members. Unfortunately, many do not receive care and protection. Close to 1 million dogs and cats are euthanized each year in the United States. Fortunately, from the kindness of their hearts, members of our communities rescue these poor animals, take them in and give them love and care that they deserve, and find them homes whenever possible. By recognizing the shelter pet as the state animal, we are recognizing the value and happiness that our animal companions bring to our homes and the heroes who take care of shelter animals. HB
5498 recognizes the lives saved and the heroes that rescue them. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony with us today. We appreciate it, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mayor Thomas DeVivo, who will be followed by Christopher Davis, who will be followed by Andrea Barton-Reeves. Mayor DeVivo, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox and the committee members for having me today. I commend this committee for considering Senate Bill 475, an act concerning oversight of state agency procurement of recycled products. I have been advocating for legislation such as this for well over 2 decades. And
Mayor,
I wish.
if I interrupt, I'm so sorry. Could you just identify yourself by name?
Thomas DeVivo.
Thank you.
It's Thomas DeVivo. And I wish Representative Mary Mashinsky had been able to stay on. As you all know, she's been an environmental advocate for many years. And when I heard her speak earlier, I was hopeful that she would be speaking on this important bill. I'm a former owner of Willimantic Waste Paper. In Willimantic, Connecticut, I processed probably 4 or 5 million tons of recyclables in my life. I found markets for every product that you can imagine. I sit on a CT recycle board. I've been appointed to numerous statewide recycling groups. And in 2018, I was recognized as the recycling innovator by the National Solid Waste Recycling Association. So I really know what recycling is all about. And if you brought your recycling bucket out to the curbside this morning and you're not sitting on a chair made from recycled plastic, you haven't done any recycling yet. You just pushed it out to the curb. The recycling laws created in the early 1980s was an effort to divert products from shrinking landfills and overburdened incinerators in Connecticut. This effort has been hugely successful. You've had thousands of new jobs created in your state, and you've had well over $1 billion of investment into state-of-the-art technology. You had the introduction of single stream throughout the entire state. This created new challenges, but it kept many workers safe. Mandatory recycling has increased and lowered the carbon footprint of our collection efforts. The downside to mandatory recycling has been the oversupply and low prices for recyclable commodities. Simple economics, Echo 101, supply and demand. What we did in the 80s with recycling laws was we created supply, but we did not create demand. This imbalance has made recycling efforts expensive for all Connecticut communities. It is estimated by our DEEP that recycling is costing our state residents approximately $40 million per year. Our government has been working on many creative plans to engineer how this cost can be paid for. A plan directing all state departments, including DOT, to make all efforts to purchase items from these readily available raw materials will be by far the most efficient method and long-term solution. If you think about your recycling bucket and what you put in the curbside.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Okay, but I would like to, if this bill is passed, we'll have a seismic change in solid waste and recycling in Connecticut. I believe that $40 million will shrink to almost zero. We're creating demand, and this will exceed our supply. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning, Mayor DeVivo. Mayor DeVivo, you were just going to discuss, you were about to say when the timer went off about when you think about your recycling. Did you want to finish that thought? Mayor DeVivo, you're still muted.
When we think about glass, and I was talking about glass, and everyone here in the panel has heard how difficult it is to recycle glass. We've used it for landfill covers throughout the state. There's very few landfills left. We've used it for clean fill. We've used it underneath parking lots at the casinos. It's a very hard item to recycle. There's a lot of projects happening in Connecticut that can help with concrete for glass. The state needs to purchase those concrete products. They need to start using glass and asphalt when they do parking lots. Why we don't do that has always been beyond me. We ship glass by rail. The shipping rates are $80 a ton, and it gets there to zero to South Carolina or to another state. We have the availability to use it here, and we really should. Thank you.
Thank you. Are those systems in place right now? The ones you just referenced, if we didn't ship them as far as the materials as far away as we are right now, do we have?
Yes, there's absolutely asphalt facilities in Connecticut that could make, they call it glass fault. They could make glass fault. The tribes, when they put in the Mohegan Sun, requested asphalt in their parking lots and driveways to have glass in it, and it was made in Basra. Cement is done. O&G Industries is working on a project called Positive. It really lowers the carbon footprint of making concrete. It turns glass into some other product component of it. DOT needs to say we are only going to be using this type of concrete, so those efforts are expanded. You could do that today. It's not just glass, there's plastics. When you think about the price of plastic, it is completely linked to oil. If we reuse our plastic, you will uncouple that link to oil. And the price of oil has to do with a lot of components. So we need to find uses for everything that we can. I sit before you on a laptop made from recycled plastic. It's the only one. Dell makes it. It's the only one you can buy in the market. It's a little pricey, but I wanted one made from recycled plastics. So now there's other components. I don't know if, the metal in it, I don't know if it's recycled, but the plastic keys are. And we really do need to start finding uses for our commodities. If we use them, people will pay for them, and you will not be paying that $40 million a year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor DeVivo. And just broadly, can you, I guess you're saying that the state could really, in some ways, give a jump start or a burst of energy to a focus on manufacturing a whole variety of products and materials with recycled materials, correct?
Correct. If we think about recyclable materials as a raw material used in industrial applications, there's thousands of tons per day are shipped out of state and out of country, where Connecticut could become a leader if we encourage manufacturer use of recycled products. And just even if it's underground conduit for pipes, underground pipe doesn't necessarily need, who cares if it's got a little color is off. Legos might not be an appropriate thing because they have to have a certain color. The consumer wants a certain color, but you can't always get a good color with recycled products. Brown tissue, does it matter if you're using brown tissue or white tissue at the LOB? I don't know what you use in the LOB. I haven't been there in so long, but the paper towels, if they're not brown paper towels, if they're white, they're made from pulp. If they're brown, they're made from mixed paper. And it's fairly simple to figure that out. And why we don't use more recycled paper, recycled plastics, recycled glass is beyond me.
Thank you. Just one last question. I mean, the nexus for how this conversation is even happening in this committee is with regard to our oversight for the procurement process that agencies have. And I just wonder, from your perspective as a business owner who has entered into contracts, has gone through the process with a variety of state agencies, do you think that this engaging in a more focused effort on prioritizing recycled products, do you think that would be any barrier to the overall procurement process? Would it make it more difficult as a business owner?
Absolutely not. There should be no barrier at all trying to purchase products made from recycled materials. Yeah, there might be a financial barrier. it sometimes may cost 1 to 2% more to buy recycled products. The example of the tissue, not of the paper towels and tissue napkins, such, that's not really, but plastic items that are made from recycled may cost a little bit more, because oil companies are so lucrative that they really will do whatever they can to get rid of their product, rather than competing against, recycled material. It's a direct competition, the oil companies versus the recycler for plastics. So, but it definitely can happen. If you start looking now, you can buy recycled paper at Staples or any of those stores, or WB Mason. But when you order, are you ordering paper with 10%, 50%, 60%? The higher the volume you recycle, we just have to be a little more tolerant of some imperfections and colors. Do you need the super bright white paper, or you can get away with a white paper that you really can't tell, but it's not super high bright.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers, and thank you for your time and your testimony today. I don't see any other questions or comments from members, so thank you again for your testimony today. Next, we will hear from Christopher Davis, who will be followed by Andrea Barton-Reeves, who will be followed by Senator Lesser. Christopher, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, co-chairs Flexer and Fox, vice chairs Haskell and Thomas, ranking member Sampson and Mastro Francesco, and other distinguished members of the GIE committee. My name is Christopher Davis, and I am the Government Relations and Responsible Gaming Manager for the Connecticut Lottery Corporation. I'm also joined here today by our President and CEO, Gregory Smith. We appreciate this opportunity to comment in opposition to Senate Bill 473, an act concerning the State Contracting Standards Board. The Connecticut Lottery Corporation was established in the General Statutes 12-806 to 1, operate and manage the lottery, sports wagering and fantasy contests in a, quote, entrepreneurial and business-like manner, free from the budgetary and other constraints that affect state agencies, end quote. 2, to provide continuing and increased revenue to the people of the state of Connecticut through the lottery, sports wagering, and fantasy contests by, quote, being responsive to market forces and acting generally as a corporation engaged in entrepreneurial pursuits. And we are to ensure that the lottery, sports wagering, and fantasy contests continue to be operated, quote, with integrity and for the public good. So last fiscal year, the CLC generated a record $418 million for the state's general fund. The CLC looks forward to continuing our strong working relationship with the executive and legislative branches, and to continue to provide transparency to all of our operations. Additionally, the Department of Consumer Protection has direct oversight over the CLC's game rules and operations, including newly adopted regulations recently approved by the legislature's Regulations Review Committee this year. Currently, the CLC follows robust purchasing and contracting standards outlined in the General Statutes 12-815, and adopted pursuant to that statute by our board of directors, which consists of the OPM secretary and the state treasurer or their designees, and appointments by the governor and the legislative leaders. Our audits for the past several years performed by the state auditors of public accounts, including the most recent report released in March 2021, found no issues with our contracting or procurement practices. Additionally, DCP must vet and license gaming system vendors and suppliers, and we have independent audits performed by external audit firms for all our financial statements. Though we understand the bill's stated intentions regarding enhanced transparency and oversight, due to our existing transparency and direct oversight, the CLC has concerns regarding the unintended consequences and often duplicative one-size-fits-all approach attempted by the bill for quasi-state agencies. For example, the bill calls for the CLC to disregard our current state statute-driven purchasing policy and comply with one that is yet to be determined procedures and regulations for procurement set forth by the State Contracting Standards Board by July 1st of this year. With the recent expansion of gaming approved by the General Assembly last session, as well as with our
3 minutes are now over.
Primary lottery contracts, the CLC is regularly engaged in procurement processes with the unique and highly specialized services that are offered by a limited number of available providers around the world and also here in the United States. So it's highly unlikely that the State Contracting Standards Board has the expertise to properly and timely vet any of our industry-specific vendors and policies, leading to unnecessary and extensive delays to our revenue-generating processes. I have submitted written testimony. I'd be happy to continue, or I could have you reference that, but we are more than happy to answer any questions, because this bill would essentially make our board meaningless, as we would have to seek approvals for everything, including any purchase under $10,000. We would have to seek a waiver from the State Contracting Standards Board, which would make it nearly impossible for us to offer any timely promotions or promotions that really enhance the revenue for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Davis.
You as well.
Just very briefly, in the end of your testimony, you made reference to the threshold $10,000. Is there any threshold by which would not be problematic?
Well, right now, our current purchasing policy, we seek quotes and solicitations for anything above $25,000. But the issue that we really have is the need to then go to the SCSB in this particular case, in this bill. So we have a board of directors that makes decisions on spending and expenditures by our quasi-public state agency. To then add into this additional layer of their approval needed for us to go out to contract for anything would really prohibit our ability to respond to market forces. And in particular, especially right now when we're looking to change our gaming systems, which is a long transition period, and we're in RFP processes for that. Looking to launch iLottery, which was approved last year, in an RFP process for that right now with vendors from around the world. And then also continuing to launch in sports betting locations around the state, to then work with all of these entities that we need to bring together to effectuate those types of new systems to generate revenue for the state, to then also add in a lengthy multiple month process on top of that. It would be impossible. And we actually launched sports betting. It was passed in late May, and we were able to have it up and launched during the football season by mid-October, which was one of the fastest time periods in the entire country after approval by their legislature. So if this bill was in place at that time, that would have been impossible, and perhaps we'd still be going through that procurement process to try to finalize those contracts and missing out on significant revenue for the state of Connecticut.
Okay. How often does your board meet, out of curiosity? Is that as needed basis, or a set schedule, or? So
currently they meet, the full board meets about every 2 months, but within that time period, we have multiple subcommittees that meet quite regularly. And in particular for this bill, we have a finance committee that oversees all of our financial decisions for the CLC, as well as an audit committee that reviews all of our operation practices and procurement processes there. And those meet at least monthly, typically, sometimes every 2 months as well. So they meet quite regularly and fully informed of everything that we do.
Okay, and I one additional question or comment. I think one of the points that you brought up, which I think you and I have talked about other unrelated matters as well, is the idea of the quasi-public and the one size fits all. Can you address that a little? I think because there's so many different quasi-publics in the state doing so many different things, and just you touched upon it in testimony. If you want to expand on that a little, be helpful.
Yeah, so the one size fit all approach attempted in this bill would cause every quasi-public, no matter how they're structured, when they were created, what their mission and goal is, to have to fall under the State Contracting Standards Board for approval for basically every single procurement and purchase that they make and expenditure that they make. My concern about it being one size fits all is that we, as I mentioned in my testimony, have very robust state statutes that not only set up the CLC in 1996 as a quasi-public and outlined many of the things that are trying to be addressed right here, but we also have statutes that directly speak to our procurement practices and our contracting practices and require those board approvals. So in our particular case, we feel that this bill here is just completely being duplicative of the practices that are already laid out in state statute for us. And then in addition to that, just adding time that would be unnecessarily spent and causing the state to lose critical revenue.
Okay. Thank you very much for testimony today. Good seeing you again, and appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you all as well.
Next, we will hear from Andrea Barton-Reeves, who will be followed by Matthew Lesser, who will be followed by Jeffrey Berger. Welcome, Andrea. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and distinguished members of the committee. I am Andrea Barton-Reeves. I'm the CEO of the Connecticut Paid Leave Authority. And I thank you this morning, well, actually now this afternoon, for the opportunity to offer testimony in opposition to Senate Bill 473, an act concerning the State Contracting Standards Board. The Connecticut Paid Leave Authority was created by Public Act 1925, and I have submitted written testimonies. So today I'll just be offering a brief summary of that. We were created with the mandate to build the Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program for Connecticut workers. And what's clear from reports that have been issued by the Office of Legislative Research and the former Program Review and Investigative Committee, quasi-public agencies were deliberately designed in a way to enable them to respond to problems and opportunities faster and more efficiently. And while we share the committee's desire to create accountability, prudent financial practices, and adherence to ethical contracting and procurement standards, where we respectfully disagree with the committee is the way in which the bill attempts to achieve these objectives. First, with respect to accountability, quasi-governmental agencies have significant accountability to their boards of directors. Our board meets monthly, as does all of our committees, which includes our Finance Committee and our Audit Committee, and they are charged with significant oversight and responsibility. Second, prudent financial practices are essential to the very nature and survival of quasi-public agencies. And again, our boards of directors provide significant financial oversight, and we are also subject to independent and state audits to be sure that we are following proper and ethical financial management practices. The Paid Leave Authority recently had an independent audit, which found absolutely no issues with the manner in which we are managing our resources and the manner in which we report to our board. Finally, the ability to solicit vendor partners through competitive bidding using a fair and exhaustive evaluation process for submitted bids and selecting a vendor is a process that our agency and many other quasi-governmental agencies follow using the state procurement standards as our guide. We have a plan of operations that completely follows the ethical and appropriate standards that are set by the state. So permitting a single body to review every contract into which a multi-billion-dollar organization, meaning the state of Connecticut, may enter will essentially bring many state functions to a halt. We are acutely aware as a quasi-governmental agency of our fiduciary duty, and we exercise it with the greatest prudence, care, and good faith. And we readily comply with the Office of Controller's open checkbook requirements applicable to all quasi-governmental agencies. In fact, if this law were in place in 2020, paid leave benefits would not be available to any Connecticut worker today in 2022. So the goals of the bill, accountability, prudent financial practices, and ethical contracting are already practiced by the Paid Leave Authority and many, many other quasi-governmental agencies. So we urge you to instead consider further exercising the rules that are available under existing rules and practices, rather than pass new legislation that would hamper the flexibility that quasi-governmental agencies find essential in order to meet the needs of Connecticut citizens. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. Are there any, or this afternoon, excuse me, are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it, and it will be, we'll continue to have a conversation with you. So thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next is Senator Matthew Lesser, who will be followed by Jeffrey Berger, who will be followed by Lawrence Fox. Senator Lesser, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and members of the Government Administration Elections Committee. For the record, I'm Senator Matt Lesser, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. This is a bill that you heard last year. It's tweaked a little bit. But I think it is an important voting rights proposal that should be of interest to all the members of this committee. You know, one of the things that we have to do, and we strive to do in this state, is to balance competing interests. We have a long tradition of local oversight over elections, but also we have an important interest in ensuring that the election procedures in all of our 169 towns are consistent, that a vote in Bridgeport or Bethlehem or Bridgewater all is counted equally, that no one has any extra ability to cast a ballot, and nobody has a decreased ability to cast a ballot. And this bill seeks to do that. It seeks to impose uniformity and do so in a way that provides real relief to towns, where towns depart in some cases from the law. My sense, and this bill supposes, that in most cases it's innocent. It's either because towns don't have the resources to understand that they may be infringing on someone's rights, an issue that is corrected in this bill by providing extra resources to towns in areas like local redistricting. It's either inadvertent that way, or it's just simply through an unfamiliarity with the law. And this creates an opportunity to provide notice to a town that they may be violating the law. The idea is to ensure that votes are counted the same in each of our 169 communities. 57 years after passage of the Federal Voting Rights Act. I want to just stress that we have an opportunity with this bill to provide for full voting rights for Connecticut citizens and do so in a way that hopefully addresses many of the concerns that I heard in the Senate on Wednesday night. I heard the ranking member of this committee, a friend of mine, talk about some places where towns have not done things correctly. And I'm hoping that if the members of this committee look at this bill, particularly, I'm thinking of Section 6, they'll see that there is now a robust mechanism in place to ensure that whether it's in absentee balloting or local redistricting or simply election administration, that we have one system of elections that builds confidence in our system of elections that will help both parties and all voters in the state. And I'm happy to answer technical questions about the bill. I go into as much depth as you'd like. What I would suggest as well is that you're going to be hearing from a subject matter expert, Attorney Stephen Lance from the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, who's down in the queue. So if you have specific questions, they may be best directed at Attorney Lance, but by all means, please send any questions to me if I can be helpful. And with that, I'd welcome any questions if the committee has any. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Lesser, for coming in. I just had a couple quick questions for clarification. So if I understand the bill correctly, is that in one section of it, there are towns, and I'll just use my town, for example, in Wolcott, we elect town council members by their districts. There's 3 districts, but they are elected at large. So they get all the votes from the entire town and not just their specific district. Is that what the intent of this is, to do that, to conform to that type of a election?
No, I don't think so. And by the way, in my town, Middletown, we also have at-large elections. I think in some cases when a town is redistricting, you could have an impact on the ability of people to vote if you are making it harder to vote. If you're diluting the voting power of one or more protected classes, if you're, for example, you've got a heavily minority district and you go to an at-large district, you could dilute the power of that. And this is to create, provide more information to towns so they know in advance that they're doing that. I think in many cases that might be inadvertent. But then we're also, we're providing some rules to the road of that. But that's only one part of the bill. There are whole other parts about making sure that, if you see that the town is violating the law, what can you do about it? And you could provide notice to the town. You could bring an action under this bill to make sure that if the town is issuing absentee ballots improperly, for example, that comes to an end, because that's something that could affect all the residents of the state or certainly the town.
Right. Thank you. And because I actually was focusing on that one section So we're not trying to prevent a town from voting for members of their town government by district, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I thought I probably read it wrong. I thought that in order for them to be voted by district, that it would be a mandate that they have to account for the entire voters, all the voters at large. So you're elected by district, but you maintain all the votes for the entire town. So it's at large. So that is, I'm just confused as to, is that we're trying to make uniform across every town? Or because there are towns like in Waterbury, they're by district and they only get the votes from that specific district. Are we trying to dissolve that process, I guess?
No. And thank you. That's a great question. So no, we're not trying to tell, when I say uniformity, I'm not saying we're trying to tell each town, this is how you have to structure your town government. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have consistent application of the laws, and that, if a town, is violating the law or depriving people of the right to vote because of a protected class, for example, their race or their minority language, that there's a remedy for that. But specifically with redistricting, the idea is to have right now it's the Wild West, and each town kind of does things a little bit differently, and that's fine. The fact that there are different formats is okay. There are towns that do it by district, there are towns that have at large, there's some that have a mixture of the two. But when you change your procedures, is there any kind of information, any kind of resources that we're making available to the towns to make sure that they're doing it properly? If you want to switch from districts to at large, for example, is that impacting the ability of people to vote? I think that's an important question, and somebody should be taking a look at it. So this would be giving a role for the Secretary of State in that process.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Lester, for coming in. I just wanted clarification on that one section. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Senator. I'll save my questions for our later speaker, but I had one that you might be able to answer in section 3. I seem to recall and I did not have a chance to pull it up, but I seem to recall last year when we looked at this bill, there was like a price tag of about $700,000, if I recall, for the implementation of the database. Did anything change? Is this the same database that was proposed last session?
Yes, the bill is very similar to the bill last year. What we did in tweaking it for this session was take some of the input from the Attorney General's office and UConn, which had suggested that we consolidate it in the Office of Secretary of the State. I would suggest there's one piece that really should be, and this is in section 6, I believe, that should be probably moved to State Elections Enforcement Commission, and we can talk about how to do that. But largely the bill is identical to last year. There would be a number of additional positions that would be required in the Secretary of State's office to implement it. There's one demographer and one database manager that I anticipate. And then also we would have some one-time capital expenses just to build up that database. That's, we'd have to, I've asked the Secretary of State to give us an updated number. I don't see an obvious reason why that number would change from last year, but I know that they're working on that.
Okay, and then I know the Secretary put in an appropriation request for, I believe it was $4 million for some database improvements in her office. Do you know if this system would be part of that, or would this be additional?
I don't think that, as far as I know, that's a separate request. I've been working with the Secretary of State's office to get some clarity as to what would be necessary. I don't know. The $4 million number seems a bit high for this function, but if there's other parts of the commercial recording division, that may be where that's necessary. I'm not sure.
Great. Those are my only questions. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your time and your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it. Next, we will hear from Jeffrey Berger, who will be followed by Lawrence Fox, who will be followed by Ed Hawthorne. Welcome, Jeffrey. I believe there's some colleagues with you. Feel free to introduce them. The floor is yours.
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and honorable members of the GAE committee. I'll condense my testimony. The committee is in possession of the full testimony My name is Jeffrey Berger, and I'm a State Properties Review Board member. I am accompanied by Board Director Dimple Desai and his staff, Tom Jerem. On behalf of Mr. Greenberg, the Board Chairman and Board members, I'm here to express support for raised House Bills 5491 and 5495. Due to incidents at the quasi-public agencies and procurement of professional services at school construction projects, the state is again at a critical juncture to make sure that all state agencies that receive state taxpayer funds have oversight and accountability to curb systemic abuse of power and taxpayers' funds. In addition to the potential opportunity for cost savings that the board has often uncovered while reviewing consultant contracts, the state would gain an objective check and balance and adherence to statutory and regulatory requirements. Currently, Connecticut General Statute 4B3F requires the board approval or disapproval of any acquisition of development rights of agricultural land by the Commission of Agriculture, approval or disapproval of DAS-DCS contracts, and approval or disapproval on the sale or lease of any property by DOT. Since its creation in '75, the board has saved approximately $88 million. The average review time per proposal for agencies FY 2021 was approximately 28 days. Now, just to be clear, the board is going to hear testimony about long review times by this board. That testimony is not based in fact. The board strongly supports 5491 for the following reason. The board has been and can be part of the solution to bring checks and balances and consistency among various state agencies and quasi authorities. No other independent board or agency reviews the merits of DAS-DCS contracts with respect to cost, scope of work, the equitable distribution of contracts among consultants, or the compliance with state laws for procurement. The average review time FY 2021 for DAS-DCS proposals was approximately 26 calendar days. The board has instituted a process to expedite the review when the agency notifies the board staff of a proposal that has a time limit. It is what is designated as a rush proposal. For rush proposals, the review time in FY 2021 was about 6.2
Your 3
calendar
minutes are
days.
now over.
In the same time, DAS-DCS was approximately 174 calendar days. I have a little bit more review, Madam Chair. I'll try to consolidate that in a minute or so.
Okay, that would be great. Yep, I think it's informative. Thank you.
Therefore, based on the above statistics, reducing the dollar amount threshold from $100,000 to $50,000 will have negligible impact on timing. On the other hand, the proposed language in 5491 increases the potential of oversight and of cost savings. For DAS leasing and property transfers, the review time in FY 2021 was about 27 calendar days. The average time for rush proposals was 7 days. For DOAD, the average review time was 25 days. The average time for the agency to process the proposal before review by the board was over 1,000 days. These agencies have to prepare proposals, contracts, and agreements regardless of whether they submit them to the board for review to undertake the project. Therefore, there should not be any fiscal impact to these agencies under this bill. Also, the time taken by the board in reviewing these proposals as described is negligible. The board also supports 5495 and increased oversight for the board in review of purchases, acquisitions, and leases. Thank you for the indulgence of the committee, and Madam Chair, and myself and staff are available for questions from the committee.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you again, Jeff Berger and the staff members of SPRB. Again, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
just had a few follow-up questions just on matters that I think you mentioned in your testimony. You made reference around to a figure of $88 million that was saved at some point. Can you expand on that a little?
Yes. Since the creation of the board in 1975, Mr. Chairman, in reviewing proposals placed before the board, the approximate savings was over $88.06 million. And that amount roughly exceeds by almost 600% the operating budget of the board, which is approximately 14.7 million in the same time span.
Can you where are the savings from that you referenced there? Just to give me a better understanding how they're calculated, what the base of that number is again?
Sure. We have that in a yearly report that we transmit to the legislature and executive branch, but I believe the executive director can also expand on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and Honorable Senator Fletcher and Representative Fox and other distinguished members. Just for fun, I also brought in the lollipop. So, I'm not going to eat that because as it is, I'm sweet and it increases my sugar. So, but I do support the legislation. To answer a question.
I'm sorry to interrupt before you answer the question. Could you just identify yourself by name, Mr.
Yes,
Desai?
sorry. Yeah, Dimple Desai, Director at the State Properties Review Board.
Thank you.
When the board reviews the proposal, for example, DCS proposal for a consultant and the consultant contract, they will come to board and say this consultant contract is for $300,000. So what the staff does, and then ultimately what the board does, is we go through the scope, we review the entire scope, we review what the project is, and in some instances, we determine that some of the tasks or services are not required or duplicative or whatever the case might be. And so what happens is from the $300,000, the approval would be, say, for example, $280,000 because the board decided or has determined that the $20,000 worth of tasks were duplicative. We work with the agency, we notify them, we seek responses from them related to that particular cost that board thinks is duplicative. And upon getting all the responses and reviewing, the board will decide and take a vote and say, yes, there is 20,000 reduction. So that $20,000 is the savings that board considers. So in summary, any proposal that comes to the board, which has a reduction in the amount, that reduction in the amount is considered the savings. And what, as Mr. Berger said, we have records going back to since beginning to show the savings, and we also have the savings identified in our annual report that the legislature gets, as well as the governor's office and all the executive agencies.
Thank you. And also just to the actual nuts and bolts of the board, can you tell me how big is the board, how big is the staff, and speak to the time frame within which you can turn a review around?
Yeah, so we have 6 board members with variety of experience as required by the legislature, and the legislature appoints these 6 members. As far as staff, I am the director. I also wear my hat as a facilities manager with DAS. So my time is split between DAS and the board. I do have a staff who is 100% dedicated to the board. So in general, we can say we have about 1.5 full-time staff for the board.
In terms of the time frame within which you can turn a review around, can you speak to that a little?
Yeah, so as Mr. Berger pointed out, our general time frame overall for all the agencies, it is about 28 calendar days. So this is 28 days we respond. So by statute for DCS proposals, by statutory, we have 30 days to respond. So once the proposal is logged in, usually after a review within 2 or 3 weeks, we get back to the agency with our questions, and we go back and forth in clarifying those. And within 30 days, we put it up for the board's action. So no later than 30 days, the DCS proposals are taken up. And similarly, same thing goes for other agencies. Sometimes, some other agencies, it may get a little longer. However, on an average, the review time frame for the board is 28 days.
Mr. Chairman, if I could also add that we, in my testimony, I stated that we instituted rush proposals. Rush proposals, on average, time have been turned around in 7 days, if it's so requested by the agency.
And that process is by request, or is that just by scope and size of the project? How is that determined?
It's by request when the proposal is presented to the executive director and staff.
Understood.
Thank
you very
much. What we did is we worked with the agencies, and we, in order to assist them with their timeframes, we discussed these, and the board came up with this process and said, hey, as soon as the agency lets the board know that this is a rush because of whatever reason, the lease might be expiring in 5 days, or the construction has to begin, or the contract might be expiring, the board takes up and accommodates that request. And as Mr. Berger said, it's about 7 days in terms of response. And just to clarify, we also, the board meets twice a week. So the board does everything in the power to make sure that the agency's requests are met.
Thank you very much for testimony. Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haddad.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And it's good to see you, Mr. Berger, again.
Mr. Representative, great to see you.
We were seatmates in my freshman year of service in the General Assembly. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the relationship between the two bills that you're testifying in favor of today. I know most of your testimony was focused on 5491. There's, sections 13 and the other late sections of 5495 also expand your authority. 5495 expands your authority to look at property purchases specifically by the University of Connecticut. 5491 appears to be like a much broader application of an expansion of your authority. Can you speak to briefly just about the differences between the two pieces of legislation? What other agencies would be swept in under your authority by 5491? In addition, and I just want to check to make sure that the University of Connecticut would be one of them, but what other agencies currently aren't under your purview that would become so under 5491?
Yes, thank you, Representative. Just as the 5491 actually was negotiated last legislative session, some items that were originally in 5491 have been taken out. There are probably 2 or 3 requests that remain in 5491 that were negotiated at the end of the session last year. The bill was not able to be called because of a constitutional issue on moving the board from its current location to the legislative branch. And I believe that the bill for the Contracting Review Board has similar language that's going to be before the committee that may be problematic that we experienced in the past last year. 5495 appears to be, this wasn't initially request of the board. It appears in some testimony that I heard previously, kind of a local issue, apparently, stemming between Yukon and land transactions that occurred in that part of the state. We were added into that because of our experience in review of purchases and contracts and leases, and added in like 3 sentences into that, into the section of that bill dealing with that. So that's kind of where the genesis of those 2 bills have kind of come from.
Thank you. With respect to property purchases by state agencies, could one of you speak to, again, just what are the criteria that you apply? What are the questions that you're looking to answer when you're reviewing property purchases by state agencies?
Sure. I think the executive director can pinpoint that for you.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. What I will do is I'll ask my staff, Thomas Jerem, and also Tom, if you can identify your background briefly as well.
Okay, for the record, my name is Thomas Jerem. I am a real estate examiner for the State Properties Review Board. I have been with the state since January of 2008, first starting in the DAS Leasing Property and Transfer Unit, and came to the board in May of 2018. By way of background, I will start my 30th year as a commercial real estate appraiser, appraising all types of commercial, residential, industrial, and office real estate in my 29 years career. With respect to the process, statute is rather silent on what's required of the Department of Administrative Services in how they follow the procurement in the acquisition of real estate. So our review to that end is more in terms of prudent practices in how the process was followed for DAS in identifying, appraising, negotiating, and what steps were done through their process. We also ensure that any acquisitions conform with the state facility plan, which I believe is under 4B21 or 4B23. I have to go back and check. Thank you. With respect to the sale of real estate, the statutes in 4B23 as well as 3-14B apply to the sale of property that's been determined to be surplus by the state of Connecticut. So in that instance, we would go and follow their process in terms of how the property was advertised. In the last 4 or 5 years, DAS has developed a website where they use that in addition to advertisement on their webpage. We review appraisals for continuity, that they're in conformity with uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, and make sure that when the proposal is presented before the board, that the state of Connecticut is buying a property that somewhat represents as close to market value as possible. That is always a challenge. We want to ensure that our independent review covers all bases and researches all alternative properties in addition to what's been provided by the Department of Administrative Services. And I focus on that agency only because the Commissioner of Administrative Services has most of the authority for acquisitions for most state agencies. The Department of Transportation has their own authority for highway projects. And as previously discussed, the University of Connecticut has their own statutory authority at this point for acquisitions and dispositions of property. Is there anything else I can answer for you, Representative?
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to clarify just to be sure. So the CSU system, the community college system, are both governed by the Board of Regents. they don't have the additional independent authority to do their own property purchases. So you review, maybe it's DAS that's actually doing the purchase for those agencies, but you review their purchases.
That is correct. The CSCU system will go out and identify properties that may be an addition to one of their 4 campuses or the 12 community colleges, at which point they would then work with the staff and administrator at DAS to work towards securing those specific properties. That's been ongoing.
No, so when they purchase property, you said that one of the things you assess is whether or not it's consistent with the state facility plan. I think that's what
Yes.
So I mean that's essentially a step that ensures that the property that we're purchasing will meet lack of a better word, I guess, a legitimate state use. I want to understand, like, what is it? The facilities plan outlines facility needs for the state. And so when we're purchasing property, we're looking to make sure that the property will meet those specific needs. Is that correct?
Yes. When a need is identified, that agency in particular has to then prepare paperwork justifying how they believe it will fulfill the mission of their agency, at which point they have to then submit some type of paperwork to the Office of Policy and Management, who is the author of the state facility plan. Once that need is fully vetted, it is up to the secretary at OPM or the secretary's designees to make a determination on whether or not the need as identified will be authorized as being to become part of the state facility plan. The state facility plan is updated every 2 years, and it generally lasts for a 5-year term. And then there are changes. If a need is not in the state facility plan during the 2-year period where it becomes law, then they have to do what's called an interim request. And that would be formal paperwork on why the need wasn't previously identified, the rationale in identifying the need, and also identifying where the funding would come from for the acquisition of the property, be it through purchase or lease.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
If I can add to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, this state facilities plan is, as Tom said, prepared by OPM based on submissions from agencies of their needs based on their growth or whatever that might be. And then that plan is also submitted to SPRB, the board, for review as well, review and comment. And then ultimately, I believe that plan also goes to the legislature for approval. So I think that identifies the needs of, and I think it is a plan for better planning purposes. So we know what's coming down the pike, what kind of monies that might be needed and things like that. Is that correct, Tom?
Yes, the board, the State Properties Review Board does have statutory oversight of the plan and is provided the plan for review and comment prior to further action by OPM and other stakeholders in the approval process of the plan itself.
Thank you very much. I have just one more question, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for your indulgence and for the time. So with respect to need, I'll just go back to the precipitating and motivating factor regarding the legislation in 5495. In this case, although I think that they've tried to be a little bit less opaque and less transparent. Less transparent about this. The university provides room and board to students, and in fact, consistent with the business plan for many four-year institutions across the country, that's a profit center for them. And I'm sympathetic to the mission and goals of the university. I think that many people on this committee are. I can't think of an agency, present company excluded, that has a more noble purpose really than UConn or other institutions of higher education. But in this case, the motivation for the property purchase was to avoid competition to the sale of their own room and board by an apartment complex that would be built near the university. And I'm curious to know if in any of the reviews that you've done over property purchases, if need has extended to the need to avoid competition for services. In other words, has the Department of Education ever purchased a piece of property to prevent the construction of a charter school? Or has the Department of Transportation ever purchased a piece of property to prevent a private bus company from locating a bus terminal near a route? I suspect that this is uncommon, but I just wanted to ask the question if you've heard of agencies engaging in this kind of practice.
I think the executive director can expand on that, representative, but I can also state that the board, through its charge of general statute, looks to legitimize a purchase or sale or lease based on fact and review. And I believe eliminating competition or items of that nature would not come into play in our review, which would be fact-based. Now, the executive director can add to that, or maybe Tom.
Yeah, so I think based on the review, what will happen is, for example, currently we are reviewing one of the agency's project, and we are trying to determine the purpose and need, because it's going to cost a lot of money. So it's like, what is the purpose and need, and does it satisfy that purpose and need by acquiring this property? So we do look at that, in that range. So if any agency comes to the board, we will look at, is there a growth attached to that? What are they trying to do? What is the purpose and need, right? So, again, it's every proposal is different. And what we do is we try to go through each and every proposal and what is the intent of the proposal, and then we get into more detail as to where we go and look in terms of where to focus. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me the time to ask a couple of questions. I appreciate your responses and your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jeff. It's very nice to see you today. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Great seeing you, Representative.
Thank you. And to the rest of your colleagues there, I appreciate you coming in. I do have a couple questions. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the review board, I think, does a good job. And I do believe that oversight and transparency is a good thing. More eyes are better on a project than none, right? So I guess I'm trying to figure out, where is the breakdown between the review board and DAS? What has transpired that has caused, I see, because when I'm looking through the testimony, I see a lot of opposition to it. So I'm just trying to figure out where's the breakdown? Because I believe in the past, the review board has worked with the agencies, correct? No, there's been no issues. Obviously, there's been issues in the newspaper lately, but what is the core of the problem? Where's the breakdown?
Well, I guess these are more opinions than potentially fact-based, but they could at some point be fact-based. The truth of the matter is, to be quite frank, this DAS has, in a lot of times, and even as we see in school construction projects now that it's before the legislature and its review, have not always been encouraged by what the board does and the review that the board does. it seems to me, just in my opinion, from what I can gather since I've been on the board, that the oversight component that the board is charged with in reviewing and processing of the information and requests that are given to us is not really looked on in a positive way by the agency, but more like a stumbling block. So, that certainly has become a concern. And the prevailing argument that you hear, especially from some of the testimony you're going to hear from DOAD, is and the people associated with DOAG and the purchase of land, is that it slows the project down. It's clearly not fact-based, Representative. It's clearly not the true nature of what our board does. So you will hear testimony, and I encourage the representatives, the leadership of the committee, to ask those individuals, what do you base that fact on? Because our information is fact-based on timeframes. We don't hold projects up. We do what the general statute requires us to do, and we do it in a very timely manner, and have instituted a function which provides a rush proposal, which we can process within 7 days. I don't know if the executive director would like to expand on that, or Tom.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. I think the difference stems from the basic authority of the board. I think the board is challenged on, and in many times, not just this time around, but going back a couple of years or even a decade, where the thinking is that the board should be reviewing and just crossing a couple of check boxes. They should not be getting into the details. They should not be getting into the scope of the consultant. They should not be comparing the scope that was originally approved versus when the amendment comes and the amendment is seeking additional funds. You should not be getting into the details, right? So I think that's the fundamental disagreement or the issue we have. And on the contrary, the board has said board has a very broad review authority, and that has been collaborated by two attorney generals, Attorney General Blumenthal and Attorney General Tong, as recently as 2019, which says the board has a very broad authority. So I think that's where it comes down to, as to we are getting into nitty gritty. I mean, that's their word. If you look at the testimony last year, you will get that flavor. So I think that's where it comes down to, that the board should be just looking at, did they go through the RFP process? Did they submit all the paperwork? Did they do this check, and you are done?
If they're looking for a rubber stamp, Representative, by general statute, the legislature empowered this board. That's not what we're here to do.
Right.
And if I might add, Representative, the board's review is independent of any advocacy that the agencies may have for their project. When you look at construction services or the Department of Agriculture, Department of Transportation, the state university system, they're all advocating that their projects proceed to fruition. And the board's review is independent, and it's based on what statute provides enabling legislation and ability for each agency to act within that framework. So that's how we conduct our review.
Thank you. So through you, Madam Chair, looking at your testimony, the turnaround time that you were providing to the agency is pretty good, I have to say, compared to the time frame the others. So that is really good. So if a contract is rejected, I'm assuming that there is an appeal process, or if they submit an amendment, I'm assuming that turnaround time is pretty quick as well. Would that be correct?
Well, we have approval or disapproval power. An item, if it was not approved, the executive director can tell you the process for that.
So yes, when you say appeal process, it comes to the board, right? So if a proposal is rejected, they'll come back and they will provide additional information and expand the board will take that into consideration and say, yes, now this satisfies, and the board has in a couple of instances change the rule, the rejection to approval based on additional information that is provided. So yes, so that's the appeal process. Yeah.
And in many ways, Representative, when the board reviews that and changes are made and something is resubmitted, it's cost savings to the state of Connecticut and the taxpayers.
Yeah, no, I agree. And so this kind of leads into my next question. So the threshold is $100,000, over $100,000. And now I believe in this bill is lowering it to $50,000. Now I know that 50,000 was increased many years ago. I think originally it started at maybe 25,000. Now it went to 50, but that's been a couple of decades since that's been changed. Is that lowering it to 50,000 reasonable, considering the way the prices have gone up and just cost in general has increased significantly, obviously over the past year, let alone 20 years. So I guess, is that threshold reasonable?
So yes, I think what happens is any project that is below $100,000, the agency will enter into a contract. Now, as the work progresses, and if they think now it's going to go more than $100,000, there is an amendment to that particular task letter or the contract. And now that same contract that did not come to the board will have to come to the board for review. So what happens is up to 99,999, that proposal is taken up by the agency. And
Right.
As soon as it crosses 100,000, it comes to the board, and now the board will review.
Yeah.
Now we review everything as if it's starting from scratch. So I think what we are saying is 50,000 makes sense in the sense that I think it's a good number to come to board. So we can start reviewing the proposals right from the beginning rather than coming in after when the amendments are being implemented.
Right. So yeah, and which to my point is there will be many more reviews that you will have to do only because of the threshold going down to 50,000, and it could be many, many more contracts, right? Because the cost has gone up significantly over the years. Is the agency able to handle that amount of work at this point?
Yeah, I think right now we have discussed with the board and we have looked at the statistics. I don't have that right now in front of me, but we can handle more. We can handle additional workload as proposed by SPRB.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the insight and answering my questions and clarifying my concerns. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
And also, Madam Chair, I think what we can also do for the committee, we can have staff email you our final report for 2021. So, I mean, if the staff, if the committee would like to review that, we can email that to maybe the administrator and then disperse that.
That would be great. Thank you very much. We'd appreciate that. Thank you all for your time and your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Lawrence Fox, who will be followed by Ed Hawthorne, who will be followed by Callie Heilman. Lawrence, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Flexer, Chair Fox, ranking members, and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name's Lawrence Fox, Larry Fox. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comments on Senate Bill 473. I am the chair of the Contracting Standards Board, and I want to thank the committee for raising this bill. It is the really the most comprehensive bill since the founding of the board back in 2009 that created the board to try to enhance it. I'm going to make some very brief comments and then be available for any questions you may have. The first thing I want to say, and we've been saying this, Connecticut does not do a good job in procurement. We should do a good job. There's no reason we can't do a good job, but we don't have a culture right now in this state that promotes competitive bidding. Our board first sounded an alarm about this back in 2019 when we did a study of POS, purchase of service and personal service agreements, which is that's only a part of what the procurement is for this state, but it's several $billion. And what we found is over 70% of the time, the state skipped competitive bidding entirely. That's not good. We in this state deserve better. And so, and the board found this. We don't, as you know, part of what your bill does is to try to secure staffing for the board. The board's never had the staffing that it should have, the staffing that was intended when you passed this legislation back in 2009. But our board members, who you actually appoint, the governor and the legislature appoint this board, and this board is very nonpartisan. Our lane is, are we doing procurement according to the rules that the state has set up, which are fundamentally about using competitive bidding, fair, transparent bidding for state contracting agencies. And there are exceptions. The COVID pandemic was an exception that's in the law, just as an example. But what we found, and unfortunately, the most recent news.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Oh, I just want to say one thing, Madam Chair, and then I'll just go for questions. You heard testimony today from two quasi-publics. And we haven't actually had any.
You know what, Mr. Fox, if you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt you and I'm going to say thank you for your time and your testimony. And would you like to respond to the testimony from the quasi-public agencies that we heard from earlier today?
Oh, yes, thank you. That's a good way to do it. I didn't recognize our board in their testimony. We do not approve their procurements. Not a single one. When the gentleman from the lottery said, well, we could never get our work done if we had to go to the Contracting Standard Board for procurement. That's not what we do. And we don't do any procurement. We watch to make sure they have the standards to do that procurement. And if a vendor feels that there hasn't been a fair process, that vendor can come to us. And we can say, and we'll hold a very quick hearing, but we don't look at, my goodness, we would need a staff of 500 if we were looking at every procurement in the state. That's not our role. That's not our job. It is to watch the agencies that do it. And what's most disturbing to me, frankly, is that most recently, it appears we have a problem in the agencies that are supposed to operationally oversee the procurement. The issues at OPM and DAS are a real problem for us as a state because we need effective operational oversight. And when they don't do it, it's a problem. And so I'm hoping that I want to say one other thing and then I'll just stop. the one piece of this legislation that I would say you should look at more closely, I have no doubt the quasi-publics need more accountability. We've had enough complaints to understand that in some of those agencies, they need help. I don't know about the municipalities. Our board has not interfaced with the municipalities. And so I would say that maybe needs more of a look. We don't have any experience in that direction. And it's 169 towns. And so they may well need more oversight. But we have not been looking at anything going on there. And I'll stop there and take questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fox, for coming in. I guess just a couple of comments that I completely agree with you. I think competitive bidding in the state of Connecticut is important. Procurement, what happens, I think, is that the government gets so big, corners are being cut. And the people that pay the price for it, unfortunately, are the taxpayers. And I'm certain that there's contracts that go through that were bid on years ago that are just renewed without going out to rebid again. So I completely agree with you. We've just gotten too big. And I think there definitely has to be some oversight on it. Unfortunately, when things like that happen, the whole state now is in disarray. And, this one's to blame, that one's to blame. And it doesn't make any department look good at all. And I do believe, you guys are doing a good job. You're doing the best that you can. You probably need more staff there just to cover the work that you have and that you're going to have. I think it's important because that's the heart of the problem. If we don't have the resources to oversee this, to make sure things like this don't happen again, it's just it will just continue on. So I appreciate the work the group does. I truly do. I think it's important. Listen, nobody's trying to be a babysitter, but there has to be checks and balances in place all the time. There must be, because government is just too big. So I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative. If I can make one comment, one of the things that is in the bill that you raised is that under this law right now, if a vendor feels that they were engaged in a potential vendor feels they were in an RFP process and it wasn't done fairly, they have the right under the law to appeal to our board directly. And we'll hold a hearing within 14 days. And we have the authority right now, because we're in the executive branch. We have the authority to tell that contracting agency, you know what, do this process over again. That vendor wasn't dealt with right. OPM, in their most recent guidance to contracting agencies, took out the notice to vendors applying for RFPs that they have those appeal rights.
Wow.
They erased the board.
Well, that's not good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and Mr. Fox, good to see you. Thank you for your very compelling testimony. I wanted to ask you to respond to testimony that we received earlier. You mentioned the two quasi-publics that came before this committee. One hasn't had a chance to testify yet, and that's the Connecticut Airport Authority, which has expressed concern about sort of the level of staffing and expertise within your board as it applies to a nuanced industry like aviation. Their written testimony, and I'm quoting, they say that if the board is successful in funding the 5 positions that it seeks, it doesn't seem reasonable for 5 individuals to oversee the contracting of all state agencies, quasi-public agencies, and municipalities. I think that you and I and so many members of this committee share the very same goal, which is to make sure that all contracting agencies are playing by the rules and vendors are treated fairly and taxpayers have access to justice. But I also want to make sure that we're doing this correctly and we're not putting unrealistic burdens on what I understand to be a very small team.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. And I appreciate that me in particular as the chair, I'm not actually a procurement person. I'm on based upon other experience that I've had, but we do have some procurement people on the board. And we also have some accountants and auditors on the board, among other things. We have some engineers. We have a lot of you all appointed them. But having said that, we really need a chief procurement officer who won't do procurement, but who is cutting edge, knowledgeable about the trends. Having said that, our job, we don't need, I don't think we need to be the experts. We need to understand what are the process that you airport authority are following. What is your procurement process? What does OPM think about that process? And are you actually following it? If you're not following your process, we want to make sure that vendors that potential vendors can approach it. But we found in a lot of instances that the quasis, not all of them, because we haven't looked at the airport authority at all. We haven't looked at the lottery at all. We haven't looked at the paid leave authority at all. And they may be doing fabulous work, which would be great. In a couple of the quasis that we looked at, we found out that basically their procurement policy was, and it was very short, do competitive bidding if you can't. If the executive director decides that we can't, you can waive it. It was some version of that. Well, that's not good enough. Can we sit down and write a better policy than that? That's the point. But you're right. We're not going to get in. They're going to tell us what they need, and sometimes we'll ask some questions.
That's really helpful. So if I may, Madam Chair, a quick follow-up. You don't feel as though those quasis that are doing work that you have no reason to suspect any sort of need for correction, you don't anticipate that this proposal would slow down the work that they do, be it the airport authority or the paid leave authority. You're, despite the fact that it's a small staff within the Contract Standards Review Board, you would be able to conduct that oversight in an efficient way that doesn't slow their mission.
Yes, because we're not looking at each of their contracts. That's not what we do. What we're looking at is their policies, and we're looking at if they have bidders in their process that say, whoa, we've been treated badly. We're going to look at that. And then we'll intervene. The reason why I'm cautious about the municipalities, we haven't been involved in that at all. That's 169 towns. And so, and when we put together our appropriations proposal that we did, that's before the Appropriations Committee, it was actually based upon, we think we can handle this with the contracting agencies. There's 70 or so contracting agencies in the state and the quasis. We think we can handle that.
Understood. Thank you so much, Mr. Fox. I appreciate your time and your testimony. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your time today and for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Ed Hawthorne, who will be followed by Kelly Heilman, who will be followed by Jameen Davis. Welcome, Ed. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, Representative Fox and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve over 200,000 working men and women as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this Friday afternoon in support of HB 5495, SB 473, SB 471, and HB 114. I'm not going to go through all of them. You have my written testimony. I'd like to focus on two and just say express some support for some others. So the one I'd like to really focus the majority of my testimony on is HB 5495, an act concerning government administration. Sections 1 through 12 of the bill reestablish the program review and investigations, the PRI committee, which if reestablished will aid in identifying cost savings to taxpayers through in-depth, nonpartisan, thoughtful research. And we wholeheartedly welcome this proposal to reestablish and urge the committee to support it. But I really do want to focus on section 11 of the bill, which improves the state contractors pre-qualification process by serving as a reporting mechanism to the Department of Administrative Services. Currently, there is a loophole between whether or not it is adjudicated or not, whether or not is it reported to DAS. So a lot of bad contractors are actually getting through the pre-qualification process due to settlements. My testimony is there. While most state contractors are responsible and trustworthy employers, are those who violate wage laws and have been ordered to pay back millions of dollars in back wages. These dishonest and unprincipled contractors are still considered pre-qualified and are still bidding on and performing public work throughout our state. And the people that suffer are the people that actually perform the work for those contractors, because it almost becomes a business model for them. So I don't think anyone is in favor of rewarding bad contractors. This would close that loophole and make it a fair playing field for all responsible contractors to effectively bid and compete on the same level playing field. Also, I'd like to address SB 473, an act concerning the State Contracting Standards Board. You just heard a lot of testimony from the expert on that subject. I want to highlight where this board came from. It came out of a scandal that rocked our state with Governor Rowland, for which he went to jail. It is an oversight board. It is a watchdog agency. Although sections 1 and 2 ensure that the board will have the staff and the resources. You mentioned, or one of the representatives or somebody mentioned that they have a small staff. They don't have a staff right now. They have volunteers. We're asking for them to have a tool to be that watchdog they intended, or the legislator intended them to be. They're going to save the state money.
3 minutes are now over.
And I'd also like to just briefly say that we are in full support of SB 471 and HB 114 involving the voting rights and no excuse absentee voting. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for the opportunity to provide testimony on this wonderful Friday afternoon, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ed, for coming in. It's nice to see you. I just a quick question, if you wouldn't mind just recapping. You were talking about the bill about the contractors, that they were not paying the proper wages and they were able to bid. Can you just kind of explain that to me and elaborate on that for me, if you wouldn't mind?
So to just flush that out, public contracts, essentially the pre-qualification process for them when it goes to DAS, unless it is adjudicated. So if it's settled before, it's not considered to be adjudicated. So say there's a wage complaint or some sort of complaint. It gets settled. They're not required to report that to DAS because it hasn't been adjudicated, it hasn't been tried. So if it goes to settlement, it's not being reported. What this bill would do is to say, you don't get out of it by just settling it. And they would still report it to DAS so they can make a more informed decision. So it's my understanding that this would then level the playing field, because if everything gets settled and nothing gets adjudicated, the bad actors can continuously do this and then just keep bidding and undercutting everyone else. So a lot of them now, they almost work the settlement into the bid and then fail to pay the proper wages. So our good contractors are saying, you know, I'm bidding on what it actually costs. And then these other contractors fail to pay the proper wages, fail to pay the prevailing wage, and fail to properly bid the contract because they know they're just going to settle it and they write it off as the cost of doing business. It's you know, it's shady. It's those shady contractors that we're trying to catch and close this very, very problematic loophole.
Got it. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Ed, for coming in. I appreciate it. I appreciate you making that clarification for me. Thanks so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming in to testify. I just have a quick question. Do you have a history of the minority contracting / women contracting when it comes to the procurement? Because we had, through the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus a few years ago, put in some provisions in order to make sure that there was a certain percentage that was being hired to do a lot of this state contracting. What I see, especially with what's going on, is that there's always basically the same companies that are getting a lot of these contracts. So I don't know if you have a history about that. I don't know if you can maybe talk a little bit about that, but a lot of that also affects projects that are in the urban centers. Thank you.
I don't have that information offhand. I'd be happy to connect with you offline and get that to you. I can tell you, though, that from a union point of view, our Connecticut building trades do reach out to those inner city communities, and they get those people into the apprenticeship programs and ultimately get them a good paying job. At the end of it, there's actually a program that the building trades have where they go into prisons and try to get those people in the prisons as a pre-apprentice. So when they come out, they can come into an apprenticeship program, which, breaks the, pipeline of people coming out, getting into the same bad habits and not having, a job to fall back on. And it gives them a life outside of it. So I don't have exactly what you're looking for, but I can tell you that our state building trades are committed to equity, equality, and lifting up those inner city populations. But I'd be happy to connect offline.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Ed. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Seeing no other questions or comments, thank you again for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
Now I will turn it over to Representative Fox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next up is Callie Heilman, followed by Jameen Davis, followed by Shannon Lane. Callie, good afternoon, Callie. Good to see you again. Thanks for being here.
Hello, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Representative Fox, Senator Flexer, Ranking Members, Senator Sampson, and Representative Mastro Francesco, and the members of the GAE committee. My name is Callie Gail Heilman, and I'm the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes. At Gen Now Votes, we're on a mission to strengthen democracy in Bridgeport and increase voter turnout in our local elections. We're a member of the Connecticut Safe Vote Coalition, and we organize our own Unrigged Bridgeport Coalition, which includes our important grassroots partners like the Greater Bridgeport NAACP, PT Partners, SEIU 1199, and more. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. If this landmark legislation is enacted, Connecticut will become a national leader in protecting the right to vote for communities of color. Connecticut has, unfortunately, a record of voter suppression. Prior to the passage of the 15th Amendment in the United States Constitution, Connecticut rejected amendments to our state constitution to strike the word white from qualifications of electors. Connecticut was also the first state in the country to enact a racially discriminatory literacy test for voting, and among the last states in which literacy tests were still in use in the 1950s. It's not a secret that the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 has been drastically weakened by the courts, and subsequently states around the country are trying to pass legislation that threatens Black and Brown citizens' rights to vote. Connecticut's restrictive election rules continue to suppress turnout today, and legislation that would expand voting rights and cure longstanding systemic obstacles people face when trying to exercise their rights has often been met with partisan opposition. It's also no secret that Connecticut's towns and cities are susceptible to vote dilution. In 1994, Black and Latino voters in Bridgeport brought Section 2 vote dilution claims against the city council's district map. A federal court held that the ability of minority voters in Bridgeport to elect their chosen representatives was inferior to that of white voters, leading to a settlement agreement in which Bridgeport agreed to redraw its council districts to ensure that the city's Black and Latino voters would have an opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. In short, Bridgeport's very recent history of racial discrimination requires that Connecticut voters of color must be protected. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. Please support SB 471 and protect the freedom to vote for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments, Ms. Howman? Thank you for being here today. Appreciate your advocacy. Good seeing you again. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
I'm next to Jameen Davis, followed by Shannon Lane, followed by Ben Fuller. Davis, how are you? Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Good to see
Thanks for being
everyone.
here.
Yeah, thank you. Callie did such a great job. I won't spend too much time as we are from the same organization. And I just came from jury duty, so I've been rushing all day to get here. So I'm glad I made it. So thank you, Representative Fox, Senator Flexer, Ranking Members, Senator Sampson, and Representative Mastro-Francesco, and esteemed members of the GAE committee. Again, my name is Jameen Davis. I am the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes. We are a 501c4 organization fighting to strengthen democracy and protect voting rights through litigation, legislation, and grassroots organizing. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. It is not a secret that the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 has been drastically weakened by the courts. Subsequently, states around the country are trying to pass legislation that threatens Black and Brown citizens' right to vote. Here in Connecticut, legislation that would expand voting rights and cure longstanding systemic obstacles people face when trying to exercise their rights has been met with partisan opposition. Connecticut voters of color must be protected. In 2019, we helped voters in Bridgeport sue campaign and government officials. Evidence collected in the pretrial showed that paid political operatives target, intimidate, and manipulate some of our most valuable voters, our elderly, disabled, low income, and monolingual Spanish speakers, all for the purpose of controlling their votes. Despite overwhelming evidence of voter intimidation and manipulation under current state law, we were granted very narrow standing and therefore could not be granted appropriate relief. In the ruling, Judge Stevens said, the evidence was provided indicates very serious matters and warrants legislative consideration. We believe that legislation considered is in part addressed in SB 471, and it would grant a new private right of action against voter intimidation, deception, and obstruction. SB 41 will make it realistic for Black, Brown, and other voters of color to file a lawsuit if they face voter intimidation or obstruction. We must protect the right to vote through state law. No one in Connecticut's democracy should ever feel entitled to come between a voter and their freedom to vote. In order to create an inclusive, multiracial democracy in this state, we need real structural change. SB 471 is one law that will help us achieve our collective goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you also for really pursuing your civic duty today. You've done a great job. Jury duty and now testifying. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Just how old is your organization?
6 years, going on 7. We started in 2016.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from Ms. Davis? Thank you for your time and testimony. Appreciate you being here. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
Up next is Shannon Lane. I believe he's here, followed by Ben Fuller, followed by Stacy Ober. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you. Thank you, Representative Fox and Senator Flexer and other members of the committee. I came here today to talk about 3 bills related to voting and then also the proposed constitutional amendment about reproductive autonomy and freedom. And I want to add my support to 471 that both Jameen and Callie have just mentioned, and they both talked to it really eloquently. I have the opportunity to serve as the Deputy Registrar of Voters in Bethany, where I live. And I also do research around voting rights and access as part of the Humphreys Institute for Political Social Work at UConn and my day job as an academic researcher. And, you know, I think the political climate nationally, both because of the weakening of the Voting Rights Act, but also because of other legislative and judicial issues going back to, Shelby v. Holder and other things happening at the federal level really require states now to take a bigger role in elections administration and protecting the rights of people to vote. And this is a good example of a piece of legislation that has the opportunity to do that in Connecticut. I think sometimes it's almost hard to imagine that when you go to vote in one town in Connecticut, your experience can be very different from the next town over based on the resources available to your town and the priority that's put on different, both budgetary and personnel and administrative decisions. And so providing some access for voters to feel confident in their right to participate in voting, but also to municipalities to have some clear instructions on what to do if there are problems and have some capacity to address that, I think are really key parts of this law. The other two pieces of voting legislation I wanted to highlight are SB 437, which is the task force around single envelope absentee balloting, and HJ 114 around expanded access to absentee ballots. I had the opportunity to help open about 1,000 absentee ballots in November of 2020 in my town. Total that year, about 665,000 Connecticut voters used the absentee ballot process during the November 2020 elections. And it's really disconcerting to open a ballot that somebody has taken the time to go through our pretty complicated process to access and return, and then have to disqualify that ballot because there's a missing signature or the envelope isn't done correctly. Our absentee ballot process is relatively complex compared to what other states do, and it's also much harder to access than it is in some other states. So there are some really good opportunities in these two pieces of legislation to make sure that we are providing the option for folks in Connecticut to have the most streamlined, straightforward access to their right to vote as possible. And the last thing that I wanted to say is around the SJ 30 to amend the Constitution around reproductive freedom. So separate from my work on voting rights, I have the opportunity to work with social workers and social work educators and students across the country, and seeing sort of there's a lot of chaos going on at the federal level around access to reproductive rights, and that's really destabilizing for a lot of communities and people in those communities and the agencies that are working in those communities. And so whatever we can do here in Connecticut to provide a real clear direction, I think both in voting rights and reproductive health, I think is going to be beneficial to us as a state and the communities, and particularly the most vulnerable people that we work with, who are often the ones who are affected most by the disparities in both our voting system and our healthcare system. So with that, I will turn it back over to you and would love to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Appreciate your testimony. Representative Thomas Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shannon, for being here. I actually have a question for you on SB 471, since you mentioned it, and I have a registrar in my midst. I can't pass up the opportunity. And I know you probably don't have it in front of you, but when I was reading section 4, if you want to reference it later, it's lines 416 through 428, and it talks about each municipality providing voting materials. And this is the section about languages, which obviously is very important. And it says, including registration or voting notices, forms, instructions, assistance, ballots, and other materials relating to the electoral process. And it would apply to any language group that makes up 2% of the citizens of voting age. And I tried to reach my registrar because I know I live in Norwalk, and I know I forget how many languages quite meet that threshold, but I've also been hearing a lot this year from registrars about things that sound great but are really difficult to administer. So I wanted to get a sense from a registrar how easy or difficult you would find that. Is it costly for the municipality? The word assistance in particular led me to believe that someone who spoke one of those languages would need to be available on site on election day. I don't know if you've remembered that section, but I would just love any input or feedback that you have.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's a great question. And I don't speak for other registrars or even for the other registrars in my town. And I do, Bethany's a small town. It probably we wouldn't fall under that act or that part of the act. I would say though that one thing I would point out is that the bulk of the materials that we use to communicate with folks about the election are coming out of the Secretary of State's office. So I think making sure that the Secretary of State's office has the capacity to provide that support is going to be really crucial to successful implementation of this bill. I can tell you that as a social worker, I've worked in lots of settings where we need to provide language appropriate services to folks. And we do that by, for example, having a hotline that we can call into that provides immediate translation. So I don't know if that's one of the strategies that could be used to meet that particular portion of this bill. It is often hard to find enough people to work on election day. So I certainly wouldn't want to do anything that would require us, if we have to drastically up our workforce on election day, there's, budgetary and just logistical challenges with that. But I do think that this isn't, there are lots of situations that people walk into where they are legally required to get, that language assistance, mental health care, hospitals, legal situations. And so we do have some good strategies for that from other parts of our systems. And so hopefully we could adapt some of those in order to make this happen and make our elections as accessible as possible.
I appreciate that. And I think it actually mirrors what I was thinking. And I think what's missing maybe from this section is something that makes it clear that the resources or something like a hotline could be centralized in some way, just as a cost savings, if nothing else, instead of pushing that down to each individual registrar, which it does feel like it might be too much for some offices, maybe. Well, I appreciate you speaking on that off the cuff. I thought I could not let the opportunity pass by. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Lane, for being here. Appreciate your time and testimony. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too.
We'll now turn it back over to Madam Chair Flexer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, you will hear from Ben Fuller, who will be followed by Stacy Ober, who will be followed by John Filchek. Welcome, Ben. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This testimony regards Raised Bill 472, an act concerning the recommendations of the Risk Limiting Audits Working Group. I will try not to abbreviate that as RLA. I will do my best. My name is Ben Fuller. I'm co-director of the Yukon Center for Voting Technology, and this testimony is on behalf of the Voting Center. The Voting Center was created in 2006 to advise the state on issues pertaining to election security, technology, procedures, and auditing. We began reviewing risk limiting audits in January of 2021, led the design of the pilot executed in January of 2022, and authored much of the report that led to Raised Bill 472. I wanted to start by saying we're strong advocates of risk limiting audits. They lead to more transparent and trustworthy elections. And furthermore, Connecticut is in a unique situation. The state has already funded development of something called a transitive tabulator called the Audit Station that allows for more efficient risk limiting audits in the state than can be done in other states. It's been used for 10 years to do audits in Connecticut. We've already worked with registrars on training for this equipment and should allow us to do more efficient risk limiting audits than are possible in other states that use voter-facing tabulators. With respect to the current bill, the Voter Center has several corrections that we request to be made that are in our written testimony that we do not believe change the intent of the bill, will make it consistent and implementable to secure Connecticut's elections. Importantly, we ask risk limiting audits to first be implemented statewide for the 2024 election. Currently, our reading of the bill is that they would be required for the midterm elections in about 6 months. Risk limiting audits require new equipment, training, and procedures, and that's a lot to do by the November election. We're, of course, happy to work with the committee on specific language, recommendations, questions going forward. So just to summarize, in the current form, we have significant changes we would like to see in the bill and would like those done before we support passage. As part of our written testimony, we discuss particular difficulties with the current bill, and of course, would be happy to hear any questions, comments, and work of the committee going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. And just to clarify, you said that your testimony your written testimony details all of the changes that you're suggesting?
Yes, and some of them are substantive.
Okay, thank you.
And just looking ahead, several other people who are going to be testifying on behalf of 472 have essentially the same corrections and changes.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Thank you.
There are some that differ, like they're not all the same, but there are some where it's a misunderstanding of language that completely changes what we would actually be doing.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Moving forward, thank you. Next, we will hear from Stacy Ober, who will be followed by John Filchek, who will be followed by Chris Prue. Welcome, Stacy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Flexer, Chair Fox, and members of the GAE committee. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the Legislative Analyst and Community Outreach Coordinator here in New England for the American Kennel Club. And on behalf of the American Kennel Club, I'd like to express our concern with Section 4's provision in House 5498 that designates a shelter pet as the state pet. The American Kennel Club is a 135-year-old animal welfare organization, and with more than 5,000 clubs across the country, we have 57 affiliated clubs in Connecticut, and we are recognized and trusted experts in canine health, training, and breeding, also in promoting responsible dog ownership. Our Canine Health Foundation has funded more than $60 million for canine health research benefiting all dogs. So unlike the lollipop, this provision in House 5498 is not original to Connecticut. It was first proposed a decade ago in Illinois. AKC's concern with the language is that it is a mode of pet acquisition and not the best criteria for choosing a state pet. A number of sources to acquire a pet exist, and families we encourage to do so in a manner they believe appropriate for their needs. We absolutely respect government animal shelters, ethical nonprofit pet rescue organizations, and AKC's all-volunteer purebred dog rescue networks work to rehome abandoned, relinquished, and stray dogs with the ultimate goal of ending animal homelessness. And these efforts have yielded impressive results, as you can see in Connecticut's 2020 Animal Population Control Program report confirms. But with my written testimony, I've shared with the committee statistics from the Connecticut Department of Agriculture showing that, in fact, the animals in Connecticut licensed shelters are not Connecticut animals at all. In fact, the large majority of them at shelters are transported into Connecticut from other states. From this data, you'll see on average, there are 20,000 animals a year that are being imported from out of state into Connecticut. And there's between 4,000 and 5,000 of the animals arriving from the state of Tennessee alone. Last, I want to point out that this provision may be a reaction to last year's filing of Senate Bill 75, which would have amended Title III of the general statutes to establish the Siberian Husky as the state dog. I know historically, you likely all know, Connecticut has been strongly associated with the Siberian Husky. Jonathan the Husky is the mascot of Yukon. The Huskies are named Jonathan in honor of Jonathan Trumbull, the last colonial and first state governor of Connecticut. Last year, Senator Berthel, who sponsored Senate Bill 75, shared with us that he had received a significant positive response to the bill and that he intends to file it for reconsideration next session during the long session. So we respectfully request that the committee strike Section 4 before advancing House 5498.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from John Filchek, who will be followed by Chris Prue, who will be followed by Sue Larson. Looks like John is not here. Is Chris here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Chris, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and members of the GAE committee. My name is Chris Prue, and I'm the president of the Registrars Association of Connecticut, as well as the Registrar of Voters from Vernon. I'm here today to testify on Section 2 of Senate Bill 470. Section 2 of Senate Bill 470 would have the Registrar of Voters inform local town committees, as well as the League of Women Voters, to inform electors that their absentee ballot has been submitted incomplete and will be rejected on election day. There are several areas of concern regarding this proposal. First, will the local town committees reach out to those who are not affiliated with parties to let them know that their ballot was rejected? If unaffiliated voters are to fall to the responsibility of the local chapter of League of Women Voters, what will happen in the areas where the League of Women Voters doesn't have chapters? Furthermore, would town committee and League of Women Voter members be asked to take an oath and face possible penalties should they act in a way that suppresses absentee ballots of a political party that they disagree with or support a candidate that is not endorsed by the local party? The majority of primary elections take place on the local level in large cities, and as written, SB 470 does not address what would happen should a town committee choose to only contact voters who they feel would support their endorsed candidate. SB 470 also fails to address how voters would be handled in the polling place. Currently, by law, those who have voted by absentee must have their names crossed off, indicating that the voter has voted by absentee. If a voter is informed that their absentee is to be rejected, steps will need to be put in place in order to prevent confusion in a polling place. Polling place officials would need to have a system in place in order to know that the voter's absentee ballot has been rejected. And without a system, a poll worker could easily make a mistake sending away a voter without casting a new ballot. ROVAC would urge the committee to remove Section 2 with JFS language. Although well-intended, this language would give an unfair advantage to electors who have chosen to affiliate with the two major parties versus those who choose to affiliate with a minor party or with no political party at all. The language also gives an unfair advantage to endorsed candidates during primary elections, which is also a concern. Finally, Section 2 of this bill opens the door for confusion and possible disenfranchisement of voters due to a lack of changes that would need to be proposed, that would need for voters who attempt to request and cast a corrected ballot on election day. I thank you for your time and opportunity in testifying before you this afternoon. ROVAC is committed to working to strengthen elections in Connecticut. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was running from the kitchen making lunch. Thank you for being here, Chris. I also had a concern about Section 2, but I'm just trying to find it. What concerned me was that both town committees and league members are volunteers. And it concerned me that how could we compel them to actually do this work? And I assume we would be passing legislation because we think this is an important task that should happen. I think based on what you just said, you had different concerns, also just as valid. But is there anything you would suggest in lieu of Section 2 to further what we're actually trying to accomplish here? Because I do think it is well-intentioned and worthy of being done.
Sure, and thank you for your question. And yes, I'm sure that there are ways that we can work together with the committee to try to find an alternative. Again, our biggest concern is making sure that the people who, if we are to choose, to continue this way of remedying absentee ballots, we want to make sure that it's equitable for all, everybody to do so. One of our biggest concerns is people file absentee ballots because they're not going to be in town on election day. And so, that is also a big issue. So I think we would have to work in a way, to stay on top of that as well, to find a way that we can do this securely and fairly for everyone. Off the top of my head, I don't have, the answer to everything here, but I certainly think that registrars, ROVAC, Secretary of States, everyone could work together to find a great way to do that.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not a problem. And if I may, Representative Thomas, you had asked a question earlier about the language access.
Yes.
And I do know that the Secretary of State's office actually has purchased a software. It's a software that poll workers, towns, not just in the polls, but in registrars' offices, town clerks' offices, can all use, that has access to, through a cell phone, to any language that's out there. And it does not cost the town at this current time. And we actually had a presentation at our last registrars conference about that. And I know that the Secretary's office is looking at doing another presentation. So, that's through one of the vendors that the state uses. So, that's definitely something that is being worked on for sure.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. Have a good one.
You as well.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thanks, Chris, for being here and testifying on the bill. In section 1 of the bill, it says it prohibits the disclosure of a voter's DMV ID number or SSN number. Do you have any idea of what else it could be used to identify folks when they register?
I don't believe, my understanding of that is that we would still use that data to register a voter, but we wouldn't have the ability to disclose it to anybody making a request, which is what we currently we do. We enter it into the computer to register a voter, and the computer does not retain that information. It goes through the database through to DMV or to Social Security, and then it doesn't stay in their file. So the only way that we have it is on the paper cards, which then if somebody were to request a copy of, we just redact that information.
And I believe you're only required to use the last 4 digits, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. And in the just one more observation. I'm really interested in that software that you're looking at the registrar's office to use, because it's I don't know about any other languages, because I don't speak any other language but Spanish and English. Spanish, it's not has many different other dialects. So you have people from Costa Rica and Colombia and Mexico and Puerto Rico that have different words that they use that are not used in other languages. So it's going to be kind of interesting for me to look at that and see how that's going to work in the registrar's office, because it's, and the other thing that I would observe is that on day of election day, when you have people up at the registrar's office trying to register the same day, taking the time when you have 50, 60, or 100 people waiting in line to use a translator and go on the phone when you only have 1 or 2 people in that office, let's say, and in order to not take up the time and slowing down the process of registering people on the same day registration. So it's something that, we really need to look at if it's going to work out, and maybe the input from the registrars and the town clerks would be helpful for that, because in the city of Meriden, we have been trying to get somebody that speaks Spanish for a long time, for as long as I've been involved in politics in Meriden. and neither party has been able to, the two major parties, neither party has been able to get a Spanish speaker into that office. So it's not just the Democrats, but also the Republicans. And with the growing population in the state of Connecticut, it's still mind-boggling how we haven't been able to do that, especially in the urban centers. And then one of the things that we did do in Meriden is we made sure that there was a Spanish speaker in each precinct that was able to help translate whatever needed to be translated in the city of Meriden. And both parties agreed to that, which they felt it was very important. And we did that about 20 years ago. So, but yeah, thank you, Chris. And I'll be interested if, in that software and see how that's going to work. So thanks for coming in to testify, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And just as a follow-up to your question there, if I may, it's not just a written translation. They actually connect you with a live person who will put you with a person that speaks that language, so that just like you and I are having this conversation, they'll have somebody on the other end. And this includes American Sign Language and all sorts of languages. And there, to my knowledge, there is no cap to the number of uses you can use at once. So, having, like you said, having only a few people working in that election day registration facility or something like that, they could certainly dial in more if they needed to my knowledge. But I would certainly follow up with the Secretary of State's office on that, since they're the one that purchased that. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further comments or questions from members of the committee, thank you again for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you as well. Great seeing you.
You too. Next, we will hear from Sue Larson, who will be followed by M. Collins, who will be followed by Bishop John Selders. Sue, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox and members of the GAE. My name is Sue Larson, and I am the past president of ROVAC and also Registrar of Voters in South Windsor. And I'm here to testify on SB 472, which is the risk limiting audit. First, I want to say that basically, Connecticut has one of the best systems for elections in the country, as far as I'm concerned, because we base it on paper ballots. We always have those paper ballots to go back to make sure and double check and triple check if some towns need to do that to make sure our elections are accurate. So having audits is a wonderful thing. ROVAC, looks to incorporate audits when we need them on all different levels, through like recanvassing, the audits that we're doing now on the tabulator, and now this risk limiting audit that is being proposed based on the working group's recommendations. The only thing that ROVAC would like to make sure is that you continue working with registrars beyond the pilot programs to ensure that the training is adequate for all registrars to have. There's a good manual to work with, and allowing registrars to work with the Secretary of the State's office to make sure we get all the kinks to ensure the accuracy. Because the one thing that we want to make sure is that everybody in the state of Connecticut feels that Connecticut's voters, their ballots are counted and they're counted accurately. And we will do what it takes to make sure that everyone feels that Connecticut's doing it right.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sue, for being here. We heard earlier about the time frame in the current bill, and my registrar participated in the study. And how much time do you think would be needed, given all the turnover we're seeing with registrars, to make sure they were adequately trained? Do you think the 2024 election makes more sense?
Probably would make more sense to do it with the 2024. It sounds like it's very labor intensive from trying to read the recommendations put out by the working group, especially Hartford, that was making the statements that it takes quite a while for them to do the audit. So if it is very labor intensive, there's going to have to be a lot of training. And on top of the training, you want to have a manual that's accurate, which means you're going to have several towns, different towns, looking at this manual, rereading it, redoing it, practicing with that manual to make sure that it's an accurate procedure for what to do. Because the last thing we want is to all of a sudden find out, oops, we messed up here, and it's just going to foster this idea that our elections are not as good as they really are. So yeah, I would definitely think 2024, give the Secretary of the State's office and the registrars time to put together a good program, solid program, and it'll work great.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your time and your testimony. We appreciate it. I hope you have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from M. Collins, followed by Bishop John Selders, followed by Stephen Lance. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, members of the GAE committee. My name is Randy Collins. I'm Mr. Marshall, but I'm a junior. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and here today to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 473, an act concerning the State Contracting Standards Review Board, specifically the portions of the bill that would include expand the oversight of this board to include municipalities. This bill would seemingly attempt to create a uniform procurement contracting process for Connecticut's 169 towns and cities, very likely creating an issue of conflict with local town and city charters. Additionally, this bill would impose numerous unfunded mandates upon towns and cities through the adoption requirement for training on ethics, procurement procedures, requirement for hiring by each contracting agency, which this bill would include as which includes municipalities, procurement officers. Would also subject municipalities to comprehensive audits, which is duplicative and unnecessary given current oversight mechanisms that are already in place. My CCM and our member towns do not oppose transparency. All of our budgeting processes are open to the public. All of our records are FOIable. But as I said, we have concerns that given the scope of 169 municipalities and the breadth of what we do, that putting this under the jurisdiction or within the State Contracting Standards Board might be a little onerous for them to handle. And again, but then the issues of state contracts, and when we have state dollars, we do fall under the contracting standards that are already in place by the state. So as I said, CCM would oppose the inclusion of municipalities within Senate Bill 473, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony and your patience today.
Have a nice weekend. Thank you.
You too. Have a nice weekend. Next, you will hear from Bishop John Selders, who will be followed by Stephen Lance, who will be followed by Ivelisse Carrera. Bishop Selders, are you here? I don't see Bishop Selders, so Stephen Lance. Welcome, Stephen. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator Flexer. And good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastrofrancesco, and distinguished committee members. As you've heard, my name is Stephen Lance, and I'm a policy counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, or LDF for short. And I'm here to testify in support of SB 471. So since LDF's founding in 1940 by Thurgood Marshall, LDF has worked to secure and protect voting rights for voters of color, and thereby to fulfill our Constitution's promise of equal citizenship, equal rights for all Americans. Bills exactly like this, exactly like SB 471, are our highest state-level voting rights priority. Our goal is to help lawmakers enact them, and we also want to help everyone understand how important they can be. And that goes both for Connecticut, where I have the honor of living, and other states around the country. So I submitted written testimony on this bill. This afternoon, I want to mainly underscore the opportunity that SB 471 provides. It will address critical needs here in Connecticut. It will increase transparency and fairness in our elections, and it will establish a new national standard in protecting the right to vote. It will make Connecticut a leader. As you've heard earlier from Ms. Heilman, Ms. Davis, and others, this bill does this in part by building on the Federal Voting Rights Act, or VRA, and the success of similar state-level voting rights acts in other states as well. But this particular bill, SB 471, actually improves on both of these models. It combines their best parts and it fills in a few gaps. Now, I know that everyone listening is familiar with the federal VRA. It's the law that the late Congressman John Lewis and other civil rights foot soldiers helped to bring into being with their bravery in Selma, Alabama back in 1965. We often call it the crown jewel of the civil rights movement. And when it was at its full strength, it was perhaps the most effective civil rights law in history. But as you've also heard today, federal courts have weakened it over the decades. It's become harder for voters to vindicate their rights. Cases under the provisions that remain under the federal VRA are complicated, expensive, and they can take years to resolve. This means that some laws and practices that may violate the VRA are going unchecked because the transparency, legal tools, and resources you need to enforce it aren't available. So you've heard about the problems from me and a few other speakers. So let's talk about the solution. SB 471. This bill would provide straightforward ways to identify and address barriers to equal participation in our elections when they exist. For example, if an election practice or a district map is unfairly weakening the opportunity of voters of color to have a say in who gets elected, they could challenge it in Connecticut state court more efficiently than in federal court. And this may sound strange coming from a lawyer, but the bill also has procedures to prevent unnecessary litigation. These include the notice and safe harbor provisions in Section 2G of the bill. This doesn't exist in federal law. And what it does is it lets voters identify problems, notify municipalities, and then work together to resolve.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Well, I've just received the beep telling me that my time has run out, so I'll go ahead and close. But I'd be happy to answer questions on any parts of the bill. But in closing, this is a comprehensive bill. It's practical. It's focused on solutions. It removes barriers to full participation, including by Black people and other people who have been historically excluded. Its protections will enrich and strengthen our democracy here in Connecticut. It will make clear that we reject any form of voting discrimination. So LDF strongly supports SB 471. And it makes me proud personally as a Connecticut voter to see it considered by this committee. So I want to thank you once again for raising the bill, for considering it today, and for offering the opportunity to testify. I should also thank Senator Lesser for championing the bill and then for his very generous shout out. So I do hope I can be helpful to the committee. As Senator Lesser said, I have the good fortune to work at LDF, which works on these bills in many other states. And yes, excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Stephen. Thanks for being here today. Senator Lesser said that you were coming. I do have some questions, so I thought I'd defer them for you. I think it goes without saying that there is a need for this bill, but I do have some questions about some of the details, and I'm trying to, when I looked yesterday, your testimony hadn't been posted, so I apologize if some of that is there. Couple of questions. So let me try to do this section by section. Section 1, there's language a few places that says, and I'm looking at lines 51 and 52, that says no method of election may have the effect of impairing the ability of protected class electors to elect candidates of their choice. And what sort of came to my mind immediately was something like poll locations closing, something like that. But I would love if you have some additional real world examples, or like what types of conditions would that relate to? How do you prove it essentially?
Well, so that's a really good question. I think that provision there is talking about method of election that that will include at-large voting, for example. And we've heard a little bit about at-large voting. It's prevalent in Connecticut and other states. And this is not something that is categorically barred. It's not something that is bad in every case. But we do know, and the Supreme Court and other courts have recognized, that in certain circumstances, it can lead to discriminatory results, especially if you have a situation, or as well as you know, where you have a diverse community, a white majority, and the presence of a very stark racially polarized voting. So if you have, for example, an at-large local body with 10 seats, and perhaps the white majority is 55% of the population, and 45% is Black voters, the white majority can potentially, if they vote as a block, win every single seat on that elected body. And that is clearly unfair. It produces a result that none of us would recognize as fair for 45% of the voters to have no opportunity to elect candidates they prefer. And so the way you prove it varies under this bill. With respect to at-large voting, for example, you could establish racially polarized voting, and you do that through expert evidence. We worked with some of these experts in some of our cases at LDF. They're professors, political scientists who publish on this and serve as expert witnesses. They use methods of statistical analysis to analyze the presence of racially polarized voting. These are peer-reviewed, court-accepted processes. So here, under this bill, instead of having to go through all of the elements of the totality of circumstances as you would under the federal law, and that's where voting cases get so expensive and so complex, you could simply establish the presence of racially polarized voting and the presence of an at-large method of election. And just because we know from experience and from court cases and from social science that does very often have the potential to yield discriminatory results, that would be sufficient under this bill to establish a violation. And we're not saying an intentionally discriminatory violation, but a violation in results, a lack of equal opportunity. So that's one example.
And thank you. And I think someone mentioned this earlier. If my town happens to have both at-large and district, which I think is a nice blend, but if a town only had at-large, is it the statistical evidence or data that would sort of provide a check and balance against, any candidate of a protected class from, crying foul after an election, just because they lost? Is that the check and balance system?
Well, that's a really good point. So at-large elections, I said, are not always bad. They don't always produce discriminatory results. And so really it's a question, it's kind of the key of all voting rights law is case by case, flexible analysis, looking at the totality of the circumstances. So we'll look at the evidence. This bill doesn't mean that people suing about elections are always going to win. It just provides a more efficient way to identify and bring those challenges to court, and also offer, through other mechanisms such as preclearance, offer the opportunity for a second pair of eyes, an expert pair of eyes in the Secretary of State's office, taking a look at new changes that the people might propose and just saying, is this going to have a discriminatory result? Will it have the effect, regardless of whether it has the intent, will it have the effect of diminishing the opportunity to vote on an equal basis for people of color?
Thank you for that. Section 3 talks about the development of the database, and I think it referenced February 2023, if I recall. And I'm just curious, considering where we are in our budgetary process here in the legislature, the fact that this database does not exist, is that time frame realistic, or was there data used to create that time frame?
Well, so I would defer to the legislature's judgment on the timeline here. I think that a lot of this data will already be in the possession of local jurisdictions. So it probably should, it's not like they have to produce this data. They're just uploading the data to this database. And also, we're talking here about the American Community Survey. That's census data. That's available. And it's just a little hard to access if you're just a regular person like me. I actually asked expert witnesses, could you send me that ACS data? How do I find that again? So a lot of this, it's not producing new data. It's just putting it in a central location. Now, the timeline that will take, I would defer to those closer to the process for what that will involve.
Okay, yeah, and I think it was requiring the hiring of a data manager and putting a system together, which in government I have found takes longer than maybe it should. And then one other, let's see, section 3 also, let's see, lines 374 through 376, I just don't know what it refers to, but you're talking about the creating the estimates, and it says using the most advanced peer-reviewed and validated methodologies. And I scrawled in the notes such as, and I just need an education around that.
Well, I think the best example would probably be that most of this data will be coming from the Census Bureau, who hires the best statisticians and demographers in the world, and they use now peer-reviewed. That can sound a little wonky out of context, but I think it just means that they're not using some personal made-up methodology that you wouldn't use if you were a college professor, or you wouldn't expect someone to use it. These are things that are at the industry standard of statistical analysis. And one of the neat things about using this language, which is not immediately transparent, might raise questions. I'm glad you asked that. But one thing that's interesting is over time, peer-reviewed methods get better and better, because this is, it's the knowledge production that we all love about going to college. So some of the methods of statistical analysis that were being used, for example, to analyze racially polarized voting in the 80s, they've now found even better ways to do it. I think, if I remember correctly, and some of the experts we work with will be upset if I say it wrong, I believe the ecological inference model is currently the industry standard. It's the most peer-reviewed, advanced, and validated methodology. But it's not impossible that 20 years from now, a bunch of smart grad students and professors will figure out something that works even better.
I appreciate that education. Section 4, you probably heard questions earlier about the language assistance, and I thought someone mentioned that it made a lot more sense for this to be centralized through the secretary's office versus, requiring each of our 169 towns to try to come up with resources. And it's not written that way in the bill, so I'm just raising it with you to say, would you have any objection, or do you foresee, it seems to me a better way to do it, but would you have any concerns about centralizing it that way?
Well, if I can defer to the lawyerly talk, we'd want to I want to know more about the system, but it certainly sounds very reasonable. And it is good to remember that there are already 10 jurisdictions in Connecticut that are currently covered by federal law for Spanish, providing language assistance. So this is not a new process to Connecticut. It will just be modestly lowering the threshold so that a few more jurisdictions are likely brought into coverage. And we have not yet done an analysis of exactly which jurisdictions would likely be covered. If that would be something that would be helpful to the committee, my colleagues and I at LDF could work on that. But just looking at just looking really preliminarily at data, I think it would likely be Spanish that would be expanded in more places rather than new languages brought. That's not impossible, and again, that's very preliminary. But so it would be something that the state already has experience doing, and I think, as you said, a centralized translation, especially if it's live translation by people, that I think that nothing about that rings alarm bells to me, although I would defer to people who are closer to this process as well. But I mean, where possible, especially for Spanish, I think the goal as a goal, it's not always easy to achieve, as I believe Representative Santiago mentioned, would be hiring bilingual poll workers. And Connecticut has a very substantial Latino population. I think that we should up our recruitment efforts. The goal, I think, would be ideal to hire bilingual poll workers, especially in these communities that have the substantial populations of people speaking another language, where that might be possible. Now, obviously, that's probably the best case scenario. It may not always be achievable. But if you don't mind, I'd like to also just, while we're talking about language assistance, we focused on some of the practical barriers. We'll have to make it happen. But I think it's just to inject into the conversation a bit, just how important this is. Remember that we're talking about the right to vote, and we're talking about US citizens who may be, and historically often have been, barred from being able to participate in the political process because of the language they speak. I mean, anyone who's ever, if you've ever been to like a fancy restaurant and gotten a menu in a language you don't understand, it's an alienating experience. Imagine that, but at the level of the right to vote.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to convince me. Or my registrar, as a matter of fact, he raised a concern to me just a few weeks ago that our our voter registration system won't allow you to enter a name with an accent mark or umlaut or, anything like that, and how disenfranchising that is. I happen to live in a city where we have already made a commitment where everything we put out by the city is not only in English and Spanish, but also Haitian Creole, because we have a sizable community. And that's part of the reason I raised the language concern, because I think here we may have 5 or more languages that meet that threshold. And that's where it becomes concerning in terms of, how many poll workers could we hire? Do we even have the budget for it? And poll workers are one thing, but also all of the materials. But I definitely think, inclusion of multiple languages is of utmost importance. In section 6, and again, this is just my own ignorance around the matter, it applies to basically the penalties. And I would have thought a lot of that existed already. Can you just sort of tell me what the difference is there, or what it's doing that's not already on the books?
Yeah, this is such an excellent question, Representative Thomas. Thank you very much for asking it. Voter intimidation is already a crime. It's already covered by the criminal law, both at the federal level and in state law. So that's as it should be, given how serious it is and given the harm. And we hope, of course, that the criminal law has an important deterrent effect. That's what they tell us in law school. So why are we adding a civil cause of action against voter intimidation here? And obviously not only against voter intimidation, but also against deception, misleading voting information, and voter obstruction. I don't want not to take up too much time, but we do know this is happening. There are examples, for example, in Detroit and Flint in 2020 of robocalls targeting Black neighborhoods, telling people to vote the day after the election. So this kind of misleading information is a problem. And those instances are being prosecuted under criminal law. But adding a civil cause of action does one thing that's really important. And that really has to do with remedy. Because right now, these bad actors who might commit these things, we hope that they will be investigated and prosecuted, and they may ultimately be sentenced under the criminal law. But in the meantime, what happened to your right to vote? What happened to the person that was affected by this? So if somebody gave you false information about where or when to vote, if somebody threatened you and made you unable to vote, what happened there? They may end up being sentenced under criminal law, but that's not necessarily going to help you or restore your right to vote. So now let me find the line here. Well, this bill instructs courts in these cases where civil causes of action are brought against these harms to order appropriate remedies that are tailored to address the violation. And they say including but not limited to providing for additional time to vote in election, primary, or referendum. So that's so wonderful. So if you were prevented from voting yesterday, the court can give you an opportunity to vote today. And the court could also, for example, find other ways to tailor remedies that are appropriate to the harm. In the case of robocalls giving misleading information about when to vote, maybe order that bad actor to provide accurate information through robocalls about when to vote. That's the kind of flexibility and the kind of tailored remedies that are possible under these new civil causes of action that the bill would create.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I thank all of my colleagues for their patience. I'm almost done. Section 7, on line 655, we're talking about enforcement and or investigation of claims and the Secretary of the State's office. And just the phrase that the Secretary of the State may examine witnesses, like sort of jumped out at me as something perhaps beyond the scope of a Secretary of the State to examine witnesses. It seems like something that would be ascribed to a court. Can you just talk through your thinking? Is it just semantics, or is there something I'm missing there?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this may have been the provision that Senator Lesser identified earlier that he was planning to transfer. I've forgotten the name of the entity to which he was saying it would be transferred. But now I wouldn't think this would mean examine witnesses in the sense that a court does, where the court, is like the all-powerful decider. I think I would imagine this would be a sort of an investigation process, more like not like a neutral,
more like collect documents,
exactly, like collect information, like more like the way that I think that, but this also may be the provision that Senator Lesser was talking about potentially moving to more in line with Secretary of State's duties, and I thank you for flagging that, Representative.
Got it, because it says examine, and then separate it says receive documentary evidence, so it seemed like there was a difference between the two things, and again, it just jumped out at me. Just a couple of other questions. You mentioned in your remarks that this would make Connecticut a leader. So I was just curious, are there other states with similar bills? I'm sure LDF is working around the country. Can you talk about where we are sort of in this process comparatively?
I'm sorry, I unmuted myself a little too early there, but thank you, Representative. I would be happy to. So now, the idea of a state-level Voting Rights Act is still relatively new. I mean, I guess by my standards, it's really 2002 was the first one. It was California that passed the first state-level Voting Rights Act. And what these laws do is they take the things that work well about the original federal VRA. They can restore some protections that are no longer available under the federal VRA, and they can also identify areas that can be improved and streamlined, made more efficient. So the California VRA, which is the original, the first state VRA, was very narrowly focused. It only focused on at-large elections, as we were discussing earlier, because we know that at-large elections do have the potential, when certain circumstances are present, not always, but in certain cases, to produce unfair access to the political process for minority voters. And so the California VRA, I guess, kind of pioneered this idea of a streamlined way to challenge these in court and also out of court in a more efficient way. So since 2002, Oregon and Washington passed similar laws. Washington's goes a little bit more broadly. Last year, Virginia passed the Virginia Voting Rights Act. Now, it's a very comprehensive bill. It goes beyond what's available just in the West Coast ones. It also offers other causes of action for more types of the voting harms that we know can happen. But right now, Connecticut would be the national leader, really. If I have to admit, there's a little bit of a race right now, you could say, because New York is considering a very similar bill with many of these very strong protections. It's the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act of New York. And that bill in the New York Senate is sponsored by more than half of the chamber. And the numbers of sponsorship in the Assembly are also very high. So I would say right now that New York and Connecticut, two states that are very dear to my heart, are both considering the bill that would be the national leader when it comes to state level protections on the right to vote.
And this is my very last question. Because in some ways, this data that would help prove the claims exists, but it's scattered. And part of this bill, of course, is to put it together so that we can effectively evaluate. So with the states that already have laws like this on the books, so California, Oregon, Washington, Virginia, have the courts had any issues adjudicating these types of cases? Has it been smooth sailing? Has it worked
That's an excellent question, Representative Thomas. And I don't think I have the information to give you a really complete answer, but I would be happy to follow up with your office or whatever is appropriate. Now, I know in California, there's the most data about California because it's been around the longest. But a couple of statistics that I can, well, one I remember the statistic, one that I can give you sort of more of an anecdote. One study identified 140 jurisdictions that resolved potential challenges outside of court. That means that a voter identified, they wrote a letter saying, hey, it looks like based on this evidence, it looks like we might be denying an equal opportunity to participate in elections to our voters of color. And the courts and those citizens worked outside of the legal process to solve the problem. So it means you don't have to have 4 years of litigation and 6 expert witnesses and a team of lawyers in suits. And also in California, just recently a study was published showing that there had been a significant increase in the representation of Latino elected officials in city councils. So we know that it's working at least 2 of its goals. Now, as for the other states, I don't have data in front of me right now to talk about their impact and how they've been administered. Virginia is kind of brand new, so there may not be much to look at there. But I'd be happy to follow up with more about that.
Thank you so much for sticking with me. Thank you to the committee for the time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stephen, for coming in today. I just had a question about a comment you made. You said you were talking about an election having a discriminatory result. Can you give me an example of when an election has a discriminatory result?
Well, thank you very much, Representative Master Francesco, for asking that, because from the way you described it, it sounds like I used a wording that actually is not really what I meant. Now, a discriminatory, when we talk about a result of an election, it sounds like we're talking about who wins the election. And that's not what I mean. What I mean is that that what this bill is getting at here, which is also what Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act gets at, is not elections with discriminatory results in the sense of election results, but when you have an election law, a standard or a practice that interacts with some features of the local community to produce an inequity in access to the opportunity to vote, or in inequity in the value of your vote. So I don't mean election results. I just mean that certain laws we've seen when you look at the evidence, when you analyze them, it shows that people are having a harder time getting to vote. Like one hypothetical might be if there was a community in which Black voters had less access to transportation and polling places were allocated predominantly in neighborhoods where white voters lived. Now, that may not have been intentional. The person allocating the polling places may have had reasonable reasons for putting them where she did. But when you look at it under the totality of the circumstances, you make it harder for Black voters to reach polling places than white voters. And again, this is a hypothetical, but in that situation, I would say that may be producing discriminatory results. I'm not talking about the outcome of the election. I'm talking about a law producing an inequity.
Well, the outcome of the election is a discriminatory result. I don't know, how else would you word that? If you're saying that people don't have access to the polling to go vote, they are not voting. Thus, in your opinion, I'm assuming based on what you said, the end result would be discriminatory because another person won. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, Representative Master Francesco, I think there may be a little bit of nuance between the way that you and I are describing the issue. I guess one thing we'd hope for is that hopefully we can intervene before the election happens, identify this before the election happens, because you raise a really good point there, which is that after an election happens, the harm is done. You can't really go back. So that's actually one of the really great benefits of pre-clearance
Yeah, so what I'm trying to understand is what is this discriminatory about it?
Well, when I say discriminatory,
yeah.
So I don't again mean the outcome of the elections necessarily. I mean the level of access. I guess what I mean, another way to look at it is an unfairness in how easy it is to vote, and the unfairness breaks along racial lines.
Okay, so let me just use the example of transportation. I'm in a community that's predominantly brown and Black community. They don't have transportation to polling to go vote. And I'm assuming that that community is predominantly Black and brown. The leaders in that community are Black and brown, I'm assuming. So are you saying that because they can't provide transportation to their own community, they are discriminating against their own community?
Well, respectfully, Representative Master Francesco, I think we would need to have all the evidence of this one. As I said earlier, it's so case by case. We really need to analyze each of these situations. And now there's not, under the voting rights laws aren't necessarily that you have a right to have transportation brought to you, but we do have a right to equal access to the political process and the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice.
I understand what you're saying. So can you tell me a case in Connecticut where someone didn't have equal access to voting? Can you cite any laws, any towns, so I can understand this better?
Well, one example, Representative, you heard earlier about the case in Bridgeport. I think I can't remember if it's 1994 or 1995, but this was a Section 2 case under the Federal Voting Rights Act challenging the districting plan. And there was a settlement, and the ultimate outcome was that they changed the plan because of an unfairness in the opportunity to elect candidates of your choice under that district map.
How are they not able to elect a candidate of their choice? Because the district was redistricted to a non-protected class, are you saying?
Representative Master Francesco, I'm sorry, I may have to read the case more closely, but I'd be happy to follow up with you on the details of this case. But I think one thing that might be helpful to think about with this law is we're not trying to target individual cities or point fingers and say, this city is doing it wrong, this city is doing it wrong. I would think of this more, passing this law is kind of like installing smoke detectors in your house or installing fire extinguishers. It's not that your house is currently on fire. We're just creating a way to identify and resolve issues should they arise.
I understand, but I'm just trying to understand how somebody cannot elect a candidate of their choice. I just really seek understandings on that. You go out and vote, you pick a candidate based on what your choice is. How is somebody denied that opportunity?
Thank you for asking. I think I misunderstood before, but I appreciate that clarification, Representative Master Francesco. So the denial of opportunity is not, what it means is that your vote will be counting less than somebody else's because of the way that the districts are drawn. For example, in the case of the at-large elections, what might happen is in that situation where the white majority was able to elect every seat to an at-large local elected body, that would mean that the Black minority was unable to have an equal opportunity to elect anyone of their choice to the other seats. And that it's really that inequity in the opportunity to elect candidates of your choice that we're getting at.
It sounds like, and I don't mean to harp on it, and I apologize, but the problem I have with this whole thing is race always comes into it. And I believe that people vote for somebody not based on their race. They base on their qualities. And we always have organizations, and I'm going to say such as yours, I'm saying only because you are here today, that are always trying to put race into the issue, saying that because I live in a white community, that people are going to vote for white candidates. And that's not true. And this is where I get frustrated with it. Overall, Americans voted for Barack Obama, right? Just because somebody of color and a white person lives in the same community, how is that racist if they choose somebody or a white person?
Well,
and when I hear words like have a discriminatory result in an election, those are your words, not mine. We need to be very careful when we choose our words, because we seem to be putting race into this constantly. And to be quite honest with you, it's insulting for the American people. I don't believe people vote based on race. I really don't, because we've proven over and over again. I could take a district in Connecticut. We have many districts in Connecticut that have Black and brown representatives, and they live in a predominantly Black and brown community. So am I to say that they are racist because they didn't choose a white candidate?
Well, thank you very much for raising this issue. This is a very important clarification when it comes to voting rights, because as you say, it's not the right of some candidate to get elected. We're talking about voting rights held by the voter. And so the question is, what is that right? It's the right to participate in elections on an equal basis and have an equal opportunity to elect candidates of your choice. And so right now I'm gonna really, if you don't mind, talk about the idea of candidates of choice. So you see that in this bill a lot. That's the right we're protecting. It's the right of protected class electors to elect candidates of their choice. Now, what race are those candidates of choice? The bill doesn't say, and we don't know. We leave that's up to the voters. That's the question that the voters can decide. And there's no requirement that a protected class voters candidate of choice themselves belong to a protected class. It's simply that equal opportunity of choice.
But there is equal, I guess that's where we differ. There is equal opportunity of choice. A candidate decides to run for office regardless of what race they are, and the person voting has a choice to pick who the candidate they feel best suits their values or whatever their issues are. And we just keep going back into the race. I guess it's as long as they are a protected class, I guess you're saying, is then they would have that right to, they're picking the candidate of their choice, where I guess is where we disagree. But I appreciate your testimony today. I didn't mean to harp on you, but I get very concerned when at this, because people always assume that if you're white and you vote for a white person, that you must be a racist and that you're denying other people the opportunity to vote and to pick the candidate that they choose, because I don't agree with that at all. So it's just concerning to me. But Stephen, thank you so much for your testimony and for clarifying that for me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions. I don't want to keep belaboring some of the questions I had. I'll just make this a little bit short. In the at-large method of election, and also the district election, have these, and I mean, you're a lawyer and you know more than I do, are these sections been interfaced with local charters and ordinances? Do you know?
Thank you, Representative Santiago. I don't know, but I'd be happy to look into that and follow up with you or your office. That's an excellent question.
I mean, there's a concern because if there are some towns that just have at-large method of elections, they don't do just small districts, or they don't do areas or precincts, whatever. Different towns I'm finding around the state do call it different names, but a lot of that is embedded in the charter on how the town is divided up for election processes. Do you agree with that?
To be honest, Representative Santiago, I don't think I have the same level of familiarity with the town charters that I would need to answer your question properly. But now there is an opportunity, though, when appropriate, for a court to approve a new remedy that may change the charter. That's something it might make more sense for us to follow up in writing about that.
Oh, okay. All right. I just thought you might know more about that, because I was on the city council at one time in Meriden, and always the charter was what was the method of how the city was structured as far as at large and by district. And the issue the good thing about Meriden is that we have 4 districts. The town is divided into 4 districts. There are 2 representatives from each district. And then so that means there's 8, because there's 12, it's a 12 person city council. And then there's 4 at large. If it was the other way around, I think that if it was at large, all the districts, it was all one city council with 12 people at large, I would see less people being elected from the inner city, and would see probably more people elected from the outer city, the outer district, because of the participation for whatever reason. And then you have to be careful that all 12 don't become elected at large, and that really represent the inner city or the inner core, or whatever core in the city that has mostly minorities. So would you agree with that or not? What's your opinion?
With the general analysis, again, without having the same expertise on the local town charters that you have represented, with the general analysis, that is consistent with what we've seen in some other cases. But whether it had the extent to which it applies to Meriden, I'm unable to say.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Then just one more question. In section 7, where it grants the Secretary of the State subpoena powers in the fulfillment of their duties under this bill, can you give me an example of the subpoena power that the Secretary of the State would have? If you know?
I think Representative Santiago that I don't have that information. Now, this may again be the provision that we've heard Senator Lesser identify today as one that may benefit from some technical modification. But I think the Secretary of State does have enforcement powers under this bill, both of the pre-clearance provisions and of the causes of action. So I imagine that this would involve the opportunity to gather evidence and build the case as part of that fact gathering and enforcement duty.
Okay, great. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony and your questions. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony today. We appreciate it. Have a nice weekend. Next, we will hear from Ivelisse Carrera, who will be followed by Yanitzi Velez, who will be followed by Rabbi Brian Immerman. Ivelisse, if I'm not saying your name correctly,
no,
please.
You just said it right, yeah.
Oh, good. Well, welcome. The floor is yours.
No. Okay. Good afternoon to committee members, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Ivelisse Correa, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 471. I am speaking on behalf of myself, BLM 860, and as someone who can tell you about the challenges in Hartford and other major cities such as Hamden and New Haven when it comes to voting. I got frustrated that there are not more people present that live in the districts that face the most disenfranchisement, but I'll do my best to explain how voting in the state of Connecticut can be difficult. But let's keep in mind that housing segregation is why the North didn't need Jim Crow, and why voting in the inner city can sometimes be harder than voting next door in the other town. If you visit a polling place on Asylum Avenue or Maple Avenue, you'll be presented with a 45-minute wait for municipal elections. We're not even talking presidential. For presidential elections, you'll find the lines to be at least 2 hours long. There's a lack of polling places. There's always a lack of ballots. And while we hear objections due to concerns about voter integrity, when you look at these cases, they're rarely on purpose. Most times happen in suburban voting districts, which have much more time to vote. And you rarely hear about inner city cases because not only are our votes scrutinized much harsher, they're disqualified much more often. We've had cases with polling places being locked and closed early with little to no recourse, such as what happened in Hamden, Connecticut last year, what happened in Hartford famously back in 2014 when voters couldn't vote for hours, or how New Haven always runs out of ballots. People already have to jump through hoops in these municipalities with work, long lines, and families to attend to, just so they can juggle all of that and then wait 2 hours in line for a midterm election. When we talk about voter integrity, it starts with ending disenfranchisement. There's a lack of transportation, there's a lack of polling places, and there's a lack of people being heard. We hear a lot about low voter turnouts, but we don't hear enough about what we're doing to help raise those turnouts. I'm tired of hearing people from Farmington who doesn't even have to wait, or West Hartford tell me that it should not be hard to vote when they're not the ones waiting in these lines to vote. Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
Oh, and one more thing. This is about race, and this is a racial issue, because without segregation, Black and brown people wouldn't be concentrated in the places that have the lowest voter turnout in the state. So we didn't need Jim Crow. We had housing segregation. So to answer a question
Thank you.
from
Thank
the
you.
previous person.
Thank
It is
you.
about race. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time and your testimony. And we appreciate your patience today. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Next is Yanitzi Velez, followed by Rabbi Brian Immerman, followed by George Saris. I don't believe Yanitzi is here. I believe she's coming back. So I will call on Rabbi Brian Immerman. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Flexer and Representative Fox and the ranking members of this committee. My name is Rabbi Brian Immerman. I am a voter from Hamden, Connecticut, and I serve Congregation Mishkan Israel, Connecticut's oldest Jewish congregation. And while I am proud to serve them, my thoughts are just my own. I was talking about other voting issues with you 2 weeks ago, as these are very important. And I'm here to talk about in favor of SB 471. One of the reasons why I was compelled to come and talk here is because in 1965, the Federal Voting Rights Act was partially drafted in the Religious Action Center of the Reform Movement, which is the denomination of Judaism that I represent. And it was drafted there because it was so important to the Jewish leaders of that time to ensure that everybody had equal access to vote, which was certainly not the case back in the 60s. And in fact, even in Connecticut, Jews were not always afforded the right to vote. I believe that there's a lot about race and religion as it involves voting, as you've heard from various people over the last several hours. But one of the reasons why we need this Voting Rights Act is because federal courts have drastically weakened the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. And that was enacted because there were racial barriers and burdens that excluded people of color from the political process. And it's now upon us here to do what we can do on a state level to ensure that everybody has equal access to voting, no matter who they are voting for, regardless of how the political winds switch. Among the benefits of the Connecticut Voting Rights Act will be expanded language assistance for those for whom English is an obstacle to casting their ballots, and they will make it realistic for minorities, especially people of color, to file a lawsuit if they face voter intimidation or obstruction. And so I strongly urge you to pass Senate Bill 471 to protect our freedom to vote. Sadly, as we know, racism and anti-Semitism will always be issues that undergird so many parts of our political systems until they are not. And we know that racism, systemic racism, and anti-Semitism are still rampant in our society. And so sadly, we do need to pass these safeguards to ensure that there's equal access to voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and your time today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Well, thank you again for your patience with us, and we hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we will hear from George Saris, who will be followed by Betsy Guerra, who will be followed by Kevin Malloy. Welcome, George. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the community, for providing me with an opportunity to share my thoughts on Resolution SJ30, the proposed bill seeking to add the right to abortion into the Connecticut State Constitution. Abortion is the most important moral issue of our day, in much the same way that slavery was for America in the 19th century, and the final solution was for citizens of Nazi Germany in the 20th century. In each of those cases, as in the case of abortion today, it was deemed acceptable to deprive a certain group of people of their unalienable rights. In the case of abortion, depriving a human being of the right to life itself. A child inside the womb is not just a piece of tissue that is part of a woman's body. Every cell in an unborn child's body is genetically distinct from its mother, just as every cell in each of your bodies and in the bodies of every other child or adult is genetically distinct from its mother. The absolute scientifically determined fact of the matter is that human life begins at conception and is continuous, whether inside or outside the womb, until death. I very much appreciate the motives of many pro-choice people who want to help women in need. That is an honorable desire. Unfortunately, the method they seek to employ and the method the proposed amendment seeks to establish is wrong. Abortion often harms women physically and psychologically, and it's 100% fatal for their unborn children, who, if they had been given the right to choose, would undoubtedly have chosen life. Contrary to what most people think, the only group that really benefits from abortion is men. Abortion doesn't protect women. It protects men who use women to satisfy sensual desires and then abandon their children and the mothers of their children when she gets pregnant. The right and freedom of the proposed constitutional amendment is attempting to enshrine the right to put to death another human being who has done nothing wrong and has committed no crime. And in the process, it provides a powerful incentive for irresponsible, immature, and self-centered men to continue to abdicate their responsibilities, care for the children they foster and the women they supposedly love. Just like with slavery and the Holocaust, there will come a time in the future when people will look back on this generation and wonder how a civilized people would ever have considered that the taking of an innocent human being's life would be something that was not only allowed, but considered good. Please vote no on SJ 30. Protect women. Don't pass laws that allow children to be put to death and women to be abused.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your patience. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Madam Chair, Rep. Palm has her hand
Oh, I
raised.
apologize. I apologize. Representative Palm.
That's okay, thanks. It kind of blends in with my background. I just had a quick question for you, Mr. Saris. You made a comparison between reproductive rights that many women choose, and you said that it is like the Holocaust or slavery. I would have to respectfully take issue with that statement because I don't believe any women of color chose to be slaves, and I don't think any Jews chose to be put to death. And I don't.
The unborn child doesn't choose to be death either.
Mr. Saris, the way
I'm
this
sorry.
is that the representative gets to speak, and then you will get to speak.
Okay.
Representative Palm, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue I'm taking, sir, with your comment was the analogy between the phenomenon of abortion being similar to the phenomenon of slavery and of the Holocaust. I understand your concern for the rights of the unborn, but I also think the rights of enslaved people and people put to death simply because they were Jewish, Polish, gay, etc. I don't think there's any comparison. I don't really have a question. I just felt compelled to make that comment. Thank you.
If I might just respond, the choice that the child would have made would have been to have life. And that child has no choice. If someone goes in to have an abortion, it's taking the life of another human being who has committed no crime and is completely innocent.
Thank you. Thank you again for your time and your testimony. I hope you have a nice weekend. Next, we will hear from Betsy Guerra, followed by Kevin Malloy, followed by Karen McLean. Welcome, Betsy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Representative Mastro Franco. I got that right. Members of the committee, my name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. We represent 150 municipalities throughout Connecticut, and I have submitted testimony on 3 bills, and I'll just quickly summarize. We are very concerned about Senate Bill 473, which would extend oversight of the State Contracts Standards Board to municipal procurement. In listening to Chairman Fox discuss the bill, I am very concerned that, given the fact that they don't have sufficient resources or staff to adequately fulfill their current mission, and his own admission that they don't have expertise in municipal procurement, I'm puzzled as to why they are trying to extend oversight to 169 municipalities relative to procurement. We are concerned that this bill would end up increasing local costs, stall or delay contracts needed to deliver critical services and projects, including time-sensitive infrastructure projects such as road construction. So I have identified in the testimony some specific provisions in the bill which we believe are problematic, including that requiring all contracts that take effect as soon as July 1st, 2022, to include certain provisions prescribed by the board, which would end up wreaking havoc with some of those contracts that have already been negotiated but have not yet taken effect. In addition, there are other provisions which we think would increase costs. And similarly, the Office of Fiscal Analysis on earlier legislation to expand this group's authority indicated that if you are extending this authority to other entities, it would end up increasing costs and delaying contracts. So again, I question why that is. There's a lot of provisions on the local and state level that provide fiscal oversight of municipalities. We believe that those are sufficient to address any of the issues that may have prompted this particular bill. With respect to Senate Bill 467 regarding remote meetings, cost supports efforts to continue to authorize municipalities to hold remote and/or hybrid remote in-person meetings. I know that this bill has a deadline of December 31st, 2022, I believe. The bill before the Planning and Development Committee does not include a deadline. It just simply authorizes the continuation of these meetings remotely without deadline. And we do think that that's important, that towns be able to rely on the existing provisions and not face another deadline. Nobody had any issues with the bill. So, again, I think we're comfortable with removing the deadline either from Senate Bill 467 or supporting House Bill 5269 as it is currently approved by the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too.
And next, we will hear from Kevin Malloy, followed by Karen McLean, followed by Melissa Mannion. Kevin, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Senator Flexer and Representative Fox, ranking members Senator Sampson and Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Kevin Malloy, and I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today in support of House Bill 5498. House Bill 5498 contains a resolution that recognizes the first full week of May as Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week. Tardive dyskinesia, also known as TD, is a movement disorder characterized by uncontrollable, abnormal, repetitive movements of the torso, extremities, and/or face. It is often seen in the lips, jaw, tongue, and eyes. It can also affect other parts of the body, including the upper body, arms, hands, legs, and feet. The condition is associated with taking certain kinds of important medications, such as antipsychotics, that help control dopamine in the brain. These medications are commonly prescribed to treat schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depression. Other medications used to treat upset stomach, nausea, and vomiting may also cause TD. It's estimated that over 600,000 Americans suffer from tardive dyskinesia. Patients who are working hard to treat their mental illness are sometimes also diagnosed with TD. The irrepressible movements of TD may be physically painful and often disruptive to patients' daily lives and emotional well-being. As you can imagine, having to work and manage your mental health coupled with TD is incredibly difficult. These involuntary movements associated with TD can impact patients socially, physically, and emotionally, making them feel embarrassed or judged by others, and in some cases, lead them to withdraw from society and isolate themselves from the outside world. Despite the number of people impacted by the condition, TD remains largely unknown. However, for patients living with TD, their families, and their caregivers, it's important to know that they are not alone. I speak today in support of these patients and hope that this important awareness week will shed light on those who are suffering from tardive dyskinesia. I'd like to thank Representative William Pettit Jr. and his staff for their support and assistance in helping us move this forward. Members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak in support of House Bill 5498, which declares the first week of May Tardive Dyskinesia Awareness Week. This awareness effort will shed light on individuals who suffer from severe mental illness and TD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your patience and we appreciate your testimony. Have a nice weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Next, we will hear from Karen McLean, who will be followed by Melissa Mannion, who will be followed by Teresa Wells. Karen?
Yes.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Also to Representative Fox, the ranking members and other esteemed members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to share my testimony today. My name is Karen McLean, and I am a voter and resident of Hartford, Connecticut. I'm here to support SB 471. And I believe that Connecticut needs our own state level Voting Rights Act because as we are aware, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 has been kind of picked at through various ways in terms of policies and other states to weaken it. And the policy was enacted really to combat a wide range of barriers and burdens that exclude voters of color from the political process. Black and brown people and other people of color in Connecticut are constantly threatened as laws change and evolve over time. And SB 471 will provide Black, brown, and other voters of color additional protections against voter suppression. There are a lot of data sources that indicate that Connecticut voters still face some of the biggest obstacles facing voter suppression outside of southern states. Voters continually experience long lines, and there's other obstacles, redistricting, that make it challenging for voters to be able to participate in voting. As an educator in higher ed in the state of Connecticut, I continue to empower students about the importance of voting and the ways in which they can advocate for changes they want to see in their community. I work with all kinds of students. I work with students who are new to voting because of age. I work with students who are new to the voting process because they may be new citizens in the United States. I also work with some students who whose voting rights have been reinstated because perhaps they were incarcerated and their status changed. So I'm really advocating because we are educating the new constituent. And it's nothing more empowering than to see students light up when they realize that they have the power to make change in terms of who is voting on their behalf, as well as the laws that may impact them in their communities. We don't want to take away these rights, as well as the rights of other individuals, Black and brown and poor and other members within our community. Our constituency is becoming more increasingly diverse, so we want to ensure that we can protect their voting rights. So among some of the other benefits of the Connecticut Voting Rights Act will be the expanded language assistance to those for whom English is not their first language, and that might serve as an obstacle in terms of them casting their ballots. The Connecticut Voting Rights Act will also make it realistic for Black, brown, or other voters of color to file lawsuits
Your if 3 they minutes face are now
voter
over.
intimidation or an obstruction. Simply, I urge you to pass SB 471 to protect our freedom to vote and voting rights. Racism is embedded in the policies and the structure. So voting rights is an issue that attacks and continues to manifest racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you for your patience and again for your testimony, and we hope you have a nice weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Melissa Mannion, and she will be followed by Teresa Wells, Joyce Roguskis, and Anna Posniak. Welcome, Melissa. The floor is yours.
Hello, members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me. I'm here to strongly oppose SJ 30, a resolution proposing a state constitutional amendment to recognize personal reproductive autonomy and freedom. The basis of this proposition, by definition itself, is unacceptable. Allow me to explain. Personal is defined as of relating to or affecting a particular person or individual. Autonomy, by definition, is the quality of being self-governing. And taken further, the definition of self is the essential qualities dictating one person from another. We all know that the reproductive freedom that we are here talking about is abortion. So the essence of this bill is to secure the right of a woman to terminate her pregnancy at any time for any reason, and to set this as the standard for the state of Connecticut. In 1973, when Roe v. Wade was decided, one might argue that what was residing inside the woman's body was not a person, aka a human individual distinguishable from the other human it was residing inside. However, it is now 2020, and science and technology have come a very long way. We know that we are talking about a separate life, yet we only seem to be pushing harder. This is not about personal autonomy, which in most cases I am a strong supporter of. This is about the ability of one human to end the life of another human, separate human, who should also have protection under the law. I keep finding myself saying, how did we get here? It wasn't that long ago that the argument was if the fetus was actually a person. Now that science can clearly show us its humanity, the argument has changed towards like abortion is healthcare and women's bodily autonomy. Here is a perfect example. Some will agree that abortion based on sex selection or abilities is wrong and unjust. However, this is fully acknowledging the personhood of the fetus by saying certain lives deserve protection over others. And I am sick and tired of the narrative that women need abortion access, that our success and future are dependent upon the right to end the lives of our children. I became pregnant at 19. I had my son, who is now 26 and getting his master's degree. I became pregnant years later again, and sadly chose abortion. My first pregnancy brought joy and positive change into my life. My second brought pain and suffering for years and years to come, as part of me died when my baby died too. Abortion did not bring freedom and success. Abortion hurts me as it hurts thousands of women. Women don't need abortion, they need support. Genuine caring individuals who see the value of both the baby and the mother, like the Pregnancy Resource Center employees who work day in and day out, providing valuable resources to help these mamas succeed. If we are going to enact laws, let's make them life-giving and not life-taking. In closing, this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is a human rights issue. If we cannot agree on the value of life, how can we agree on anything? If we cannot care about all life within the womb, how am I to believe we can care and advocate for all life outside of the womb? If we truly care about women, we need to do better than abortion. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, we appreciate your time and we hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from I don't believe that Teresa or Joyce are with us, so we will hear from Anna Posniak, who will be followed by Carrie Shaw, who will be followed by Luther Weeks. Welcome, Anna. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer. Good afternoon.
Oh no, did we lose her at the minute that she started talking? Okay, you know what? Let's see. Let's see if we can get her back. Well, you know what, we'll move forward to the next person who's here, and then we'll call on Anna after that. So Carrie Shaw, welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Shaw from Norwalk, representing the secular Connecticut. The Connecticut State Constitution states that the people of Connecticut acknowledge God. That's simply not true. According to Gallup, 42% of Connecticut voters are non-religious. According to Pew Research, 10% of US adults do not believe in any higher power. And another 33% believe in some sort of higher power, but not the God of the Bible. Other parts of the Connecticut Constitution suggest that Connecticut should not give preference to people based on which religion they adhere to, but doesn't talk about those with no religion. That sort of language is not consistent with the United States Constitution and is an insult to thoughtful Connecticut residents. I live in Norwalk, testifying for Secular Connecticut, representing secular Connecticut residents. Our positions are based on the US Constitution's guarantee of separation of church and state, along with humanist values guided by science and reason. Now, HB 5497 would create a task force to recommend removing all gendered language from the Connecticut Constitution. and municipal elective offices. We applaud that, so we're in favor. Yet the scope should be enlarged to remove all unconstitutional religious language or religious privilege from the document. Perhaps also to remove any other language inconsistent with the US Constitution. And we request and suggest specific bill text shown in our written testimony. Just 2 months ago, town executives across Connecticut and the governor issued proclamations endorsing religious freedom for all, quote, religious, regardless of religion or lack thereof. The advantages of religious and gender constitutional neutrality are many. To enhance the state economy by making it clear that all who wish to create business, jobs, or get employment are welcome by our state, which recognizes their worth without prejudice. 2, to forestall the inevitable legal challenge to the existing wording of the state constitution, which would involve needless expenditures for a cause that would fail in court, as happened in South Carolina. And 3, to encourage freedom, tolerance, and harmony, making it clear that the state of Connecticut will not favor one person over another, abrogating their freedom of conscience or their gender or sexual identity. So let's make the Connecticut Constitution consistent with the US Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, thank you again for your time, and we hope you have a nice weekend. I don't see Anna back, so next, I'm just going to go through the list. Luther Weeks is not here, so Amy Blaymore Patterson. Amy is here, I believe. Amy, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to make sure, am I visible?
You are not visible.
Okay, hold on, here I go. There we go. Yes? I can't see myself, so I can only see you. Let me just make sure. Yes, there we go. Let me just get this adjusted. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, and thank you, Representative Fox and distinguished members of the GAE committee. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 5491, in particular, Section 1F5, which would extend the authority of the State Properties Review Board to DEEP's Recreation and Natural Heritage Trust Program and the Open Space and Watershed Land Acquisition Grant Program, which I will refer to as ASWA. In addition to wearing my CLCC hat, I also serve as the co-chair of the State Open Space Review Board, which provides oversight and advice regarding these land conservation programs to DEEP. I did submit written testimony, so I'll use this opportunity to summarize and respond to some points raised earlier today. The Rec and Natural Heritage Trust Program is DEEP's primary funding source for acquiring land to expand the state system of parks, forests, wildlife management areas, and other natural open spaces. ASWA is a matching grants program for municipalities, land trusts, and water companies to acquire land for conservation and watershed protection. These programs have been on the books for decades and are essential to the state's efforts in meeting its statutory 21% open space goal. In response to Representative Haddad's question this morning to SBRB as to what agencies would be swept under the SBRB authority pursuant to the bill, DEEP was not mentioned expressly in SBRB's response, but the way Section 1F5 is written, DEEP would be included. In SBRB's testimony in support of the bill, they state that, quote, no other independent board or agency reviews the merits of proposals, end quote, by the agencies that they list. That statement is a key distinguishing factor with respect to the ASWA and the Rec and Natural Heritage programs, because these programs are already subject to extensive administrative, substantive, and legal review. And I think that also answers Representative Mastro Francesco's question regarding the nature of the opposition. Most, if not all, of the opposition testimony, I haven't gone back to see if anything new had been posted, but from what I read, it's all focused exclusively over concerns about the extension of SBRB authority to DEEP's land acquisition programs. I'm going to give you a quick snapshot of the agency review process for an ASWA application. Substantively, the applications are reviewed by multiple divisions within DEEP: wildlife, water resources, forestry, climate, public access, accessibility for the disabled, amongst many other criteria. Mapping, including an A2 survey, is required to receive a grant. Title is reviewed and certificates of title are required. An up-to-date appraisal and an appraisal review to federal Yellow Book standards must be submitted with the application. Appraisals are then reviewed internally by DEEP appraisers, and grants are based on DEEP's approved fair market value. If federal funding is involved, appraisals must include the fee simple and easement values. And federal programs require their own appraisals. Further,
Your 3 minutes are now over.
So I can go on because there are more criteria and more steps that need to be evaluated in order for these grants to be approved. But just in summary, to add another layer of review is duplicative, it's unnecessary and counterproductive anytime, but especially at a time where DEEP is working so hard to increase the efficiencies of its programs and to incentivize local land conservation to meet state goals. I'd be happy to work with the committee on refining this language to ensure that those DEEP programs are not included in any expansion of authority to SBRB. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. And just to clarify, everything you've just said and more is laid out in your written testimony, correct?
Pretty much.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
But I'm happy to circle back if you have any questions. Please don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you. We won't. And I don't see any questions or comments. So thank you again for your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
I'm just going to go through the list I have in front of me. John Marion, Daniel Montano, Kimberly Glassman. Are any of those folks here, Madam Clerk?
John Marion is here, Madam Chair.
Okay, welcome, John. The floor is yours.
Great. Hi, Chair Flexer, members of the Government Administration Elections Committee. My notes actually say good morning, but it's been a long hearing. Thank you for your stamina. My name is John Marion. I'm Executive Director of Common Cause Rhode Island. I'm testifying on Bill number 472. You normally hear from my colleague, Sherry Quickmeyer from Common Cause Connecticut, but I sort of handle the portfolio about risk limiting audits for Common Cause. And so I'm here to speak on behalf of that subject. The reason the Rhode Island guy's here is because Rhode Island was the second state to require risk limiting audits beginning in 2020. That was the result of legislation that we helped draft in Rhode Island. We also were involved in implementation of that law, along with verified voting, who you're going to hear from later, the Brennan Center, MIT, and others. I want to point out that while we signed up sort of in opposition because there was a binary choice there of positions, we absolutely support risk limiting audits. We're excited that Connecticut is moving in this direction and really, are here to be supportive in every way we can. That said, we submitted some written testimony along with verified voting, and I won't go through that. It's somewhat technical in nature about the definitions of terms in the legislation and so forth. But I'm just going to make two broad points based on our experience in Rhode Island. One is that the bill as written seems to prescribe one particular type of risk limiting audit. There are three main categories of risk limiting audits, and this seems to require what's called a ballot comparison audit. We recommend, that the law be sort of agnostic to which kind of risk limiting audit is conducted, simply to provide election administrators flexibility. So for instance, in Rhode Island, we have a very similar voting system to Connecticut, although we don't do the rescan the way you're set up to do. But we have conducted two of the three types of risk limiting audits in Rhode Island, depending on the circumstance, and giving the administrators that flexibility is important. The other point is just about implementation. You heard this earlier from UConn. These are complex and technical, and implementing them takes some time. And as written, this seems to require they be implemented later this year. We had a staggered implementation. So the law passed in 2017, It allowed them starting in 2018 and required them starting in 2020. We found that sort of graduated approach to be very helpful because it allowed us to pilot them in 2019.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
I'll just conclude by saying we're ready to assist, if you want to draft amendments to make it a better law for election administrators, but ultimately they're great for voters and trust in our elections. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. We appreciate it. And that staggering idea, that's an interesting point. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, but we do appreciate your testimony and we hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Daniel Montano, followed by Kimberly Glassman, followed by John Levin. Daniel, welcome. The floor is yours. Daniel?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Oh, you have any idea? Well, of course, I'm not very good looking. But speaker, full screen? How would
I just asked you to start your video. Did it work now? There you go.
Oh, okay.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
All right. Sorry about that. Like I said, yeah, I live in Old Lyme, and I'm here to testify against Senate Resolution 30, the pro-abortion amendment. Really, because I think bad law happens when you don't believe the truth, or when you believe.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Can you just identify yourself by name?
Oh, Dan Montano.
Thank
from
you.
Old Lyme. Keep going this way. It'll be a half hour from, but hopefully, yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, bad law happens when you don't believe the truth or when you believe a lie. This amendment is bad law because the truth is being denied and suppressed. Society views abortion only from the mother's point of view, but everyone forgets about the baby that is being killed. If you can prove to me that a fetus is not alive, then pass this amendment. But the following facts make a strong case that a fetus is alive at conception, which means if you accept the truth, you can't pass this amendment. And if you believe in human rights, doesn't the youngest and the weakest among us also deserve human rights? First, when an embryo is just 4 to 5 days old, it consists of about 150 stem cells. And these early stem cells divide and multiply into all of the cells of the body. You need life to do this. Numerous scientific publications show that the processes of life all occur within moments after fertilization. The textbook, Clinical Orientated Embryology, states, and I quote, "Fertilization creates a new combination of chromosomes that is different from that in the cells of either of the parents, and this is the beginning of a new human being." I have also heard the objection that a fetus under 5-6 months old is not viable. And that's true, it's not viable this young, but a fetus is still alive and growing, as I just read to you. It's just not old enough to survive outside the uterus. If you go by this non-viable logic to promote abortion, then we should close all the neonatal and adult intensive care units. None of those babies or adults are viable without some kind of life support. This is the purpose of the uterus, to provide nurturing and life support until the fetus is viable. Plus, think about it. Is a 2-day-old born baby viable without human care? Of course not. And we all think it's barbaric when a mother throws her newborn baby into a dumpster, but yet it's okay to throw a younger fetus away? Everyone here started out as a clump of tissue and a product of conception. You were initially not viable, and we are all here today because our mothers didn't abort us. I think it's easy to be pro-abortion when you were already born. And I'd just like to leave you with a nice story I read in Time magazine about former NBA star Dwayne Wade and his wife Gabrielle, who had multiple miscarriages, and they went the surrogate mother route, and they had their first ultrasound at the end of the first trimester. And Gabrielle, when she saw it, said, "There's a little baby in there. Her head, her spine, her little heart pumping, determined to live. A zygote was a baby, just on potential alone." This is what it's all about, the right of a small growing human being to live. It's as simple as that.
Your 3
Let them
minutes are
share
now
lives.
over.
Don't destroy them just because we don't see them yet because they're inside the uterus still. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, we thank you again for your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Thanks.
Next, we will hear from Kimberly Glassman, who will be followed by John Wilson, who will be followed by Janine Marson. Welcome, Kimberly. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Flexer. Thank you for having me, and to Chairwoman Flexer, Chairman Fox, Ranking Member Sampson, Ranking Member Mastro Francesco, and the members of the GAE committee. My name is Kimberly Glassman. I'm the director of the Foundation for Fair Contracting, and I am here to speak in support of Section 11 of House Bill 5495, an act concerning government administration. Going back in time, before the pandemic in 2019, this committee championed a bill that was adopted unanimously by the General Assembly and was signed as Public Act 19-126, an act concerning applications for pre-qualification by contractors and substantial subcontractors that amended our pre-qual application to include adjudicated cases of wage theft in the pre-qualification application. That same year, the Labor Committee passed a bill that was unanimously adopted by the General Assembly to create a task force called to study debarment and limitations of awarding of state contracts. Same year, this task force was created. On the task force was a number of state agencies, including DAS, the Department of Labor, Department of Transportation, the Attorney General's office, my organization, and we all came together to talk about the issues with the debarment and pre-qualification. And the task force came out with recommendations. Those recommendations are included in my written testimony that has already been submitted to this committee and is online already. So I'm not going to read through the recommendations, but one of the recommendations that was listed was to revisit the pre-qualification application to include settlements by the Department of Labor. When the Department of Labor concludes their investigation of a wage theft case, that those settlements should be included in the pre-qualification application. So this language speaks to those findings of that task force report. I believe that this is, from my organization's standpoint, a really good government, good transparency effort. This does not in any way limit DAS's ability to approve or deny applications for pre-qualification. They have that same, they have the same power that they already have to make those determinations. This is just a reporting mechanism. It's only transparency on the application so the DAS can see it. And so I do urge this committee to adopt that language in House Bill 5495. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, we appreciate your testimony and we hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from John Levin, who I don't believe is here. So we will instead hear from Janine Marson, who will be followed by Travis Woodward, who will be followed by David Reynolds. Welcome, Janine. The floor is yours. Janine, we cannot hear you.
Okay. How about now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak on SJ 30. My name is Janine Morrison, and I oppose SJ 30. Three big reasons. One, we're talking in this amendment to really enshrine abortion as a right in our Constitution. And I believe this to be killing of a preborn human being. And that no matter how you look at the scientific data, no matter what your political position, I think everybody can agree that abortion is the death of a life. It's the death of a human being. The big reason I've heard a lot about women's rights and freedom of women, but abortion really does not represent freedom, but enslavement to a system that doesn't work for women. The women's movement has been set back by abortion. Women have been sold a pack of lies relative to sexual freedom, which has made them a men's playground and allows deadbeat fathers to walk away from their responsibilities. Most women who elect an abortion feel that they have no choice. Our social programs do not support life, they only support death. Troubled mothers need counseling, money, health services, food, clothing, and shelter. We need programs that support families and recognize and support the father's responsibilities. Abortion hurts women and kills baby girls in greater numbers than baby boys. Women who have had abortions, according to the NIH and other sources, have higher rates of suicide, drug and alcohol addiction, and involvement in abusive relationships. The inconvenient scientific truth is that women who have had abortions have up to a 90% greater risk of breast cancer. Okay. Not only is abortion harmful to women, but the inherent truth is that it is racist. Margaret Sanger gave birth to the first clinic in 1916, where her ideology was for ethnic cleansing and racial betterment, which meant killing off minorities. And so the abortion clinics are heinously focused in underprivileged minority neighborhoods. Nearly 40% of all the abortions are occurring by Black Americans, while the Black population consists only of 14%. Black Americans suffer abortion deaths 4 times the rate of whites. This is genocide, not freedom. Connecticut should not pass this resolution. Abortion kills a human being, it hurts women, and enslaves them to destructive lifestyles, and supports a Black—
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Thank you for hearing me, and I hope that we can come up with solutions to our social problems and use our efforts to help women and their unborn children.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments from members of the committee, we thank you again for your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
You too.
Due to technical difficulties, Anna Posniak was unable to testify a few moments ago when I called on her. So I'm going to call on her next. And then after Anna will be Travis Woodward, will be followed by David Reynolds, who will be followed by Jess Zaccanino. Welcome, Anna, again. The floor is yours. I hope you can take it this time. And it looks like she can. Okay, Anna is not responding, so we've tried, Anna. We've tried a couple times to try to get this to work, but because we do have more than 24 people left to testify, we're going to continue moving on. Next is Travis Woodward. Is Travis here? Travis is not here. The next is, oh, Travis is here. Can the clerk please admit Travis to the room? Travis, welcome. The floor is yours.
All right, I'm just getting settled. It just had me join. Thanks for having me, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and an engineer at the Connecticut DOT. I'm also the president of CSEA SCIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired, public and private sector workers. I offer the following testimony in support of SB 473 and SB 471. I'm going to paraphrase just due to time constraints. State Contracting Standards Board was established in 2007 after 15 years of advocacy to bring real oversight and transparency to state contracting. The board's formation came on the heels of the I-84 storm drain fiasco. Private consulting inspection forces failed to notice that the construction company did not complete drainage runs during the construction of I-84 heading west into Waterbury. A DOT engineer from CSEA SAIU discovered this $24 million error that would have eventually led to the highway washing out, causing catastrophic damage and possibly the loss of life. With billions of dollars already coming into Connecticut through federal legislation passed in response to ongoing pandemic and billions more coming as part of the bipartisan infrastructure deal, now is the time to give the board the tools and resources it needs to continue providing the crucial oversight for which it was created. Thankfully, Senate Bill 473 does that. Section 1 of the bill protects the board's funding, while Section 2 will allow the board to fill 5 positions finally. They're both game changers. After years of the board being underfunded and understaffed, Senate Bill 473 will not only fund and staff the board, but put protections into statute that will ensure it has the funding and staff it needs. With the limited budget and staff, the board has always done important work. In 2018, the board issued recommendations showing the potential for annual savings of up to $264 million if the state engaged in the competitive bidding process for point of service, personnel service agreements, and procurement contracts. And more recently, after the board's approval of the Department of Transportation's plan to return the work of bridge inspections to state employees to save over $2 million in fiscal year 2019, the board's privatization contract committee created the necessary process for reviewing privatization efforts by agencies. Currently, the board is auditing 13 agencies. With the passage of SB 473, it gives the board oversight authority over contracting and procurement practices of quasi-public agencies and municipalities. Connecticut Contracting Standards Board will have the tools it needs.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
For our state's residents. And I also urge you to pass SB 471. My written testimony has it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. I don't see any questions or comments from members of the committee, but I do just have one quick clarifying question. The project that you referenced, highways, was that in the 1970s?
No, the incident occurred in 2006. That was the DeFelice company was the low bidder, qualified low bidder, and McGuire Group was the consulting agency. So we had a no bid contractor or no bid consultant overseeing a low bid contractor, which is commonplace at DOT. It is literally the fox guarding the hen house, and it needs to stop.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that additional information. And thank you again for your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Next is David Reynolds, who will be followed by Jess Zaccanino, who will be followed by Mary Pollock. Welcome, David. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair Flexer and members of the committee. My name is David Reynolds. I'm Associate Director for Public Policy for Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference, which is an office of the Catholic bishops in Connecticut. The conference stands in strong opposition to Resolution 30, which would place abortion into our state constitution. This opposition is driven by several factors. Primarily, the Catholic Church's longstanding moral position in opposition to abortion as an act of that destroys human life. SJ 30 proposes that an amendment which validates as a constitutional right the ability to take an innocent human life be added to our state constitution. Connecticut would be the first state in our nation to place such an immoral act within its own constitution. We were once told that Roe v. Wade was settled law in our nation. Today, as we watch the debate over abortion still raging on in our nation, we know that that statement is false. And why has the Roe decision not become settled law? Because the U.S. Supreme Court tried to dictate to a divided nation a convenient morality that conflicted with the moral beliefs that were held by a majority of its people. The people of this country and state are still divided on this issue. Abortion is not ready socially or politically to be enshrined as part of the highest legal document of our state. Trying to dictate morality through force of law rarely works, and this is exactly what SJ 30 attempts to do. Additionally, the resolution fails to clearly state its intent, which is to legalize abortion without limits in the state of Connecticut. Instead, the authors of this resolution use the term right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom. Why is this term used instead of abortion? Because abortion is a trigger word. The reality is that people's views on abortion rights vary greatly within our state. Even many supporters of a woman's right to choose believe abortion should be limited in its scope. This resolution would make abortion legal at any time during gestational cycle from the first week to the 9th month. It would allow the most hideous form of abortion, commonly known as partial birth abortion. SJ 30 would override existing state law that limits abortion up to viability. It would require the state to ignore any future findings that science may give us concerning fetal viability and pain. It threatens the freedom of religious institutions that choose not to recognize abortion as a right or pay for abortion services. Using the term right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom is an effort to mislead the public and avoid these difficult discussions. The proponents of this resolution believe changing attitudes toward abortion, which support limitations or outright banning of this act, put what they view as a right in danger. This is only further proof that the issue of abortion should remain part of the legislative process and not be placed in our Constitution. When bitter conflict exists in a democratic society, the best solution to balance these conflicting interests is through open debate and discussion. The General Assembly is the best forum for this discussion to occur. The conference urges this committee to keep
Your 3 minutes are now over.
The conference urges this committee to keep the discussion of abortion issue in the General Assembly with the people's representatives. This is the only way to properly address this divisive moral issue. It is commonly said that government should not dictate morality, but this is what exactly Resolution 30 is attempting to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Mr. Reynolds, I just have a couple of questions for you, more organizational. So you're the Associate Director of Public Policy for the Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference, is that correct?
And our board is the Bishops of Connecticut.
Say that again?
Our board is the Catholic Bishops of Connecticut.
And how many bishops are there?
There are 4 on that board.
Okay, and
Bishops
given that
and
they're Catholic bishops, they're 4 men?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
We're the Catholic Church, so there's 4 men.
Yep, right. And so you work directly for that board of the 4 bishops?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're paid in that position, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, okay. And where does the revenue come from to run the conference?
To run the conference, it comes from the diocese that participate.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that the conference itself gets
the diocese have funding and they all chip in.
Mr. Reynolds, I know I was a little slow in asking my question, but we'll just one at a time, real quick. The revenue comes from each of the 4 dioceses into the conference?
Correct.
Okay. And it's just rare that that I've seen the Catholic Conference testify in a public hearing. So I've always just been curious as to how the conference works. So I apologize for, I'm not attempting to be obtuse. I just really wanted to understand how the conference works.
Yeah,
and so
most
the revenues from the diocese is what's used to fund the work of the conference.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct, Senator.
And that revenue comes from individual parishes. It comes from the annual bishop's appeal. Like, what is the mechanism for the revenue? Is it a variety of places?
Actually, I do not know the specifics of where if it comes from their investments, if it comes from what funds are used to directly transfer into our accounts. I'm not aware of that. Okay. I don't do the bookkeeping for the conference. But I would like to say that almost all the states that have multiple dioceses have an office similar to the Connecticut Catholic Conference.
Okay, and how many staff do you have?
We have 4.
And do you actively participate in debate on legislation on a number of issues?
Yes, we do.
And yes, did you testify in the past on issues concerning paid family and medical leave or increasing the minimum wage?
We were a big supporter of last session of the immigration domestic workers Bill of Rights. We've been supporting that through several times. I know you've testified on various. I'm thinking of it, but it's the tax deduction for the poor people that state copies the federal tax code, and I'm just losing my wording on that one. But yes, we have a variety of issues that we do.
But it's your work, a big part of your job is working day in and day out with policymakers like the Connecticut General Assembly?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And when you advocated for the earned income tax credit vigorously?
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was thinking of. Yes, the earned income tax credit bill. We've advocated for, like I said, the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, which was passed last year, and several versions of it have passed in the last few years. So there are other issues that we do monitor.
Okay, but not increasing the minimum wage or the creation of the paid family medical leave system that we now have here in Connecticut?
We testified in favor of paid family medical leave.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, yes, we did.
And what about increased revenues for programs like Care for Kids or funding for the Connecticut Diaper Bank, other things?
We have not testified on those issues. There's only a limited number of issues.
And how do you decide what those issues are?
I think how do we decide what those issues are? I think we have to look at what's coming out in the assembly and where we could commit for that session, the available resources that we have.
And that, when you make those decisions,
well, they have to be within Catholic teachings. Like we have Catholic social justice teachings within the church. We have an office in Archdiocese of Hartford that is very active in social teachings and social programs around the state. And the diocese and the other dioceses also provide funding to various programs that are not necessarily Catholic, but help improve representation of people through the Catholic Campaign for Human Development. That's a national campaign, and that money comes back into the state and helps, like Naugatuck Valley Project. It helps organize a few groups and gives funding to those organizations. So there's many aspects of how the church works in terms of achieving its moral direction and goals and achieving its social goals. And I'm sorry, I'm looking away because I'm looking at your picture on my screen. So
no, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. And I appreciate your response. Those efforts that you just referenced. So do you, as the associate director, do you advocate policy-wise on behalf of those efforts, or are you just talking about other structures in the church that do social welfare work?
Well, just to give you a picture of what we all do, and if the social justice ministry says we need some help here, we'll review it and see if we have the resources to give it to that for that year. I think give support.
But in terms of
the support range to advocating publicly, or maybe giving back office support in terms of research and things like that to different groups.
Okay, but in terms of deciding how you spend your time and the other staff of the conference, that's a decision that's made collectively by the staff or by the conference itself, which you said were the 4 bishops, or it's a mixture, it depends on the issue.
Right. Of course, we take, like most organizations, we present items to the bishops and they kind of prioritize where our efforts should be going for that session. So that, just like any organization that runs. Okay.
So the 4 bishops do decide what the priority in terms of.
We make recommendations and they have the final say.
I'm sorry, you spoke over me. I missed what you said.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. We make recommendations and they have the final say on which issues.
Okay, and then you go back and act on them.
Correct.
And so some issues are consistently on that list year to year, and it'll depend on what's proposed in the General Assembly. And then some are ones you look at it on a year by year basis.
Correct. And we have to make sure, even though we have, we have social issues that come up, we have to make sure that, that particular issue can really be covered by Catholic social teaching. And so we, like with domestic workers, we believe in fair labor practices, et cetera. So we definitely helped them out over the last few years to move that bill.
Okay. But issues related to workers aren't necessarily always on the top of the agenda?
Not always, no.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your response to that. As I said, I've seen your organization referenced many times, but didn't have the opportunity to have a better understanding for how it works. So I appreciate that opportunity this afternoon. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Mr. Reynolds. Thank you for being here. I hope you won't consider this provocative, and I don't know if you've been listening all day, but there was a gentleman that raised what I thought was a really interesting point earlier today. And since that time, a couple of other people have raised it as well in their testimony. And they talked about the role of men in this entire issue. And given your policy bent, I'm just curious, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm curious if your organization has ever drafted or proposed any policy that would address the male's role in unwanted pregnancies, I suppose is the best way to phrase it. I'm just curious.
Well, we teach responsibility for fatherhood, if that's kind of what you're saying. We encourage responsible fatherhood in terms of, when you have a child, if a man has a child with a woman, the man, should assume responsibility for that child. And that's always been one of our teachings. I haven't been up there lobbying on any particular bills for that, but, that's where our organization would come from.
Okay, I think that's what I was getting at. I don't think I've ever seen a bill proposed around that issue, but I was just curious if you had.
Yes, no, men have to have I believe one gentleman testified a little earlier and definitely stressed the role of fatherhood. And, we even without abortions, we see that there are many fathers that, have a child and leave the household, and that severely impacts the quality of life of the mother and the child. So we encourage everybody's responsibility as a family unit.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony. We hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Jess Zaccanino, who will be followed by Ann Godwa, who will be followed by Michelle Jacqueline. Jess, are you here? Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Members Sampson and Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Jess Zaccanino, and I'm the Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. The ACLU of Connecticut strongly supports measures that ensure equal access to the ballot box, and we especially support measures that increase voting access for historically disenfranchised groups, particularly Black voters. For many years, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 existed across all states to ensure nationwide access to the ballot was fair and universal. Court decisions have chipped away at the Voting Rights Act, culminating in Shelby County v. Holder, which effectively removed requirements that certain areas of history with a history of voter suppression submit proposed changes in voting procedure to a federal district court or the Department of Justice for pre-clearance of those changes. Since that change, many jurisdictions that have been previously subject to pre-clearance have shrank voting rights in ways that disproportionately disenfranchise voters of color. While the gutting of the Voting Rights Act has initiated a rollback of voting rights, it would be a mistake to think that the only problem areas for voting rights are places previously subject to pre-clearance requirements. To the contrary, many states and localities have had racist histories of voter suppression that did not meet the specific standards for pre-clearance. Connecticut, unfortunately, is a state with a long history of racism in its voting laws. From its early days, Connecticut has been the least expansive state for voting rights for Black people in all of the New England states, amending the state constitution to explicitly limit the franchise to white people in 1818, when other neighboring states allowed Black men to vote without significant restriction. Connecticut was only one of 12 states still using a literacy test into the 1950s, and it wasn't until a 1970 federal law that prohibited literacy tests that the practice in Connecticut was finally ended. Some voting laws and practices are still in effect in Connecticut, which disproportionately affect voters of color. The state's well-known limitations on alternatives to in-person election day voting, for example, may have the effect of disproportionately impacting Black and Latinx voters who are more likely to face barriers to voting on election day. Election management practices repeated year after year result in long lines in the urban areas where Connecticut's voters of color are the most concentrated. Connecticut's history as the most regressive voting rights law in the state, as the most regressive voting rights state in New England demonstrates the need for the continued skepticism of any belief that voting rights are uniquely strong in this state. Connecticut is ranked in the bottom of all states, sometimes as low as the 4th worst for voting options. The Connecticut Voting Rights Act has the potential to bring these failings to an end forever. The ACLU of Connecticut strongly supports Senate Bill 471 and urges this committee to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and your testimony this afternoon. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for your time and your testimony. Have a good weekend. Next, we will hear from, I don't believe that Mary Pollock is here. So we will hear from Ann Godwa, who will be followed by Michelle Jacqueline. Ann, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and all the distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Ann Gadwa, and I'm an advocacy and outreach organizer with Sierra Club Connecticut. On behalf of Sierra Club and our more than 40,000 members and supporters here in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 471 today. The Sierra Club is committed to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate, unprecedented levels of pollution, the waste management crisis, biodiversity loss, and the dangers of toxics. Many people in Connecticut, particularly those in the frontline communities, care deeply about these issues. They want their voices heard and represented at the state capitol and in city halls. They need to be able to vote reliably, safely, and fairly. Our ability to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy, and we must all do all we can to protect and expand it. We must do much more than has been done to date to address any of these issues with real, concrete solutions. Sierra Club Connecticut strongly supports SB 471. The Federal Voting Rights Act was enacted in 1965 to protect voters of color from a wide range of burdens and barriers historically encountered in the political process. Unfortunately, this law has been weakened over the years, and the best way for us to protect our own voters here in Connecticut is to pass a state-level voting rights act of our own. Last year, the Center for Public Integrity observed that Connecticut voters still face some of the biggest obstacles in the nation outside of the southern states, such as long line at the polls and other obstacles. Connecticut prohibits early voting and historically has rigid limits on absentee voting. There is often insufficient assistance for Connecticut's language minority voters, and there are instances of voter intimidation on record. The bill before you today will provide tools to effectively root out discrimination in voting. It builds and expands on the Federal Voting Rights Act. It would expand language assistant requirements, give new private rights of action against voter suppression, dilution, intimidation, obstruction, and deception. If enacted, this bill would make Connecticut one of the top states in protecting voting rights. Unfortunately, Black and Brown communities and low-income communities are on the front lines of the climate crisis and disproportionately bear the burden of our fossil fuel economy. People in these communities care immensely about these issues and deserve to have their voices heard and represented throughout all levels of government. We ask that you pass Senate Bill 471, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. Oh, and on a personal note, I would like to go on record as supporting the adoption of the lollipop as a state candy. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Thanks for reminding us of that joy.
It's a lovely way to start the meeting.
Hearing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions or comments from members of the committee. So again, we thank you for your testimony, and we hope you have a nice weekend.
Take care, you too.
I'm going to transfer the meeting to Representative Fox.
Thank you, Chair Flexer. Up next, we have Michelle Jacqueline, followed by Cecilia Ruthven, followed by David Mathau. Ms. Jacqueline, I think I saw you.
Yes, here I am. Thank you,
Yes.
Representative Fox.
Good to see you. Please begin.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Ranking Member Sampson, and Mastro Francesco, and honorable members of the GAE Committee. My name is Michelle Jacqueline, and I am Vice President and Legislative Co-Chair of the Connecticut Council on Freedom of Information. I've submitted written testimony, so I'm going to try and summarize my remarks as best as I can. CCFOI urges your support of Senate Bill 433 and Senate Bill 467, both of which would enhance government transparency. And we ask you to oppose House Bill 5494, which would be a setback to public disclosure under the state's Freedom of Information Act. However, I'm going to focus most of my testimony right now on Senate Bill 433 because I don't believe I've actually heard anybody testify on this bill. And I'm number 60, so it's been a long day, and so I'm going to give it a shot. Anyway, Senate Bill 433 would require that a public hearing be held during a special session on a bill or resolution that was considered but did not pass during the regular General Assembly session. This bill is a good government protection against lawmakers doing an end run around the legislative process. When I was a Capitol reporter beginning in the early 1980s, it was rare for a special session to be held, and rarer still for a series of special sessions to be held in the same year. Nowadays, it is common for there to be multiple special sessions during which legislators vote on substantive legislation. In addition, it is all too common for the bill known as the budget implementer to be used as an aircraft carrier to be weighed down with legislative ballast that didn't make it through the regular session. Often the implementer, which can run hundreds of pages, is approved in the dark of night without the public ever seeing or digesting its contents. It is only through the digging of journalists, lobbyists, and others that we are able to discover bills that have been passed, favors that have been granted, and handouts that have been delivered to special interests at the expense of good government. As you are aware, public hearings play a vital and necessary role in the legislative process by affording the public a first glimpse of proposals, as well as the rationale for a bill's existence and the arguments for and against. Public hearings are the window through which citizens can view the workings of committees and voice their opinions. In ramming through bills in a special session, the public input is, in effect, rendered irrelevant and the legislative process made a mockery. Circumventing the public hearing process is bad for everyone involved. This bill would restore openness and honesty to the system. And
your 3 minutes are now over.
I'm going to wrap up by just saying we agree with others who believe that the sunset date of December 31st, 2022 should be taken off because there's no guarantee that the pandemic will be over. And I could also address Representative Fox's concerns regarding 5494 if you would like to hear me do so, but.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Why don't we give it a minute to see if any questions from members of the committee? Representative Blumenthal, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Fox. So I had a couple of questions, Ms. Jacqueline. First of all, thank you for being with us today and for your testimony. My question's primarily on HB 5494. And I guess the first one would be, what is the transparency purpose of providing email addresses of constituents to the public merely because they signed on to get information from the legislature?
Well, email addresses qualify as public information under the FOI Act and therefore are subject to public disclosure. And, the Freedom of Information Commission has tried to strike a balance between constituent correspondence related to lawmaking and that which qualifies as personal in nature. We agree that lists that include email addresses, and by the way, I'm not quite sure why we single out email addresses and we don't also talk about phone numbers, for example, because I believe constituents might say that having being barraged with robocalls and phone calls is a lot more annoying than receiving an occasional email, which they can quickly delete. But anyway, I think there's a clear distinction that can be made that for lists that apprise constituents of legislative issues, such as forms and issues that are coming before the legislature, and lists that go to constituents that might say, I am here as your representative to help you with any issues or problems regarding state government that you may face. For example, not being able to get unemployment compensation, having a child that needs special education, dealing with the motor vehicles department. That's clearly public information. And we agree with the Freedom of Information Commission that under those circumstances, personal information, contact information, whether phone numbers or email addresses, should be able to be blocked. I think that is the distinction that the commission has made, in which we agree with.
Yeah, I understand that that's the distinction the commission has made, and I also understand the current law. But I guess what I'm asking is, what additional purpose does it provide to the public in terms of government transparency to know the email addresses or the phone numbers of people who have not necessarily corresponded about a specific issue, but have merely signed up to receive updates from a legislator? I understand the content of those updates should certainly be subject to FOI laws, but why does a list of email addresses of constituents who just simply want to be informed what's going on in the General Assembly, why does that provide the public, or what information does that provide the public that's important and valuable and enough that it justifies giving those lists to people so that they can contact those people themselves?
Well, I would just say that that contact information is part of the public record and therefore is subject to public disclosure. It's no different than the bill that you dealt with last year having to do with voter files, in which we fought vigorously to have voter information as part of the public record. There may be all kinds of people, consultants, all kinds of constituencies that might want to contact these constituents and present them with information, present them with additional information about legislation, pending legislation, about budget issues, about all kinds of things. And again, it's part of the public record. It's the more we shield this kind of information, the more we really undermine the Freedom of Information Act. It's the same way as revealing somebody's birth year. A voter, for example, it allows poll workers to contact and election workers to contact voters in case they might need an absentee ballot, for example, if they're just turning 18 or they're older and possibly disabled. Anyway, it's just part of the public record. I hope I've tried to answer your question.
I appreciate your answers, Ms. Jacqueline, and also your service currently and also formerly as a journalist to the state. I personally think that while our communications to constituents should certainly be subject to FOIA, I have never understood why our constituents' contact information should be provided to anyone and everyone who should want it, who asks for it, en masse, simply because they've signed up to do what every constituent should be able to do without any additional issues for them, which is just be informed about what we're doing. And we've seen them used for partisan political purposes. We've seen them used for commercial purposes. And I personally view that as highly problematic generally, but also because I think those constituents who signed up for those emails would be shocked to discover that just signing up to be informed about what their legislator is doing is enough to get them spammed by a political organization, a political candidate, by a commercial organization. So I appreciate your testimony, and I understand your perspective and your council's perspective. But I think we really, this is not really a slippery slope to me. I think it's a line drawing that needs to take place. And I thank you for your testimony, and I thank the chairs of the committee for entertaining this bill this session. Thank you, Chair.
State Representative Blumenthal, any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today, ma'am. Appreciate being here. When next begin.
Thank you.
Up next is Cecilia Ralphin, followed by David DeMao, followed by Ann Manuski.
Yes, can you hear me?
You can, yes. Thanks for your patience today.
Thank you so much. Yes. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Cecily Routman. As a trained social worker, Jewish pro-life educator, and president of the Jewish Pro-Life Foundation, I appreciate this time to inform the committee about the life-affirming aspects of Judaism on this issue. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to SJ 30. Preeminent Jewish legal authority Rav Moshe Feinstein stated, "Not only are Jews prohibited from having an abortion, but they are prohibited from assisting non-Jews from having an abortion too. According to Jewish law, abortion is prohibited for non-Jews. It's actually a capital crime." And from the prophet Isaiah, "The Lord called me when I was in the womb. Before my birth, he had pronounced my name." These insights are never mentioned by Jewish pro-abortion activists who have determined without legitimate basis that abortion is a Jewish value. It is not. Judaism is the original pro-life religion, the first religion in human history to prohibit child sacrifice and to sanctify human life from conception. Judaism is also the source of the extremely rare exception to the prohibition of abortion to save the life of the mother. It was intended to be used in medieval times only in the case of a woman's imminent death because of breech birth. Today, less than 1% of pregnancies requires abortion to save the life of the mother. Expanding the limits of this rare exception all the way through full-term pregnancy and beyond, as some abortion advocates demand, disregards the human life that hangs in the balance, an innocent human life. Jewish values protect and save life, not destroy life. Our traditions teach us to use our resources to help vulnerable women and children flourish, to actively rescue those who are targeted for death, to respect life as made in the image of our Creator, to promote family, community, and posterity. Our legal code forbids direct involvement in the destruction of life or support of businesses that destroy life. The multi-billion-dollar abortion industry profits from the sacrifice of human capital. Harm, injury, and damage done demonstrate that abortion should be severely limited. Millions of innocent unborn children are given no-pain medication while they are tortured to death. Racial targeting of babies of color in places like New York City, where more black babies are aborted than born. Abortion industry non-compliance with standard medical regulations and deceptive clinic practices. Failure to report sex crimes or protect victims of sex trafficking, illegal sales of live babies for organ harvesting, and physical, mental, and emotional harm to women. We ask committee members to have sympathy for the child in the womb, whose intrinsic value, dignity, humanity, and right to life are completely abrogated by abortion laws that mimic the same human rights violations for unborn children that Jews experienced in Nazi Germany. Legal slaughter of subhuman parasites, as we were
Your
deemed,
3 minutes are now over.
systemic racism and genocide. This language and legal precedent provides sanction for systemic racism and genocide in American abortion law. Just to finish, every Jew and every person of conscience ought to oppose SJ 30 because it viciously attacks decent human beings and maximizes an existential threat to Jews and other minorities. And thank you for your attention. If you'd like more information, you can go to our website, jewishprolifefoundation.org.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions, comments? Appreciate your patience with me today and thank you for your advocacy. Have a nice weekend.
You're welcome.
Next, David D. Mathau, followed by Ann Manuski, followed by D. Stanley Lord.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, ranking members Senator Sampson and Representative Mastro Francesco, and esteemed members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is David DeMilhow. I'm a resident of Greenwich and a member of the Greenwich RTM. I rise in support of Raised Bill SB 471, an act concerning elections and state voting rights. The procedural change brought about by SB 71 protects and enhances the voting rights of protected class citizens. It enhances their right to due process and identifies patterns of voter discrimination and makes those patterns illegal. SB 471 supports and reaffirms the provisions of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It provides for the Secretary of State to get involved in local election issues if needed. SB 471 sets up a tracking system that stores information about all aspects of voting that can be used to make improvements to the voting system as the need arises. At a time when democracy is under attack around the globe, passing SB 471 shows the people of Connecticut that their elected representatives in Hartford are acting to protect and enhance their voting rights. I urge you to support, vote for, and pass SB 471 to protect our freedom to vote. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I appreciate you being here. No questions or comments. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for your advocacy, and hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you as well.
Thank you very much. Up next, I have Ann Manuski, followed by D. Stanley Lord, followed by Christina Bennett. Ms. Manuski, I think I saw there you are. Good afternoon, ma'am. I think you're still on mute. Can't hear you. You're on mute. We can't hear you. There you go.
There we go.
Here we are. Yep.
I haven't done this from the car. Sorry. Thank you so much, Representative Fox. Thank you, Chairman Flexner, Ranking Member Sampson, and all the other members of the General Elections and Administration Committee. My name is Ann Manuski, and I'm the president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly, and here's my testimony. This proposed bill is an egregious overreach by certain legislators on the rights of the people of Connecticut. This bill is misrepresented as to recognize a right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom when the proposal would actually solidify abortions as a right, and to what degree. We cannot have this bill become an amendment to our Constitution. I'd like to provide the words of our founders put forth in the Declaration of Independence, and especially those in bold. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, of course, Connecticut being one of them, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one's people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitles them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, and that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator with a certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I will let you read the rest, as many of you, I would hope most of you know. Our rights and are to life, not to abortion. I pray for those men and women who created SJ 30. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Ma'am, for testimony. Out of curiosity, what is the Connecticut Republican Assembly? Just like curiosity. Not heard of the organization before.
We are Republicans in the state of Connecticut. Our organization here in Connecticut is 5 years old. We are assembly of principled Republicans. We have 13.
Oh, I think I lost you. I think we lost your connection. Thank you, Ms. Manuski, for your time and testimony. Hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you for your advocacy. Can anyone else hear? I can't hear anymore. Okay, so it's done. Okay, all right. Well, thank you for being here, ma'am. Up next, D. Stanley Lord, followed by Christina Bennett, followed by Peter Wolfgang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good to be seen and not viewed. Amen. State Rep Fox, State Rep Wilniker, and State Rep Lesser, we thank you for presenting this bill. My name is Reverend D. Stanley Lord. I serve as the president of the Greater Bridgeport NAACP branch, and speak on behalf of the largest and oldest civil rights organization in Connecticut. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 471, Act Concerning Elections and State Voting Rights. As well, the NAACP has been fighting for voting rights for over 113 years. We have had many great speakers. We've had from the Legal Defense Fund, we've had other coalitions people, other citizens speak. When this becomes law, this act will be a beacon light for other states to follow. So yes, I agree with all of my predecessors that came and spoke. Please pass this bill. We have too long lines in our inner cities. When it comes to voting, we do have suppression of vote. We have those who like to take advantage of measures, but this bill will cover a number of items that's not even covered right now in the Voting Rights Act. Has been eroded by various court decisions throughout the nation. So I rise in support and ask you to vote yes for SB 471. Thank you for this time. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend, for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, appreciate you being here today. Thank you for your patience with the committee. Hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Up next, Christina Bennett, followed by Peter Wolfgang, followed by Robert Hale. Christina Bennett, is she present? Do I see Christina Bennett? I see her on the screen.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank the members of the committee for listening to my testimony, and I am here today testifying on behalf of the Family Institute of Connecticut in opposition to SJ 30.
Excuse me,
I
Ms.
have
Bennett,
traveled all across the country.
Excuse me, Ms. Bennett, are you able to activate your camera by any chance?
Am I
There you
able
go.
to do what?
Activate your camera. Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think my camera's on.
Now it is. Yeah, well, it
Can
wasn't on
you
previously.
see and
It's on
hear me?
now. We can hear you. Please proceed. Well, did we lose Ms. Bennett? No, there she is.
Oh, no.
There you are. Please proceed, ma'am. We can hear you. We can see you.
I'm going to go outside just because I feel like I'm losing coverage. So thank you for your patience.
No problem.
I am here to give my opposition to SJ 30. And I would like to speak from my heart about the ways in which I feel that the abortion extremism in Connecticut is hurting women, particularly women of color. I've worked with women who are pregnant, young women, for the past 17 years in various capacities. I worked as a pregnancy center staffer. I've worked in various pro-life ministries. I'm a minister at my church, Shiloh Christian Church in Middletown. And so I've helped pregnant women and their families in a number of different ways. And one thing that I've noticed is that the extreme abortion laws that we have in Connecticut are detrimental to women, especially women of color. One thing that I have noticed from talking to many women is that because our laws allow for abortion to be paid for by Medicaid, and 70% or so of the abortions in Connecticut are paid for by Medicaid, there are low-income women, women of color, who are having 3, even 4+ abortions. And yes, someone could say that they're exercising a choice, but they're exercising a choice because they feel like they have no other choice. Many times they feel that they are coerced or pressured. They lack resources like housing. They lack financial resources. They lack paid parental leave. They lack good quality daycare and a number of different resources. And we've seen some things happen in our state that have hurt women and families. One of those things even being the closing of St. Agnes Center, which was a Catholic center for young women who were under 18. They could go there and live there and have their baby. Now, thankfully, there are some pro-life organizations like the Malta House and the Nehemiah House that provide for women that resource of housing, but there's such a lack of housing. There's so many resources that pregnant women and families need. And when I see the proposed legislation, it doesn't really add up because it's about expanding abortion when we are living in one of the states that has the greatest abortion access throughout the entire country. We don't have parental notification laws. We don't have mandatory ultrasounds. We don't have waiting periods. We don't have a lot of these laws that other states do have. And so we have a lot of abortion access in Connecticut, but yet we're trying to continually expand that. And I believe that that's something that's hurting women, especially because right now we are still in a pandemic. There are many women that are financially struggling, and there are many women that are dealing with domestic violence situations. In fact, the #1 cause of death for pregnant women, especially in the Black community, is actually homicide. And a lot of people don't know that. And so many times women are being pressured and coerced into having abortions, and that's not something they desire. And so I'm here to really plead earnestly from my heart with the committee to consider perhaps even doing a survey, perhaps before passing any more laws to expand abortion access, perhaps surveying young women, women of color in Bridgeport and New Haven, and finding out why they're having an abortion.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
And if there's anything that they are lacking that we could do as a state, and perhaps we could allocate funding to meet those needs instead of funding for Planned Parenthood and instead of fighting for legislation to further bring access to abortion.
Thank you for testimony. Any questions, comments, Ms. Bennett? Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience with me today. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Up next, I have number 666, Peter Wolfgang, followed by Robert Hale, followed by Jody Barr. Mr. Wolfgang, I saw you earlier. There you are, sir. Please proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Peter Wolfgang. I am the president of Family Institute of Connecticut Action, and we stand in strong opposition to SJ 30, the amendment to recognize a right to kill an unborn child. We oppose SJ 30 for 3 reasons. Number 1, because it's wrong. Abortion is killing. Our state constitution should not create or sustain a right to lethal violence against an innocent human life. Number 2, it's not what people want. According to Gallup polls, 81% oppose abortion in the last trimester. 65% oppose abortion in the second trimester. Most people are not pro-choice on abortion all the way up to birth, which is what this resolution supports. Not only will pro-lifers oppose it, moderate pro-choicers will oppose it when they learn of its extremism. That's what this is, an extremist amendment. The extremism will backfire. It may even grow the pro-life movement in the state of Connecticut. Third, the resolution is so vague as to include and exclude anything a judge may want to interpret in it. It says reproductive freedom and autonomy, not the way I characterized it at the beginning, even though the way I characterized it, I think, is more accurate. Reproductive freedom and autonomy rather than abortion. Why not just say abortion? The phrase you chose instead is so vague that if we ever became a pro-life state, a judge could argue the other way around, especially with advances in science and technology that verify an unborn human is in fact a human being. How about that? Less than 3 minutes. But those are my main points. Number 1, it's the taking of human life. Number 2, it's an extremist amendment. Look, I know that this is a state that leans heavily in a pro-choice direction, but you have to break that down. What this amendment would do is it would legalize abortion all the way up to just a moment prior to birth. Most people are not on board with that. Most people who call themselves pro-choice are not on board with that. I think, I've heard earlier in this day, actually in another committee, committee chairman lamenting the possible overturning of Roe versus Wade this year. The reason why I think in part you're in that situation is because there was such an extreme law that was recently passed in New York. You remember they lit up the Empire State Building in celebration of it. People naturally recoil against that sort of barbarism. There are backlashes, there are effects, equal and opposite reactions. And I think you're going to see something similar if you make the mistake of passing this amendment into our state constitution. I strongly identify with the comments of my friend Dave Reynolds from the Catholic Conference, the things he said about how our highest legal document in the land should not enshrine abortion. It's such a divisive issue among the public. It's something that really belongs.
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfgang. Question, Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Peter. Something you said, I just wanted to follow up with you, and that is that your third reason that you cited had to do with the language that is in this resolution. And I'm just curious, you said it could be interpreted in a pro-life way. And I'm just curious what you meant by that. Maybe you can elaborate.
Okay, so the language is, let me see if I have this right, reproductive freedom and autonomy. Well, let's assume for a moment, Senator Sampson, and this is why the pro-choice movement is in so much more political trouble today than they were a few years ago. This is why the polls have slowly been shifting in a pro-life direction, less so here in Connecticut, but overall nationally, that things have been moving in a pro-life direction. Why? Because of scientific progress, because an ultrasound today is far more advanced than an ultrasound in 1973 when the US Supreme Court first invented the license to abortion. What happens if the science continues to progress still further, where it becomes undeniable, where every last euphemism or Orwellian dodge for why it's okay to take the life of an unborn human child, that maybe it's a human life, but it's not a person, when all that falls away and it becomes so obvious that this is a human person and that we've snuffed out, unfortunately, over 60 million of them since Roe v. Wade, I think at that point, a judge could look at that phrase, reproductive freedom and autonomy, and say, well, it's been established beyond a scientific doubt that the unborn person is his own separate person. And so we have an amendment in our state constitution that says that people are entitled to their own autonomy, their own reproductive freedom and autonomy. And therefore, I'm going to read that amendment into creating a right to unborn human life in the state constitution, because you're violating the autonomy of what is now unmistakably a human person. I think that's a real possibility. Stranger things have happened. We really don't know what the future holds. And so, I would encourage my friends on the committee and the legislature, who I know do not yet share our belief in the sanctity of human life, the need to have a Connecticut where every unborn child is hopefully someday protected in law and welcomed in life. Even if you don't agree with us on that, this is extreme. I think even people who are pro-choice, and I know there are people all along the spectrum in Connecticut. I've been up at the state capitol for years. I've been involved in the process for years. I know there's a lot of good people who don't agree with me on the underlying issue of the sanctity of unborn human life, but nevertheless recoil against some of the more extreme measures that show up at the state capitol. Senator, this is the most extreme one yet.
Peter, thank you very much for that answer. I will tell you that I was struck by the language in the resolution also, simply because the words reproductive freedom to me do not really get to the heart of what I think the proponents are after anyway. That's like, slang term from the, pro-choice movement, rather than discussing the actual topic of abortion. To say reproductive freedom. I mean, reproduction is actually having a child, not an abortion. So I don't understand how that could be described as reproductive freedom. Obviously, this is a very, very difficult issue in any situation, and certainly it will be a difficult issue for this committee and this legislature. And you boiled it down that the struggle really is, and always has been, is when life begins. And that's, I think, what ultimately makes people struggle with their own position about whether they are 100% pro-life or they are pro-life in most cases, but they want to leave a little window at the beginning, or some people who fall on the other side of the spectrum, who don't see a life until birth. I don't know how you could come up with that. I think that while this might be a hard decision for me, if the bill was, or the resolution was written a little bit more fairly, I don't think it will be a difficult task for me to vote no against this, because it is extreme. And I think it does exactly what you said, which is that it would basically put abortion all the way up until birth, including the third trimester, which I think the vast majority of people are opposed to, into our Constitution. I just don't see that happening. And I also think it's a mistake on their behalf to try and push that with something that will have to be voted on by voters at the polls, as you mentioned. Do you have any information about, how Connecticut would poll on something like that and the likelihood of it passing?
That's the fascinating thing. Abortion opinion in the state of Connecticut is the dog that's not barking. Like Quinnipiac, I mean, we have UConn, we have, nationally respected polling firms here in the state of Connecticut that for some reason never poll on abortion. I'd love to know what the people of Connecticut think about parental notification, what they think about, any of these sort of midway measures that I think most pro-life and pro-choice people could find common ground on. I find it very curious that the polling companies in Connecticut will poll you on everything else under the sun, but they don't really seem that interested in what people in Connecticut think, not about the right to abortion overall, but about a lot of these gray areas where I think you might find a lot of common cause. That's a curious thing.
Thank you for that. I just have one more question through you, Mr. Chairman, and that is, and again, Peter, I don't expect you to be an expert on this bill since it's not your legislation. You're here in opposition. But one other thing that I've been thinking about is whether or not this resolution would interfere with other policies like parental notification, for example, which I am a year after year proponent of. I believe parental notification saves lives. I believe it catches bad people who are up to no good. And that's why I'm such a strong advocate. I'm wondering if this language would interfere with something like that in the future, because it could be perceived as interfering with an absolute reproductive freedom and autonomy, as in the words. I'm just curious if you got that same feeling about it.
Very much so. And this is the problem with approaching an issue this significant this way. When you write this right into the state constitution, this was the problem on the federal level with Roe v. Wade. It takes it out of the democratic process ultimately, where there's no room for compromise. There's no room for give and take. I get a half a loaf, you get a half a loaf. We're not all going to get everything we want. But that's, when if you had a situation where the state still has abortion rights, that's something that I, as a pro-lifer, would not accept. But if you had a situation where we're going to have parental notification, we're going to have these sort of midway things that people on both sides agree with, well, that's how you lessen social strife in this country. And I think whether it's the U.S. Supreme Court 49 years ago reaching down from on high and saying, we'll take this out of the democratic process, or the thing this committee may be beginning to do today, which is we're going to put this right into the Constitution and take away your right to pass parental notification, to pass things that the majority of people on both the pro-life and pro-choice side may agree on. What you're doing is you're taking an already divisive issue about human life and you're throwing grease on the fire. We just the other day, we had 2,000 people at the state capitol on a Wednesday, 2,000 people. It was the first ever Connecticut March for Life. It was a smashing success. And I mean, that's just where we're at now. If you do something like try to enshrine the most extreme possible abortion rights into our state constitution, such so that the midway measures that you're referencing are like taken out of the political process altogether, I think it would completely upend the political situation, legislative, otherwise, on abortion in the state of Connecticut. And really, with everything else going on in the world, in our own country, is this a time for us to be reaching for ways to become still more polarized? I'm more than happy to reach across to my friends on the other side of this issue who are pro-choice, who may agree with us on things like parental notification. Let's do that instead of doing this extremist amendment that really just kind of sets the whole thing on fire.
Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate you being here today. You certainly do a great job advocating for your position. And I thank you for your time and those answers to the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just say one more thing too? Maybe Madam Administrator, if you don't mind correcting my name, you have me as Rob, R-O-P. And just so people watching understand, my name is Rob. And thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. We'll try to get that fixed as soon as possible. Senator Flex, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I just have a couple of questions about your organization, Mr. Wolfgang. How long has your organization existed?
Since 1989.
And how long have you worked there?
Oh gosh, since 2004. What's that? 18 years now.
Okay. And is your organization an organization that endorses candidates for public office?
Well, we have there's a legally separate political action committee, and they do that.
Okay. And are you a part of that work at all?
I am an advisor to them. That's it. It's of our organizations, it's the one I'm the least involved with.
Okay, but are you familiar with their endorsement process?
Yeah.
So when you first started, how many candidates did they endorse back in 2004? Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't.
Do you know how many candidates you endorsed in 2020?
Oh, I don't know. 25, 30 maybe.
And do you know how many were elected to the Connecticut General Assembly?
Not off the top of my head. I know that our we tend to do better than the Republican Party. A lot of times when we look at those stats, our win ratio tends to beat the GOP overall. That's something that's always been of interest to us because the Republican Party is split on this issue, and we're always trying to encourage them to move in a more pro-life direction. And I know in the Democratic Party, there may even be some movement on that, hopefully. So that's always of interest to us.
Okay, so in general, maybe in the last few years, you've had more success, is what you're saying?
I know that our ratio beats the Republican Party. Off the top of my head. I didn't look at those. That wasn't part of my preparation for testifying against an abortion amendment in our state constitution.
But this is a topic that your questionnaire covers when you're endorsing candidates, correct? Not this particular resolution, but the issue of abortion and abortion rights.
Only parental notification, in fact. So theoretically, to us, the difference between pro-life and pro-choice at this stage is, do you support overturning Roe versus Wade and restoring legal protection to the unborn? That question has never appeared on our questionnaire. We don't ask if you're pro-life or pro-choice because the Connecticut General Assembly has no power over the United States Supreme Court. So what we ask instead are things that are reasonable, that can reasonably be accomplished at the state legislature, very much along the lines of what I discussed with Rob, with Senator Sampson, is something like parental notification.
Thank you. So if the Supreme Court precedent is changed this year, your 2022 questionnaire might cover something different then?
It might. That would be a job for the committee. I only advise them. I don't make any of the decisions for the committee.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the answer to my questions. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Flex. Any further question, comments from Mr. Wolfgang? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Up next, I have number 67, Robert Hale, followed by Jody Barr, followed by Carol Bennett. Robert Hale, I think, is here. Mr. Hale, I believe we saw you earlier. Mr. Hale, you're present.
Mute your microphone.
Okay. Hello. Whoa, I'm sorry, just a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, I was also trying to listen by telephone because I was.
Good to see you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Attorney Robert Hale from Glastonbury. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. And I thank Christina Bennett and Peter Wolfgang. Their organization is the organization that notifies me when these bills come up as a member of the organization. I would like to say that I find it very difficult when bills like this. There's been 3 or 4 anti-life bills that have come up in the General Assemblies this session, and we've had very little time, very little notice from the General Assembly in order to get our remarks in order. And I've noticed on the one of the earlier bills, there were 2 law professors that had been contacted by the sponsors of the bill much earlier, and they had a whole lot more time to prepare. I want to object to that. Beyond that, I have submitted written comments to the committee. They were submitted about 2 a.m. last night because I had so little time to prepare, but I think they state my arguments maybe better than I'll be able to do today. I would encourage the committee members to read them. My objections are that the language of the proposed amendment is vague and deceptive. Of all the rights guaranteed to us in our state constitution, none of them is worded deceptively like this. None of them is vague. I don't have a copy of the entire Constitution in front of me, but the very first section 1, we declare that all men, when they form a social compact, are equal in rights, and that no man or set of men are entitled to exclusive public emoluments or privileges from the community. Number 20, equal protection. No person shall be denied the equal protection of law, nor be subjected to segregation or discrimination, or enjoyment of his or her civil or political rights because of religion, race, color, ancestry, national origin, sex, or physical or mental disability. These are clear in their language and in their intent. This proposed amendment never mentions abortion. It's all about abortion. The only reason it's here is because of abortion. It doesn't use the word. Why? Because the drafters know abortion is a dirty word. And if the voters saw that on the ballot, they might wake up and vote against it. No, this is mealy-mouthed, deceptive language, and its intent is to deceive the voters of the state of Connecticut by
Your
putting
3 minutes are now over.
By putting a question on the ballot that they will not understand. And I encourage the committee members to read my comments. I cite to the current statute, which does outlaw abortion for a viable fetus, and there's a civil case that I cited which explains that Connecticut does have an interest in protecting viable human life. This language would destroy that and weaken the legitimate interest Connecticut has by heightening the bar to make it a compelling state interest, which would completely undo the intent of our current statutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hale. Appreciate your testimony. Any question or comments, Mr. Hale? Seeing none, we'll look at your testimony. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you for advocacy, sir. Have a nice weekend. Up next, Jody Barr, followed by Carol Bennett, followed by Bill O'Brien. Jody Barr,
Good evening.
there. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. Good evening, Chairwoman Flexer, Chairman Fox. I'll be brief. I know there's been many testimonies before me, but and good evening, members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Jody Barr, and I serve as the Executive Director of AFSCME Council 4, representing 30,000 members across Connecticut. I've also submitted written testimony on SB 473, an act concerning State Contracting Standards Board. The State Contracting Standards Board is a vital tool to stopping reckless privatization and safeguarding taxpayers' resources. However, we have seen it understaffed and underfunded for several years, and contracting out occurs and the board is restricted from fully performing its duties. At Council 4, we have seen state work privatized in multiple areas. We've seen it in DMV, which is a vital revenue stream for the state. We've seen it at the Department of Labor, where they've outsourced our work without any oversight by the Contracting Standards Board. They did not have the ability to review if these contracts would reduce cost or maintain the quality of vital services being provided to the public. Instead, the public work was outsourced to Maximus and Robert Half, and the public sensitive information was handed over to private companies, many of those workers not even working in the state of Connecticut. SB 473 would be a great step towards empowering the board and allowing them to fully execute their functions. This bill would give a broad authority over quasi-public agencies as well as municipal procurement. I ask that the committee support SB 473 and pass it out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your testimony. Have a nice weekend. Up next, Carolyn Bennett, followed by Bill O'Brien. Carolyn Bennett, there you are. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Bennett, and I am testifying in strong opposition to SJ 30, which would add a right to abortion to our state constitution. If you are going to embed a right to abortion into our state constitution, you must understand what abortion actually is. To that end, I would like to explain a second trimester D&E abortion procedure, which is legal in Connecticut. This is an unembellished medical description presented in a video I watched by an OBGYN who performed over 1,200 abortions. I recommend that all committee members watch the entire video, which is linked in my written testimony. As explained in the video, a D&E is usually performed between 13 and 24 weeks in the pregnancy. In the procedure, the abortionist uses an instrument to grasp and pull the developing baby's arms and legs, tearing the limbs from the child's body. He continues to grasp and tear out intestines, spine, heart, and lungs, finally crushing the baby's skull and removing the pieces. The abortionist then collects all of the baby's parts and reassembles them to make sure that all the pieces are there, and then the abortion is complete. Please understand that when you talk about abortion, this is what it is: the taking of an innocent human life. I urge opposition to any resolution that would give abortion protection in our Constitution. I would like to close with a quote from Dr. Mildred Jefferson, the first female surgeon at the Boston University Medical Center. She said, "I became a physician in order to help save lives. I'm at once a physician, a citizen, and a woman, and I am not willing to stand aside and allow the concept of expendable human lives to turn this great land of ours into just another exclusive reservation where only the perfect, the privileged, and the planned have the right to live. Please oppose SJ 30.
Thank you for testimony, Ms. Bennett. See no questions, comments. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your advocacy. Have a nice weekend. Next, Bill O'Brien, followed by Tom Swan. Bill O'Brien, present. Bill O'Brien. I don't see Mr. O'Brien. Tom Swan, number 70. Tom Swan. I don't see Mr. Swan either. 72, Linda Costco. Linda Costco, number 72. 73, Susanna Bennett. I believe I saw some. There you are, Ms. Bennett. How are you? Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Please proceed. The
Good
floor is yours.
afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Susanna Bennett. I'm here in opposition to SJ 30. I oppose this resolution because of abortion. Abortion is a tragedy for an entire community. Not only is a child's life lost, but abortion can negatively impact the mother, the father, grandparents, siblings, aunts, and uncles, sometimes for years to come. I am here as a voice for all of them. I am here to speak on behalf of anyone who has lost a family member to abortion. I am here to acknowledge your pain, to let you know that you are not alone, you are not forgotten. I know a beautiful woman who chose abortion many years ago, and subsequently she experienced depression and nightmares. She had dreams about having lost a child. She had flashbacks and increased alcohol use. No one seemed to be able to pinpoint the root cause of her struggles until someone asked her if she had ever had an abortion. Through a Bible study, she has found healing from the sorrow of her experience, and now she helps other women find healing also. Both she and these other women say that they felt alone in their grief because everyone says abortion is a right and that it makes things better. They asked their doctors if their emotional struggles could in any way be connected with their abortion experience, and they were told no. No one validates their pain or acknowledges that it could be from their abortion experiences. No one allows them to grieve the loss of their child. This is a reality that abortion about abortion that we cannot ignore, and effects from abortion that we cannot disregard. If there's anyone listening to me today who is grieving an abortion in silence, please know that you are seen and heard, and we will oppose any resolutions that would uphold abortion and perpetuate these effects on you. I ask this committee to please reject SJ 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. See no question or comments. Have a nice weekend. Thank you for your advocacy and patience with the committee today. Thank you for being here. Next, 74, Jennifer Dayton. I don't believe Jennifer Dayton present. I don't believe Jennifer Dayton is here. 75, Lydia Bennett. Is Lydia Bennett present?
I am. Can you see and hear me?
You can, yes. Good afternoon. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you so much. Members of the GAE committee, my name is Lydia Bennett, and I am strongly opposed to SJ 30. This resolution attempting to add a right to abortion to our state constitution is wrong and should not be supported. A right to reproductive autonomy presupposes that when a woman becomes pregnant, it's only her body involved and she can do what she wants with it. However, if that was true, and the developing child inside a woman's body was merely an extension of her body, then that would mean that a pregnant woman has 2 hearts, 2 brains, 20 fingers, and 20 toes. When a woman is carrying twins, then she has 3 hearts, 3 brains, and 30 fingers and toes. The reality is that once a woman is pregnant, she doesn't just have her body to consider alone, but also the body of the child she is carrying. This fact is implicitly acknowledged when women are advised not to drink alcohol or consume drugs while pregnant. We know that consuming drugs or alcohol will damage the child that is developing inside the womb, and thus should be avoided for the sake of that child. This proposed resolution uses the nebulous phrase, the right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom. However, a right is not a right if it only applies to me, and I am unwilling to grant to others what I ask for myself. This so-called right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom cannot be a right if it protects the rights of one human being at the expense of the life of another innocent human being. Abortion is a tragic injustice. Think about it. Suppose a baby is born prematurely at 22 weeks gestation. It could not survive on its own. It relies on the expert care of specialists in the NICU to sustain and preserve its life. However, if that child had not been born prematurely, if it had been a healthy child and a healthy pregnancy, and it had been developing properly, its death would have legally been allowed and even encouraged at that same time. So a child who does not develop properly and is born prematurely has more legal protection than a healthy child of the same age in the womb. This is unjust, unfair, unthinkable, and horribly wrong. I ask you to please oppose SJ 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett, for your testimony. See no question or comments. Have a nice weekend. Appreciate being here.
Thank you.
I'm next, 76, George Unser, followed by Juliana Bennett. Mr. Unser, I believe you're still there, sir. Good to see you. Thank you. The floor is yours, sir. Mr. Unser, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is George Unser. I represent the humanists and freethinkers of Fairfield County. I am here today to testify in favor of Bill HB 5497, an act concerning gender neutrality in the state constitution. I support the task force to be formed by this bill as it provides for equal rights for people of all genders. However, I feel that the scope of the task force should be expanded to include removing other outdated language in the Constitution, including unconstitutional religious language and religious privilege. An example of religious privilege embedded in the Constitution is Article 7, titled On Religion. This article leaves no space for non-believers like me. It starts with, it being the right of all men to worship the Supreme Being, and goes on, but that assumes that the Supreme Being exists and that everybody worships it. It does not specify the right for one not to worship any supreme being at all. The article goes on to say that the government gives you the right to choose which church you go to, but doesn't specify the equal right to attend no church at all. In the 21st century, there's no need to reference God's or religion in any way in a public document, especially in a state constitution. Such language can only lead to divisiveness. A recent Gallup poll showed that 42% of Connecticut's electorate identify themselves as non-religious. It is important to change the state constitution to guarantee equal rights for me and all other non-religious people in Connecticut. The Connecticut Constitution must protect the rights of all people, regardless of their gender, religion, or no religion at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Unser, for your testimony. See no questions or comments. Appreciate you being here. Have a nice weekend. Thank you again. I think we may go back number 74, Jennifer Dayton, who was here previously, but it was my mistake. I skipped over. I didn't see her. We'll move on. So, Ms. Dayton, I apologize for my oversight. The floor is yours. Please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Fox, for the public hearing on SB 471. I'm Jennifer Dayton, Vice President of Advocacy for LWV Greenwich. I speak on behalf of one of the largest leagues of women voters in the state. We support SB 471. We support voting information in a language other than English when it is necessary for a substantial portion of citizens who use English as a second language. In our town of Greenwich, as of the last census, 27% of our residents spoke a language other than English at home. We believe that clear, comprehensible voting procedures should be provided for effective administration of elections. We support data collection. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act that failed to advance in Congress would have quantified voting rights violations to trigger improvements of certain election practices before they were allowed to take effect. Democracy prospers or fails by the quantity and quality of data for decision-making. Connecticut is not alone among US states for recognizing the risks to democracy of differential access between towns in access such as long waits, distant polling places, and not enough ballots. In our region, New York is working on similar legislation. A Connecticut Voting Rights Act with timely remedies at an immediate level will help people seek redress for infringements of voting rights and protect eligible citizens from unequal opportunities to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dayton, for your patience. I appreciate your testimony. See no question, comments. Hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, 77, Juliana Bennett, followed by Chris Laporte. Juliana Bennett, I believe I say they are. Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having us. I appreciate you taking the time. My name is Juliana Bennett, and I am testifying in strong opposition to SJ 30. I am here today in honor of my grandmother. Over 65 years ago, she was 19 years old, living across the continent from her family in a lumberjack camp with her husband. When she found out that she was pregnant, everyone around her advised her to abort the baby. It was not a good time. They couldn't afford it, and she was too young. But because my grandmother is brave, stubborn, and very independent, she refused to bow to the pressure and gave birth to my mom in a Canadian village in the middle of winter. The idea of a woman having a right to abortion ignores the fact that she is not the only person involved. My mom was there, alive through that whole story, just in varying sizes. One could argue that at 12 weeks development, my mom could not survive outside the womb and thus wasn't really a person until after she was born. But consider how long my mom could survive as a 1-year-old child on her own, or as a 3-year-old. At those ages, she was still entirely dependent on the adults in her life for her survival. And the only difference is whether or not she was visible to the outside world. I would note that with the development of technology, An unborn child can now be easily visible to the outside world as well, if we choose to look. I ask everyone here today to choose to look and to please oppose any resolution that denies the personhood of the unborn. Please oppose SJ 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett, for your testimony. Appreciate your advocacy. Thank you for being here. Hope we have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Chris Laporte, followed by Rabbi Nosum Shmuel. Chris Laporte, how are you? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Crystal Laporte, a senior policy associate at Verified Voting, a national nonprofit organization whose mission is to strengthen democracy for all voters by promoting the responsible use of technology in elections. I'm here today to testify on SB 472. Verified Voting has long advocated for risk-limiting audits throughout the country. However, unfortunately, this bill in its current form does not provide for effective or efficient implementation of risk-limiting audits in Connecticut. We provide detailed concerns and suggestions in written testimony, which we filed jointly with Common Cause Rhode Island. So I will just quickly highlight a couple of points. We agree with other testifiers on the timeframe for the implementation of this bill. 2022 is just too soon to meet this bill's requirements, which are often confusing as written and also burdensome. Another problem with the bill is that some key definitions related to risk limiting audits are either missing or lacking. For instance, the definition for risk limit, which is a pretty central concept to risk limiting audits, is incorrectly defined in the bill. Risk limiting audits are an important tool for promoting public confidence in election results. And while I'd love to be here cheerleading you on and supporting this bill, unfortunately, this bill itself doesn't provide the right path. But we would be happy to provide further guidance on this or any other risk limiting audit legislation in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laporte. Did you submit written testimony by any chance? I've not yet seen it.
I'm sorry?
Did you submit written testimony?
Yes, we did. We submitted it along with Common Cause Rhode Island. So you have our written comments.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you. Senator Sampson, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Ms. Laporte. I appreciate you being here, and thank you very much for your comments. This is a bill that I would like for us to get right, and it sounds to me like you are far more knowledgeable than me and possibly some of the other members of the committee. So anything you can provide to us as far as recommendations goes. I took a glance at your testimony, but I haven't read it through yet. I don't know how complete it is as far as that type of advice, but I would encourage you to send it to us. And you can send it to me directly if you want to find me and get it to me. I promise to take a look at it and try and incorporate that moving forward.
Sure, we would be happy to. I think as John Marion at Common Cause Rhode Island said, risk limiting audits, they're fairly technical and really the devil is in the details. So we'd be happy to be as helpful as we can be to make sure you get the implementation right.
I appreciate that. I mean, that's the most important thing to me is that we get our policy correct and that so everyone can agree. And I'd like to see more bipartisan voting policy passed in the state for one. And certainly when it comes to actually, auditing the process that we agree on how it's done. So there's no disputes. And I really appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for your comments. See no questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Laporte, for being here. Appreciate your testimony and your advocacy. Have a nice weekend. Up next, item number 79, Rabbi Nosum Shmuel. Number 79 is Rabbi present. Don't see him. 80, Junie Venditti. Ms. Venditti, how are you, ma'am? Good to see you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon to distinguished members and representatives here today. My name is June Venditti, and I am in opposition to SJ 30. As I said when I testified against HR 5261, What is reproductive about abortion? There's nothing that's being reproduced here. It's the taking of human life, which God has freely given to us. You talk about freedom. Freedom for who? Definitely not for the infant in the womb. I really don't understand how adult human beings can kill little human beings unless they are diabolical. The only reason why you want to amend the Constitution is because you fear Roe versus Wade will be overturned. I'm praying that it will be overturned. With every ounce of strength I have, I will never stop caring for the vulnerable in the womb. For almost 50 years now, this has been the major sin in our society, and look where it's gotten us. To have politicians say that they are personally opposed to abortion, yet promote and fund it with our tax dollars is the most horrific and diabolical act. It has desensitized people into thinking that there's nothing wrong with it. This is absurd. Our lives and how we live them out is based on our behaviors and our attitudes. Looking at how women think that this makes them free is the most selfish attitude, which has led to the worst form of barbarism there is. If you think this amendment is representative of what we want in Connecticut to be, think again. I do not want Connecticut, the state where I was born and raised and still live in, to become known as Baby Killer Alley. I refuse to make this a sanctuary for abortion. I thank you for letting me testify today.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. So no questions, comments, have a nice weekend. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Up next, 81, Joanne Bittner, followed by 82, Stephen Lyon, followed by Ken Engelman. It's been, I believe I said they are. Thank you, ma'am. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Joanne Bittner, but the actual legal name, unfortunately, I didn't put that down, is Josephine. So my nickname is Joanne. I am testifying in strong opposition to SJ 30. I support passing laws to protect unborn babies and women. This amendment would guarantee complete abortion access even up to the point of birth, even in the birth canal. Do any of the committee members know what is involved with any abortion procedures at any week of gestation? Have any of the committee members seen literature explaining the procedures or any videos showing the procedures? All preborn babies are unique individuals that rely on the mother for the beginning and the first several months of life until they are born. In addition, they rely on their mother for life and care until they can take care of themselves, many sometimes way past teen years later. If the mother is experiencing an unplanned pregnancy, there are many places in our state to receive help and support during this time, with education of what to expect during pregnancy and delivery, material items such as maternity clothes, prenatal vitamins, and other support services. If she decides to parent her baby, she can receive help with such things as baby clothes, diapers, wipes, formula, and many other baby items. If she decides not to parent, there are many people who would welcome with open arms her baby into their family. This bill is anti-woman and anti-baby. I strongly ask you to vote no on SJ 30. The right to abortion should not be enshrined in our state's constitution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bittner. Any questions or comments from Ms. Bittner? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, ma'am. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Up next, from 82, Stephen Lyon. Hello, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, and honored members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee for accepting my testimony. My name is Stephen Lyon from Willimantic, Connecticut. Nice to see you, Senator Flexer. And I am testifying in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 30, resolution proposing a state constitutional amendment to recognize a right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom, because this is not an issue that requires constitutional protection, and the language in this resolution is deceptively vague. First, I would like to apologize. I did submit written testimony, but I must have had an autocorrect moment. I listed Representative Fox as Representative Cox. My apologies. And I would also, I'm unapologetically pro-life, but that is not the primary reason that I am opposing this bill in this as it is currently drafted. First, the legislature codified protections for abortion rights in Connecticut back in 1990. Since then, our electorate has shown few to no signs of wanting to change this law based on the individuals who they have elected to represent them every year. Should Roe v. Wade be overturned, the legal rights to abortion in the state of Connecticut would not change at all. However, should public perspective change over time, as well as the scientific consensus regarding the ethical implications of abortion, and if the technological ability to make other alternative options becomes more viable, it would be a disservice to the people of this state to require them to amend the Constitution in the future instead of just passing legislation. Second, the language in this resolution is vague at best and blatantly deceptive at worst. Terms like, quote, the right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom, end quote, and, quote, liberty and dignity of self-determination, end quote, are flowery and poetic, but extremely unclear from a textual interpretation perspective. If the goal is to protect the right to an abortion, just put that in the bill. Additionally, the language of the proposed amendment to be used on the ballots is misleading and reads like a question in a partisan political poll, not something that could be used to amend our Constitution. If the goal is to provide protection for abortion, just put it that way in the question and stop trying to pull over the wool over the eyes of your constituents. If they support your position as much as you seem to think they will, they should pass it anyway. There's no need to resort to cheap parlor tricks. We have seen in polling data in the past that the phrasing of things matters. We have seen answers in the same poll, where we have a national majority supporting Roe v. Wade, but opposing abortion after the first trimester. Those are inherently in conflict. So phrasing matters. People want to have their position stated, and they think something means something that they may not realize it means. So it's important to be very clear when we're dealing with such an important issue. Like I said, I'm opposed to flowery language in legislation, but if we are insisting on using flowery language, I would like to reference Justice Kennedy's
Your 3 minutes are now over.
Thank you. Concurrence at the end of Casey, which is at the heart of liberty is the right to define one's own concept of existence, of meaning, of the universe, and of the mystery of human life. Well, since Roe v. Wade, over 63 million individuals have had their right to define their concept of existence, of meaning, of the universe, and of the mystery of human life, have had that right taken away from them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. Representative Francesca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to call you Madam Chair. I lost my train of thought for a minute. I thought May was there. So my apologies. Anyway, Stephen, thanks so much for coming in and sharing your testimony, your heartfelt testimony. I appreciate it. You seem like you're very involved in the pro-life movement. I was wondering if you knew off the top of your head, you seem to follow it. Does Planned Parenthood endorse candidates? Do you know?
I'm not sure if they directly endorse. I believe they do, but I do know that NARAL here in Connecticut seems to be the primary political branch of pro-choice advocacy.
So they endorse pro-choice candidates, but not pro-life candidates. Would that be a correct assumption?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to find out if you knew that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative. See no more questions, comments, Mr. Lyon. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for being here today, for your patience with the committee. Have a nice weekend.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Up next, AVP Ken Engelman, followed by Abby Smith. Mr. Engelman, I believe I saw you earlier.
Hello.
Mr. Engelman, number 83, Ken Engelman.
Yes, I'm Ken Engelman.
Yes. Are you able to turn the camera on, sir, by any chance?
I believe I did start video. Start my video. Do you see me now?
We don't, but We don't see it at the moment. It's the black
I
screen.
apologize. Can I speak even without video? Although I have it set up and it's on at the moment.
Typically, we prefer if you have the video on when you're talking, but
I apologize. I've been here since 10 a.m. this morning waiting to speak about this. So I don't know why the video is not working at the moment.
please go ahead and proceed, sir. It's fine. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you
Good
for your patience,
afternoon.
too, by the way.
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your patience as well.
Oh, this is my very first time. Very positive learning experience. My name is Ken Engelman from Brantford, Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to testify to show my support of HB 5498, designating shelter pet as the official Connecticut state pet. Through the current Connecticut education system, grade school students learn about official state symbols, animals, trees, fish, and emblems as a way to learn about and connect with their home state. By adding an official Connecticut state pet, shelter pet, to the current list, Connecticut children and adults will adapt to the social and emotional learning systems being embraced by educational systems around our state and our country. Adoption of shelter pets teaches inclusivity, compassion, and social responsibility, which not only creates more well-rounded future leaders, but also augments the Department of Agriculture's Animal Population Control Program's efforts to manage pet overpopulation. With this, I would like to dedicate this positive action today to my adopted shelter pets, Jersey Girl, Action Jackson, Sierra, who taught me how wonderful adopted dogs can be. Please approve this bill, HB 5498. Thank you so much. Ken Engelman, founder and president of the nonprofit Community Volunteers of America.
Hey, Mr. Engelman. What kind of dogs do you have, sir, out of curiosity? What kind of dogs are they?
My Jersey Girl was an adopted pit bull mix, and she was a wonderful representation of the breed. She loved everyone. She loved belly rubs, and she loved to snuggle. Action Jackson is a Border Collie Australian Shepherd mix, and Sierra is an Akbash and Pyrenees mix. All three are wonderful pets that we adopted from the animal shelter.
And they all get along, I hope?
Yes, they do.
Oh, good. Very nice. We have a Border Collie of our own, so I know how wonderful those dogs are. So they're great dogs.
That's fantastic.
Thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your advocacy and patience with me. Hope you have a nice weekend.
Thank you very much.
Next, number 84, Abby Smith.
That's me. Sorry, it's under my husband's name.
Okay. Please proceed, Ms. Smith.
Oh, yes, thank you. My name is Abby Smith, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I am speaking because I would urge you to strongly oppose SJ 30. I believe that this amendment, as I heard before, sorry, a little repetitive, I believe this amendment is vague and completely unnecessary at best. As a woman and a mother of 4 young children, I have personally experienced excellent healthcare in Connecticut. I am aware that I would be able to both have a healthy pregnancy and help with reproductive issues, as well as abortion or end my pregnancy if necessary. There are already laws. So while SJ 30 says in quote that it is for reproductive autonomy and freedom, it's actually referring to abortion. That's a huge part of it. Connecticut already has laws permitting abortion, so that's not an issue, which is why I first and foremost do not think that it's necessary to be put into the Constitution. Connecticut, let's see, we really do not need to enshrine abortion into our Constitution. So our Constitution is a core document intended to protect life and liberty. Abortion is extremely controversial at best. If our American court systems cannot agree that murdering a pregnant woman is either a double homicide or just a homicide and the fetus doesn't matter, if they can't agree on that, then I certainly do not think that an amendment should be put in our Constitution stating otherwise. a baby has a completely separate DNA, separate from a mom. And in the medical field, if there's tissue that's just benign, like a tumor or cyst or something like that, then it is not worth having surgery and undergoing the potential risk of infection or anything to remove that. Therefore, in my opinion, a fetus is not just a bunch of tissue. It is something that will grow, and that's why abortion is necessary to end it. I would strongly urge you to all vote no to SJ 30. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. See no question, comments. Thank you for your patience today. Hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we're ready for Rocco Di Genova. Hopefully I saw him earlier.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I want to thank the committee and really thank you for your patience. It has been a long day. And I also am speaking in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 30. SJ 30 proposes a state constitutional amendment to recognize a right of personal reproductive autonomy and freedom. But SJ 30 fails to acknowledge that the reproductive autonomy that it proposes involves the destruction of unborn living human beings. The United States was founded on the idea that all of our human rights, starting with the right to life, were endowments from our Creator and not from the state, and that it was the proper role of the state to secure these God-given rights. The basic idea that our right to life is God-given, as stated in the Declaration of Independence, as we heard, and that all human life is sacred, has been under assault in our society for some time. And the conflict is perhaps best illustrated by an editorial that appeared in California Medicine, the journal of the California Medical Association, back in September 1970. The editorial was entitled, "A New Ethic for Medicine and Society," and it was written by doctors for doctors. The editorial states, quote, "The traditional Western ethic has always placed great emphasis on the intrinsic worth and equal value of every human life, regardless of its stage or condition. The ethic has had the blessing of the Judeo-Christian heritage and has been the basis for most of our laws and much of our social policy. The reverence for each and every human life has also been a keystone of Western medicine. Since the traditional ethic has not yet been fully displaced, it has been necessary to separate the idea of abortion from the idea of killing, which continues to be socially abhorrent. The result has been a curious avoidance of the scientific fact, which everyone really knows, that human life begins at conception and is continuous, whether intra or extrauterine, until death. The very considerable semantic gymnastics which are required to rationalize abortion as anything but the taking of a human life would be ludicrous if they were
Your
not
3
often,
minutes are now over.
if they were not often put forth under socially impeccable auspices. Unquote. And I would just say the Connecticut Constitution is not the place for us to put semantic gymnastics enshrining the wanton killing of unborn human beings. And I would encourage the committee to live up to the founding principles of the United States and to reject SJ 30. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. Appreciate your patience with the committee and hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Next, Brian O'Connor, of Mortar Cassidy. Mr. O'Connor, how are you? Good to see you.
Good, Representative. Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Fox, Chairwoman Flexer, Ranking Member Sampson, and Mastro Francesco, and members of the GAE committee. I'm Brian O'Connor. I'm the Director of Public Policy for CCM, and I'm here to testify on Senate Bill 467. I've submitted my comments, but I'll just kind of briefly go over them a little bit. We're in alignment with some of the others that have testified today, such as other constituent groups such as costs and also the FOI Commission regarding remote and hybrid meetings. We think it's more effective just to eliminate the sunset date altogether rather than having another date of December 31st of 2022. I think one of the things that cities and towns are looking for is certainty and also predictability. By all accounts, I think the ability to host remote and hybrid meetings has been a beneficial thing for the residents of Connecticut and our cities and towns. And I think, that we should try to, have this go forward just by eliminating the sunset date. The framework's working since you enacted it last July. And again, we support that. And then on a private note, for Senate Bill or House Bill 5498, being a resident of Portland, I would support Portland being the golf capital of Connecticut. And that wraps up my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Representative McCarthy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Brian, thanks for hanging in there. I just want to say thank you to Senator Flexer and Representative Fox, their chairs. We last year worked together as both Planning and Development and GAE with many others to help try and craft legislation. And I know that the Advisory Committee on Intergovernmental Relations spent time studying this issue. I look forward to continuing those conversations jointly to see what is best. I think one of the assertions that I have made is that whatever date we do or don't put in the law, that it is my belief that we will be tweaking this law likely for quite a few years to come, based on the fact that we continue to learn about maybe some of the challenges that come up in communities. And I guess what I would ask you as a question is, do you think that that's true too? I think there are some really important freedom of information and notification requirements that were built into the law that we passed that would go away if we were to not pass this bill. But I really do think that we're likely to have to continue to adjust this. And I guess I just want to know if you would agree with that sentiment.
I would agree. I think, as technologies advance, I think, some of the challenges may be able to be overcome much easier. I think, some of the issues that we may have are cost, but also the logistics and having enough space within our communities, particularly some of our smaller towns. And I think the other thing for our town meeting forms of government towns, I think a key thing is just authenticating voters if they were to be, voting through remote access. So I think those are some of the issues that, as technology improves and costs, go down because of the efficiency of the systems, that we will, obviously work with the committees in the legislature as that advances.
Mr. Chair, if I may, with one other follow-up. You are not alone in bringing up the issue of cost, but this bill does not require any community to provide a certain type of technology or require the option of either fully remote or hybrid meetings. So many communities, which has been wise, have invested. And I guess what I'm wondering is, have you found that there's a broad range in terms of the type of technology that communities are using and therefore the costs that are associated? with those remote and hybrid meetings?
Yeah, I think, many of our towns, they might have one or two rooms that are built for hybrid meetings. So, some of it's, again, just logistics and being able to schedule. Now, if you were to have, maybe build it out over time, I think those are some of the key things that you'll have to keep in mind. I think also storage capacity issues. When you talk about having access to a recording of the meeting, how long do you have to store it? What form do you have to present it to the resident who makes the request? But again, I think that these challenges will be overcome over time. And I think it's just going to be common practice. I think we're just looking for it to remain permissive in the short term anyway. But I think over time, that's something, again, depending on, kind of the evolution of everything, that we may see more of it. I think you'll see more and more meetings being held in a hybrid fashion.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate your indulgence. I think, Mr. O'Connor, there's building out spaces, and then there's also more remote, more affordable technology that's able to be used in different spaces. And I will point out that I think this is an issue that people all across the spectrum, politically, age-wise, have different ideas about. And I do look forward to those ongoing conversations. You raised some other issues, so I look forward to working with you and many others on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just make one comment, just for an example, I think Colchester just allocated $75,000 toward just a hybrid meeting room. And I think they're using ARPA funds. So I think, some people are starting to invest, and I think you'll see more of that.
Thank you very much. Representative Senator Flex, the floor is yours. Your hand is raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Brian. And you piqued my interest in the conversation with Representative McCarthy-Vahey about town meetings. And I just wondered if you could just share a little bit more about how you think that could work as we move forward. Every town that I represent has a town meeting. If not for their legislative body, it's an important decision maker for at least some aspects of running the town. And so I know that that's been a real barrier, and it was a real loss, frankly, 2 years ago when the communities, because of the pandemic, couldn't have town meetings. And so I just thought while you're here, I would ask, what do you think at this point could be a system for having those meetings in a hybrid way?
I think, the key thing is any system or software that you choose, you just need to be able to authenticate. And that, some people say that there is technologies out there. I think, you saw it today, some people weren't able to bring up their screen. Is it actually that person who's a voter? Are they actually, either own property in town or registered and live in town? So I think those are some of the things that you'd have to work through.
Okay. Well, I guess we don't really have any.
Yeah, that's, I have to be honest, that's the toughest one that we've come across is authenticating voters at a town meeting form of government on a remote or hybrid level.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Flex. Any further questions, comments from Mr. O'Connor? Seeing none, thank you for your advocacy for being here today, sir. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Up next, number 87, Moira Cassidy. Is Cassidy here? Don't believe she's present. Number 88, Nick Smith. Mr. Smith, I see you on the screen. Thank you for being here, sir. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you for your time. Like I said, my name is Nick Smith. I'm a 4-year resident of Connecticut. I'm here to testify regarding Senate Joint Resolution number 30. First off, let's be clear what this resolution is about. It's about two things. It's about abortion and your individual medical rights. Let me address the abortion issue first by quoting Governor Lamont. Quote, "We must protect the most vulnerable populations," end quote. That was May 14th of 2020 in reference to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our government worked so hard for the last 2 years to protect the vulnerable, but in the same breath want to erase the rights of any infant deemed inconvenient. Who among us is more vulnerable than a baby? I have 4 of my own. You might hear them in the background, and I can say with absolute expertise, there is no human on earth who is more vulnerable than an infant. If we as a state can put forth so many man hours and millions of dollars fighting COVID-19 in the name of the vulnerable, surely we can acknowledge the most vulnerable among us and act accordingly. Most of you will not agree with me on abortion, so let's talk about the second thing Senate Joint Resolution number 30 is about, our individual medical rights. The resolution is very adamant that individuals have the liberty, that have the quote, the liberty and dignity of self-determination unless such law is justified by compelling state interest and achieve such interest by the least restrictive means, end quote. So in plain speak, we have the liberty to make our own medical decisions unless the state decides it's in its interest to take away those liberties. Regardless of your feelings on abortion, vaccine freedom, etc., this resolution should concern you. It is making it possible for our state to force a person to partake in medical care they do not wish to partake in. This government overreach is in the most egregious ways. Your medical care and choices should be between you and your chosen trusted physician, not you and the government of Connecticut. I urge anyone who's concerned about the medical rights of the unborn or of their loved ones or simply of themselves to vote no to Senate Joint Resolution number 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions or comments? I appreciate your testimony and being your patience for the committee today. Thank you for being here today, sir. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
We're now going to return to some individuals who were called earlier, but I see Ms. Posniak, I believe you're here.
I am.
Yeah, please proceed, ma'am. Thank you for your patience with the committee, and I apologize for technical difficulties earlier.
No worries, no problem at all. Good evening, Senator Flexer, Representative Fox, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE Committee. My name is Anna Posniak, Windsor Town Clerk and co-chair of the Legislative Committee for the Connecticut Town Clerks Association. I would like to first address SB 470. CTCA is fully supportive of SB 470 with exception of Section 2, which requires the registrars to inform town committees and League of Women Voters of any rejected ballots to allow either of those parties to contact any voter who rejected a ballot. We must remember, while we generally share your concern regarding any rejected ballot, we must remember that elections are the backbone of our democracy, and electoral integrity is based on the administration of impartial elections. Section 2 will inject partisanship into the election that could result in some voters being disenfranchised as town committees decide who to call. Additionally, not all towns have League of Women Voter chapters. Consequently, unaffiliated voters in those towns may not receive a call at all. Further, any voter not physically present in town on election day, such as military voters, commuters, college students, or any voter whose ballot is rejected after the 6 p.m. count, will not have the same opportunity to perfect their ballot, thus creating inequalities. Connecticut election laws are robust with many checks and balances. Section 2 is missing a substantial check of written documentation to allow the voter to enter the polls to vote again, and is also needed as evidentiary material in event the election results are being challenged in court. Proudly, we do not see Connecticut elections in question on national news. So let's keep it that way by ensuring any new law could withstand judicial review and public scrutiny. CTCA believes a better solution to reducing the number of rejection is to change it to a single ballot envelope, as SB 430 seeks to do in study. As a longtime proponent of improving the current 2-envelope system as a means to reduce rejection rates, the CTCA fully supports SB 437. However, the CTCA respectfully asks for an amendment to increase the number of town clerks on the task force from 1 to 3 to include a representative from a small, medium, and large municipality. As the primary administrator of absentee ballots, town clerks will bring valuable and varying perspectives to the task force based on the size of our communities. Lastly, I would like to speak to HJ 114. CTCA respectfully reiterates that the success of no excuse absentee ballots is solely hinged on a well-funded program to allow for additional staff, technology, and physical space. For that reason, the CTCA supports a constitutional amendment that will expand both absentee balloting in conjunction with in-person early voting, as no one method of voting would be overly stressed, with voting spread over all three methods, including election day voting, giving Connecticut voters the greatest choice for casting their ballot. Thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding strengthening our elections in Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Posniak. Appreciate your testimony. Question or comments? No, thank you. Senator Flex, your hand is raised. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify. So over the course of the last 2 years, as we've had these changing protocols with regard to absentee ballots due to the pandemic, I think there were 2 different processes in place for 2020 and 2021 with regard to checking absentee ballots. And I just wondered if you could talk with us a little bit about that. I'm taking your concerns and the similar concerns that others have raised this afternoon very seriously, but I am just trying to figure out a system that might work.
So in 2020, we were allowed to open and also in 2021 to open the ballots 4 days in advance. Mm-hmm. Some municipalities took advantage of that. I think in 2020, it was 19 municipalities that did that. If they opened them as early as that Friday preceding the election, they could then contact any voter to let them know they could perfect the ballot. That is not something that is being put forward this year. So we would be opening the ballots again on election day. And anytime any voter does not sign the inner envelope or fails to insert the ballot into the inner envelope, even if they signed the envelope, that ballot is rejected and we don't have a way for that voter to perfect the ballot.
So is that perhaps the solution, to instead put in place the language from 2 years ago?
Well, the issue that it comes down to, I guess, is all municipalities would have to do this. And in addition to that, one of the things that we found in 2020, when the Secretary of the State mailed out all the absentee ballot applications, as you may recall, they all were pre-populated with the voters' information. So they simply needed to check a reason and sign the application. And many of the voters failed to do that. Even though they wrote a phone number on it or an email address, all the town clerks attempted to call or email the voter to let them know that their application in itself had a defect and they needed to correct it before we could issue the ballot. And those numbers that we had, a lot of times they weren't working, or it went to a mailbox that was full, not accepting any messages. And when we sent emails, they were unanswered. So then we were then forced to actually send a letter to the voter to let them know that their application had a defect and that they needed to correct it, send it back to us. So what really is concerning is that we can't contact all the voters equally. And I think what we also need to remember is that absentee ballots are used by people for the very reason that they're absent from town. And that could be on vacation, it could be at college, could be in the military. So even if we did this on Friday, those voters would not have the same opportunity as other voters to perfect their ballots. And for me, it's very important that all voters are treated equally to access to the ballot.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think it's something we're going to have to keep thinking about. I mean, is it better to have a policy that results in many people making mistakes and therefore not being able to exercise their right to vote, and that's that? Or is it better to have a system where there is some opportunity to correct mistakes and a few less people are disenfranchised? That's sort of the balance we've got to try to find here.
Absolutely. And I always agree that it's best to afford voters all the rights, their right to be access to the ballot. So yes, I agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions or comments for Ms. Posniak? Seeing none, thank you for being here today, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you for your patience. Up next, we're going to go in order of individuals who are still remaining. Number 35, BNDC Velez, is she present?
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I am.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. Appreciate your testimony and patience.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. Good evening almost. My name is Jenny Velez, and chairs, Flexer and Fox, vice chairs, Haswell and Thomas, ranking members, and all the other members of the community. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony before you today. Again, my name is Jenny Cibeles. I'm the New England Regional Director of Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance Hispanic communities through their communities, programs, and legislative advocacy. My testimony before you today is in full support of raised Senate Bill number 471, an act concerning election and state voting rights. Connecticut needs its own state-level voting rights because federal courts have drastically weakened the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. The VRA was enacted to combat a wide range of barriers and burdens that excluded voters of colors from the electoral process. The SB 471 will provide Latinos and all other Black, Indigenous people of color necessary protections against voter suppression. This is significant because the rising American electorate, and better known as the RAE, is single head of household women, millennials, and minorities are defined by the census, now accounts for more than a half of voter eligible population in this country. Between 2016 and 2018, Connecticut's RAE growth as well. Additionally, for Latinos and other limited English proficient voters in the state, a Connecticut Voting Rights Act will ensure that a shortage of trained bilingual polls workers in addressing increasing language assistance at the polls to those who need it the most. At the Connecticut State Voter Rights Act will also expand opportunity and diversify our state poll workers, making them more representative of Connecticut's RA. Connecticut also has no specific law requiring employers to give an individual time off from work to vote on election day. This impacts the ability of low and to moderate income voters, especially individuals who work at scheduled shift and hourly wage earners, who stands to lose paid time to exercise their civic duty. A state of VRA may remedy this enormous barrier to continue the disadvantages and reduce turnouts by the people of color. Connecticut voters in large urban centers like Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport also experience long lines and waiting times than other cities and towns, and higher incidence of ballot shortage, machine malfunctions, and election system irregularities that threaten voter ability to cast their ballots. SB 471 created critical and necessary voter protection against intentional or unintentional consequences that contribute to voter suppression. The right to vote is one of the most fundamental components of our democracy. Therefore, we urge the Government Administration and Elections Committee to pass SB 471 to protect and ensure the voting rights of all our state's registered voters. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Velez, for your testimony. Question, comments, Ms. Velez? Seeing none, appreciate your advocacy. Thank you for being here today. Hope you have a nice weekend. Thank you.
You too, thanks.
Next, number 53, John Levin. Good afternoon, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is John Levin. I live in Norwalk, and I am testifying in support of HB 5497. Also, I'm testifying for Humanists and Freethinkers of Fairfield County, which is my local community group. This is one of many local community groups of humanists, atheists, agnostics, and others throughout our state who seek learning and community, but without religion. Our paid membership includes over 100 family units and nearly 200 individual participants. And we are growing. And we also have a kick-ass trivia team. Many state constitutions contain language that is both in clear violation of the US Constitution and also an affront to our shared values. In Alabama, for example, Section 256 states that separate schools shall be provided for white and colored children, and no child of either race shall be permitted to attend a school of the other race. Well, the good news here is that Connecticut is not Alabama, but our state constitution does retain language that is discriminatory and exclusionary, both based on both religious affiliation and gender. HR 5497 will create a task force which will help our state address these problems and modernize its constitution to remove discriminatory language. So our state citizens can know that we are respected equally under our state laws. Please get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Thomas, your hand raised, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have a question, but we started the day with lollipops, and I believe you are our last speaker. And the color of your beard, you are my most colorful constituent. So it's good to see you and end the day this way. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? So good luck with the trivia team, sir. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. See you. Have a nice weekend. Are there any other individuals wishing to be heard? I don't think there are.
Yes. Can you hear me? It's Rabbi Leiter. I've been following since this morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rabbi Leiter, we can. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Esteemed committee members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rabbi Nosson Shimalaiter, Executive Director of Help Rescue Our Children, which opposes child molestation and human trafficking, among other things. I respectfully urge the legislators to oppose SJR 30, which would ensconce what's described as personal reproductive autonomy and freedom into the Constitution. In addition to multiple aforementioned critical considerations, legislators ought to consider how this proposed amendment could eventually be employed by judges to stymie laws aimed at reducing teen pregnancy and even child molestation and human trafficking. For instance, a judge could rule that age of consent laws or anti-trafficking laws unduly limit, quote, reproductive freedom or autonomy. Such a provision could also potentially result in closing crisis pregnancy centers, thereby disproportionately punishing the poor and the disadvantaged. And the same could be said, as was said earlier, regarding parental consent laws. Furthermore, to the extent that this amendment would facilitate recreational abortion, it would embed state-mandated mass killing of babies into the Constitution. As such, it would constitute, number one, the ultimate betrayal of the most innocent and defenseless citizens. Number two, it would contravene the most foundational mandate of government, namely safeguarding innocent life, rendering the role of government in that case beyond their authority. And number three, it would constitute rebellion against our Creator and His law as it applies to all of mankind. Abortion on demand is unquestionably, absolutely prohibited, even according to the most permissive views within the corpus of authentic Judaism. I'd also like to acknowledge the correct critique of Attorney Rob Kale, I think it was, who highlighted the disparity in terms of this particular legislation with regard to the notice of different sides, that some were notified earlier, and that harks back to the type of discriminatory access issues that were raised earlier in the session by a voting rights activist, perhaps regarding SB 471. I'd also like to point out, if I have time still, that a great Torah sage of the previous century, Rabbi Moshe Soloveitchik, explained why the biblical city of Sodom was destroyed on the very day that Lot, the nephew of Abraham, was appointed to be the Supreme Court Chief Justice. Why was it that when such a straight person, relatively speaking, was appointed as a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Sodom, why was Sodom destroyed that very day? The answer is that when you have a corrupt law, that when you have a straight judge appointed who is going to apply the law without any corruption, so to speak, there's no more hope. In other words, the worst thing that there could be for society is not when there is aberrational evil activity. It's when we ensconce wickedness into law, and especially into the Constitution. Then there is no hope without divine retribution, unless we, of course, repent. And that's, of course, what we're encouraging today. Am I finished with my time?
Yes, sir, you have.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Any questions or comments for the rabbi? See none, appreciate you being here today, sir. Thank you for your time and testimony. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. All the best.
I believe that may be the last individual wish to testify, wish to be heard. Seeing no further individuals, we will call this public hearing closed. For the committee's knowledge, there's a committee meeting on Monday at 2 p.m. Thank you all for your time and patience. I hope you have a nice weekend.